Valhalla, the best training institution where hunters were trained, was located in a large and spacious building located in the middle of the mountains. Many applicants applied here every year to have the opportunity to bear the name of this institution. There were 500 people competing for one place, so the competition for admission was quite high. Barely 150 people were able to graduate, but great opportunities opened up for them in the future. During the selection, one of the boys slipped his leg, delivering a blow to his opponent, which he tried to block. They fought in a separate booth, and there were many other booths around in which the fight for the dream place was also going on. A man with gray hair watched all this with his arms folded across his chest. Lee Sang-chul was a Valhalla instructor of the highest rank, so he was now closely watching the entrance. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him, exclaiming in surprise that there was a whole crowd of people wanting to join the academy again this year. Lee Sang-chul turned his head to see a young man, Yu Min-jun, who was the heir of the Yushin family, approaching him. The instructor noticed that there were enough willing people at the entrance, at the same time asking if he wanted to look at his niece. Leaning on the railing, Yu Min-jun breathed out that this was what he had come for, as their family had high hopes for her. Lee Sang-chul carefully looked at the crowd of applicants, remembering the girl. Yu So-yeon was a genius born into one of the best families in Korea, namely the Yushin family, and was able to use her mana freely at the age of 10. At the age of 13, the girl was already able to catalyze her mana into her own sword. At the age of 16, she was already comparable in strength to the rest of the Yushin family, which made her an unconditional leader among them. Lee Sang-chul said that all the information about Yu So-yeon was in the archive, but wondered if there was anything else he should know about. Yu Min-jun exhaled, adding that the girls seemed to be able to communicate with their family's patron constellation. Lee Sang-chul looked at the boy in shock, trying to understand what he heard, and asking the boy if he was hanging noodles on his ears. To which the heir of the Yushin family replied with a smile that this was the very reason Yu So-yeon had high hopes. It was common practice for a hunter to obtain a blessing or contract with a guardian constellation. The guardian of the Yushin family was the sword god, dressed in a dark kimono. The constellation of the Changsan family represented a light blonde boy with a spear in his hands. The black-haired Dao King was the guardian of the Choijin family. The guardian of the Osun family was a wheat-haired master of fist-fighting, and the Dojin family had as their guardian constellation god Luke, who wore an extravagant hat. A member of each of the 5 great families received a blessing from his patron, as a result of which he was endowed with abilities and talents greater than those of others. Lee Sang-chul understood that there was a big difference between receiving a blessing and the direct contact with the constellation that came through the contract. Finally, the instructor blurted out that if the rumors were true, then the girl was indeed a genius, which Yu Min-jun noticed with satisfaction. The guy asked how his niece was doing, to which he got the answer that apparently she hadn't started yet. Upon hearing that Yu So-yeon was due to take the stage soon, the heir of the Yushin family requested that he be able to observe it. After being told that he could go downstairs, Yu Min-jun laughed that resting upstairs was better than fighting his way through the crowd of reporters. However, he asked the instructor to display the battle on the screen in front of them. Lee Sang-chul exhaled, but listened to the boy, bringing up a blue screen in front of him, satisfying his curiosity as well. An image of a young girl who took a fighting stance, preparing for a fight with another boy, immediately appeared on the screen. 17-year-old Yu So-yeon, the eldest daughter of the Yushin family, reached for her katana, which was already glistening. The girl's rival was her peer, 17-year-old Kim Joo-hyuk, whose origin was unknown. Lee Sang-chul noticed that the opponents looked quite calm, to which Yu Min-jun assumed that the boy had just mentally lost, knowing who he would be fighting. Looking at the resolute face of his niece, the boy noticed that almost everyone had already heard about her abilities. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk yawned widely, covering his mouth with his hand and looking boredly at his opponent. Looking at this picture, Lee Sang-chul guessed that he lacked fighting spirit, to which Yu Min-jun added with a smile that the fight would end quickly. As the announcer started the countdown, Yu So-yeon swung her sword forward, pointing it forward. On the count of 2, Kim Joo-hyuk pragmatically kneaded his shoulder with his eyes closed. On count 1, a purple shine appeared in the eyes of the eldest daughter of the Yushin family, which indicated her desire to win. As soon as the announcer gave the command to begin, she began to speed up, simultaneously drawing her sword back. The mana channeled by Yu So-yeon began to concentrate around him. Focusing on her leg, the girl swung her sword, attacking her opponent. At the same moment, a shockwave of mana flew into Kim Joo-hyuk. Looking at this picture with an indifferent face, The instructor admired that, as a young person, he possessed a link and controlled the flow of mana. At this time, not a single muscle on Kim Joo-hyuk's face twitched as he looked at the stream of mana flying towards him. However, at the last second, the corners of the boy's lips did creep up, showing a slight smile. The next moment, Lee Sang-chul was staring dazedly at the picture unfolding before his eyes. Yu Minjin turned pale, opening his mouth in fright in a silent scream. The reporters watching the fight also didn't know how to react to what had just happened. Yu Soyeon lay unconscious on the ground, with Kim Joo-hyuk standing over her, clenching her fist in victory, the mana of the newly defeated girl burning around it. Disdainfully looking at his opponent, the boy angrily asked why everyone around him was so weak, disdainfully assessing the 300-year future. The events of 300 summers ago between him and Barsh, the boss of the Tower of Destruction, flashed into his memory. Clutching the bloody wound on his stomach, he laughed, admiring the duel that took place between them. Kim Hyun-oh, also covering the wound on his stomach with his hand, silently stared at his opponent. In the next second, the boy's heel was already flying into the head of the boss of the Tower of Destruction, who did not have time to orient himself. Knocking his head off his shoulders, Kim Hyun-oh repeated his words. Looking at the body of the defeated opponent, the boy laughed wildly. He suddenly fell silent, staring in surprise at the notification window that said he had defeated the boss, thereby stopping the world from collapsing. There was a wild rumble and the walls of the tower caved in like an earthquake. Crashing on the vibrating floor, the boy was surprised that the tower was only collapsing because he finished off the boss. Kim Hyun-oh looked down as he examined the wounds and cursed himself for hoping to rest. Looking up, the boy thought about the fact that he had worked as a hunter since childhood, and now, having earned enough money, found himself close to death. He remembered ordering his disciples to stay by the tower, wondering if he should have called them with him. However, after thinking carefully, he decided that the decision to go himself was the right one. Looking at Barsh's body, the god of martial arts thought that he was quite strong, and the boy students simply would not survive a duel with him. The gash on his stomach reminded him of himself, causing him to lean back, leaning his back against the wall and cursing softly. In the next moment, a huge block fell on him from above. Opening his eyes in the morning, Kim Hyun-oh realized that he had reincarnated into the body of a 17-year-old teenager who lived 300 years after the tower's destruction. After analyzing the situation, he realized that all his skills, knowledge, and experience were preserved, so everything was not so bad. All that remained was to get used to the new body. The boy thought that he could live life to the fullest without making any special efforts. However, this was the case before the new notification appeared. After reading that the boy should prepare for the fact that in 5 years the Tower of Destruction will appear, he clutched his head in fright. Closing his eyes, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he should have left Barshi when he had the chance. But he knew that he couldn't change the events of the past. Resolutely looking ahead, the boy mentally promised that this time he would try to lower the tower completely. In his dreams, he was already bathed in money, holding a glass of wine and reveling in his riches. A new notification pulled him out of his thoughts, prompting him to retrieve his weapons and memories from Valhalla. Holding his chin, the boy read the message, wondering what memories it was about. Now in Valhalla, the 4th day of the competition for a place in the top 10 continued. Hearing the announcer calling for all those who wanted to participate in the competition to go to the court, Kim Joo-hyuk gave a short chuckle. Looking at the walls of the nearby competition booths, he wondered if he should do this. When the announcer announced that it was time for the contestants to get into position, a stocky, fair-haired boy with heavily tanned skin approached him. Seeing him, the crowd of reporters in the stands shouted loudly, congratulating the contestant. Lee Sang-chul followed this with his arms crossed over his chest, thinking of the fact that there were many people around today, which was caused by the representatives of all 5 families. His gaze settled on Kim Joo-hyuk, who was calmly waiting for the signal with his hand in his pocket. The instructor's gaze then shifted to the boy's opponent as the announcer announced that the match would begin in 30 seconds. The dark blonde was 17-year-old Oh Se-hyuk, the eldest son of the Osun family. Looking at Kim Joo-hyuk, who was kneading his shoulder, he doubted that he defeated Yu Soyeon despite not looking strong. The white-haired man's lips stretched into a smile as he thought that defeating his opponent would greatly enhance his reputation. He called out to Kim Joo-hyuk, who looked up at his opponent with interest. Getting into a fighting stance, Oh Se-hyuk, with a predatory smile, said that he would be able to kill him quite quickly. Not losing an opportunity, Kim Joo-hyuk asked his opponent if he was going to shake him. to which the blonde explained that he would knock him out. At these words, the boy explained that in this case, the fair-haired man can roll calmly. Confused, Oh Se-hyuk asked what he meant. Showing his middle finger to his opponent, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and ordered him to scratch on all four sides while calling him a fool. Flames immediately flared up around Oh Se-hyuk, and bright yellow lightning flashed across his hands. The boy wasn't strong in literature, strategy, or martial arts, but he had a talent that covered all of that. Such a talent in his case turned out to be physical form, which was at a high level. Thanks to this, the boy could do things that others needed to use mana for, and normal training increased the power 100-fold. Oh Se-hyuk was considered a genius precisely because he was born with a body that did not need superpowers for its improvement. As he prepared to attack, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly watched him with a slight smile on his face. Without hiding the obscene gesture, the boy repeated what he had advised his opponent earlier. Hearing this, Oh Se-hyuk clenched his fist angrily, gathering energy around him and clenching his teeth tightly. Aiming a fist at his opponent with a trail of mana trailing behind it, the blonde lunged forward with a growl. Looking at this picture, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about how he would not be able to win in direct physical contact given his new body. He perfectly understood that although the power of the wheat-haired man was great, it did not mean at all that he would definitely become the winner. The fist of the eldest son of the Osun family was already headed straight for his face. Dodging him, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about the combination of such a physique and the martial arts being used. At the same time, he raised his leg, quickly stepping out of the way of his opponent. In the next second, Oh Se-hyuk flew forward by inertia, angrily glaring at the overly calm boy. Trying to understand what was happening, he tried to squeeze out at least one word during the flight. Opening one eye, Kim Joo-hyuk raised his hand, preparing to attack back. Gathering energy in the palm of his hand, he was glad that he got the chance to watch his opponent. In the next moment, the boy punched the blonde in the chest, sealing him to the ground with a blue beam of energy. From a strong blow, he coughed loudly, spitting out several drops of blood. Kim Joo-hyuk silently stared at the body, which crumpled to the floor with a thud. The boy understood that such a result of the fight was a consequence of the fact that physical strength and energy are not in harmony. As he listened to the announcer announce him as the winner, he thought that despite his low physical fitness, he should have no problem hunting monsters. Deep in his thoughts, Kim Joo-hyuk silently left the arena with his hands in his pockets. He was watched by a whole group of people who were in a special room, carefully looking at the screen. One of them was surprised that Oh Se-hyuk was defeated while he was carrying out his attack, while her colleagues said that he didn't think about the guy losing with such a simple technique. One man stood out among all this crowd, who was silently thinking with his hand on his chin. Oh Chulshin, the head of the Osun family, quickly picked up epithets for those individuals who considered such a technique simple. The man came closer, saying that his son would have easily dodged a blow from any of his peers, even if he was only training for physical fitness. The thought that this was something that he could not avoid was spinning in the man's head. Analyzing his son's fight, Oh Chulshin understood that his emotions had overcome his cold mind, and he simply rushed at his opponent. In addition, the head of the Osun family saw that his son used magic, which he used extremely rarely. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk simply bowed his head slightly to avoid the enemy's blow. The same in turn, counting on an accurate blow, completely shifted the center of gravity. This was the reason why Oh Se-hyuk flew past his opponent without hitting him. Out loud, the man added that Kim Joo-hyuk moved faster than his son, and when he went out onto the platform, he already had a plan of action in mind. A predatory smile appeared on Oh Chulshin's face as he clenched his fist, thinking about the rookie's great talent. However, he quickly pulled himself together, looking around at everyone present in the room. Someone was calling on the phone. Someone was frantically looking through documents, looking for information about a talented newcomer. The head of the Osun family's gaze returned to the screen where Kim Joo-hyuk was shown, mentally vowing to bring the boy into his family at any cost. In a while, the stands were going crazy, lovingly looking at the arena and shouting praises to the girl who was standing there. Kim Joo-hyuk, glaring furiously at the maddened adult fans, couldn't figure out why adults were calling his 17-year-old rival Nuna. When the announcer announced the finals of the ranking matches, the boy turned his head and still paid attention to his rival. Choi Arin was the second daughter of the Choi-jin family. Looking at her opponent from under her snow-white mane, she prepared for battle, getting into a fighting stance. He calmly watched as she grabbed her sword at the signal. The girl's face showed absolutely no emotions, and her eyes burned with righteous determination. Kim Joo-hyuk kept his hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his face as he watched his opponent. However, neither of them moved towards the other to attack first. The boy raised one eyebrow slightly, realizing that the white-haired girl expected him to attack first. Looking at her, he thought with interest that since she was analyzing the situation around her, it would be more interesting with her than with the previous rivals. After taking a moment to consider the situation, Kim Joo-hyuk stretched his lips in a wide smile. After that, he moved toward his opponent without taking his hands out of his pockets. The same predatory smile remained on his face, and determination and excitement were visible in his eyes. You could tell from Choi Arin's look that she had no intention of giving up. Blue lightning began to run around her palm, which she used to hold the hilt of the sword. Seeing this, the stands buzzed with excitement that a girl at such an age had mastered the ability to change elements that the Chojin family possessed. The white-haired girl rushed at her opponent, drawing a sword surrounded by blue light as she went. Her gaze darted to one point as she mentally commanded herself that it was time to attack. Choi Arin swung her sword, attacking her opponent's shadow. A net of blue lightning grew around her hand, and the energy went straight forward. However, immediately after that, the girl noticed that the opponent in front of her had already left a trail. A voice was heard next to her, which advised her not to look at the target of her attack because it would be easier to dodge. The girl looked in front of her in fear, realizing that the opponent had very suddenly appeared right next to her. She shot her eyes in his direction, trying to understand what was happening. In a moment he attacked, from which Choi Arin reflexively put her sword in front of her chest, defending herself. Trying to hold the sword in her hands, the girl clenched her teeth tightly, and a drop of sweat rolled down her face. Noticing this, Kim Joo-hyuk let out a surprised snort as he watched his rival closely. The girl's hand, with which she was holding the hilt of the sword, shook violently. Streams of energy and lightning rushed around Choi Arin's figure as she tried to hold back the blade strike. Kim Joo-hyuk, looking at this picture, immediately realized that he did not feel the impact, as the opponent deflected the attack thanks to the blade. The girl looked at her sword, feeling her body shake with tension and realizing that the fight would be difficult. At that time, the blade was touched with a fist and she looked up, seeing her opponent next to her. With a wide smile, he raised his fist, suggesting that the opponent dodge his attack this time. In the next second, he attacked, releasing a huge wave of energy. As the blade flew into her body, Choi Arin opened her mouth wide in a silent scream. In the next moment, the girl fell at the feet of her opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk froze for a moment, analyzing the attack he had just delivered. As he watched the unconscious girl, he thought that something was wrong, as he felt his posture squirm slightly at the impact. However, immediately after that, he turned around, indifferently leaving the defeated opponent behind, leaving the arena to the voice that announced him as the winner. Leaving Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk, taking first place in the top 10, was stretching his shoulder on the move. Suddenly, a whole crowd of reporters appeared in front of him, sticking microphones in his face and peppering him with questions, from which he tried to cover himself with his hand. They tried to shout over each other, demanding his biography and showering him with offers to join their guilds. This upset the boy so much that he, gritting his teeth, growled loudly at the reporters to leave him alone. The next day, all the news was buzzing with the fact that the winner of the entry contest had suddenly started cursing at the guild representatives who had urged him to join them. In the comments, people got fired up, expressing doubts about the boy's normality and discussing his behavior. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk stood among the other first-year students being welcomed into the academy. Listening to how they cut their throats in front of them, talking about the century-old history of the educational institution, the boy yawned boredly, carelessly covering his mouth. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a boy who was standing behind him and watching him carefully. Noticing that the object of attention had turned his head towards him, he turned away, tightly pressing his lips together. Kim Ji-hyuk guessed that this attention to him was caused by the fact that he stood out in the competition yesterday. A memory flashed in his head about how a notification about the necessary weapons and memories, which are on the 3rd floor of Valhalla, appeared in front of him. The boy thought about the fact that he just needed to enter the academy, take what he needed and leave, so there should be no problems. He was brought out of his thoughts by a voice announcing that the welcoming ceremony was over. In the virtual combat simulation class, the former head of Valhalla instructors, Kim Ligon, was doomed to ask why the entrants were distributed in this way. Yu Soyeon from the Yushin family and Choi Arin from the Choi Jin family were placed in the first line this year. In the center of the crowd, he noticed the big man Oh Se-hyuk of the Osun family. Grabbing his head, Kim Ligon groaned that instead of scattering the applicants in random order, He got 3 geniuses in one class. Suddenly, his gaze caught the figure of another entrant from the crowd, whose presence made a drop of sweat run down his temple. The student who drove him to a dead end turned out to be Kim Joo-hyuk. Casting frightened glances at the group of entrants, the instructor ran through his head the thought that this year he was simply doomed. However, realizing that there was no choice, he coughed into his fist, pulling himself together. Returning to the crowd of students, Kim Ligon greeted them and introduced himself as the person in charge of their class. Announcing the start, he bent down, pressing one of the buttons on the control panel. The building around them shook, causing the freshmen to look around in fright and try to understand what was happening. The walls of the academy disappeared, giving everyone a view of the trees of the forest. Kim Joo-hyuk also didn't know where he was since he was in the building a second ago. While continuing to wield the remote control, Kim Ligon began to draw his sword, planning to display a bit of bloodlust. A whole horde of red-eyed goblins and orcs armed with wooden clubs began to appear around the freshmen. The creatures roared wildly, surrounding the terrified students. Watching the monsters, Oh Se-hyuk crossed his arms over his chest and thought about it, estimating their level to be 100 at most. At this time, the monsters were roaring, baring their teeth, and saliva was running down their faces. Suddenly, the blonde noticed that one of the creatures was pulling its clawed green paw towards him. Spurred on by his comrades, one of the orcs jumped up, attacking the boy from above, but ran into a wall. Watching this picture, Kim Ligon smiled with satisfaction. A blue barrier appeared around the students, protecting them from the onslaught of monsters, which pleased the instructor. Kim Joo-hyuk heard him being called and turned around curiously. The boy walked over to the control panel, where Kim Ligon was waiting for him. The instructor pointed a finger at the horde of orcs and goblins pounding the shield, asking the boy if he could handle them on his own. With his hand in his pocket, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he was referring to those outside the dome, to which he received an affirmative answer. The boy looked down, thinking deeply about the question. Looking at him, Kim Ligon thought that he was able to tame the wild applicant because he understood that many students only saw monsters in books. Realizing that once he had dealt with this student, he would be able to start the lesson, the instructor told him to stop pretending to think and answered no. However, in response to this, Kim Joo-hyuk only laughed quietly. This reaction sent Kim Ligon into a stupor, and he quietly lashed out at the student, wondering at his laughter. When he asked the boy if he could cope with the crowd on his own and without help, he was told that it was not a problem. Being sure that the freshman was bluffing, the instructor suggested that he prove his words in practice. However, he, putting his hands in his pockets, noticed with a smile that if he wanted to test him so much on the first day of training, then he should be rewarded for this. Looking tiredly at the boy, Kim Ligon wearily replied that there was no prize in the terms, however they could discuss it directly now. Staring at the instructor, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he was willing to bet that he would fail the task. Kim Ligon, in turn, promised that in the event of his victory, he would do everything for him for which his powers were sufficient. With a sly smile, Kim Joo-hyuk put his hand to his chin in thought. Moments later, he replied with the same broad smile that he agreed to such terms. The instructor started talking about the fact that it is unlikely that he will be able to distinguish system monsters from real ones, but the boy interrupted him, demanding a sword from him. In answer to the surprised question, he asked, looking at the group of monsters, if the monster did not think that he would fight them with his bare hands. With a huff, Kim Ligon pulled out a sword from behind his back, handing it to the student. Pulling it out of the sheath, the boy looked at it with a satisfied gaze. A small gap opened up in the dome, allowing Kim Joo-hyuk to step outside of it, but at the same time protecting the rest of the freshmen from the orcs and goblins. Kim Ligon tiredly looked after the self-confident student. At this time, Yoo Se-yeon's face was burning with displeasure, while Choi Arin's eyes flashed with anxiety. Kim Joo-hyuk resolutely grabbed the hilt of the sword, placing it more comfortably in his hand. In the next moment, he charged into the thicket of orcs and goblins, slashing them left and right. His eyes burned with predatory fury as he took turns drawing his sword away, swinging it. With one precise movement, he cut down 4 opponents at once. Hearing the wild snarling of the monster behind him, the boy raised his head and reached out his hand. Returning the sword in his hand, Kim Joo-hyuk plunged it into the throat of one of the attackers. While waving off the monster's attacks, the boy with a smile on his face thought that even after 300 years, he was still good with the sword. He remembered how in his time, monsters were a real bedlam, and they used anything they could get their hands on against them. However, feeling the handle of the sword in his hand, The boy admitted that the sword had always been something special for him. Hearing some noise behind him, he turned his head back with interest, feeling someone's shadow on the back of his head. Turning around, Kim Joo-hyuk saw behind him a huge orc towering over him, brandishing a huge club. Quickly orienting himself, he jumped back just in time to avoid being hit, so the monster clattered to the ground with all its stupidity. Seeing this, the boy noticed that his guesses about the attacker's primitive scheme of behavior were confirmed. Without thinking long, he attacked again, smashing the face of another orc. All this was observed by the first-year students, who remained under protection inside the dome. Kim Lee-gun watched the match with rapt attention, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't understand how a novice could wield a sword like that, knowing that he had lent him his sword, which had no magic in it. From the side, it all looked as if the sword itself attracted monsters. With each defeated monster, Yoo So-yeon's face became more and more displeased. Oh Se-hyuk watched the rookie fight the monsters, quietly calling everything that was happening madness. And only Choi Aaron watched Kim Joo-hyuk carefully, with eyes full of admiration and anxiety. At some point, the boy hid the sword, saying that he wanted to go down to the constellation room. Satisfied with himself, he stretched his lips in a proud smile, while the bodies of defeated orcs and goblins lay around. Turning his head towards the instructor, the boy with a predatory smile asked him if he would keep his word. Pale-faced Kim Lee-gong didn't answer, but just stared at the student intently, a big drop of sweat rolling down his face. Having already returned to the walls of the academy, the instructor announced the end of today's classes and allowed them to disperse to their rooms. Freshmen began to get up from their seats, rearranging their chairs. Everyone but Kim Joo-hyuk, who threw his head back tiredly. The only thought running through his mind was why the lesson was taking so long. He was counting on the fact that he could just take what he needed and leave in peace. The thought popped into his head that he himself had never thought about teaching anyone, and he himself had never attended school. Walking along the driveway to the exit from the academy, the boy thought that despite the boring lesson, he still managed to get some information. The given information was a story related to one of the constellations. In his previous life, no one even had a clue who the constellations were, but now he had at least some information. Kim Joo-hyuk learned that the term constellation was used to refer to the transformation of the lucky ones, who had a high concentration of luck into gods. Most of them were associated with hunters with sacred relics, which endowed them with special powers. And it was in Valhalla, which was the third largest academy in the world, that there were many such relics. The rest of what he heard about swordsmanship and killing monsters, in Kim Joo-hyuk's opinion, was complete delusion. Once again kneading his shoulder, the boy reasoned that, given his too weak physical form, he should take up martial arts. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk heard someone call out to him and stopped in interest. Turning his head back, he saw Choi Aaron staring at him silently. At this time in the teacher's office, Lee Sang-chol, sipping coffee, quietly asked a colleague if he had had enough today. Sitting on the couch, Kim Lee-gong lowered his head and replied that today was more of a silly day than a difficult one. Turning a weary look at the mentor, the man expressed doubts as to whether the newcomer was really a high school student. Hearing that the boy easily killed 120 created monsters, he doubted that a high school student who had never seen them could do such a thing. Raising his head, Kim Lee-gun hinted that this was exactly what he meant. Lee Sang-chol added that there was nothing special about Kim Joo-hyuk, and he did not have any notable stories in the past. However, the attention of Kim Lee-gun was attracted by the information that he turned out to be an orphan who grew up in a very dangerous area. The man assumed that the novice was just a forger, but the mentor told him that he had conducted his own investigation, so there was nothing of the sort. In addition, he recalled what a commotion he caused at the entrance exams, adding that it would be very senseless if it was falsified. Turning his head to his colleague, Lee Sang-chol questioned whether Kim Joo-hyuk had really asked him for access to the constellation room. After receiving confirmation of these words, the man huffed that at the end of the first semester, he would still have access, but he promised to talk to the director. When thanked for his efforts, Lee Sang-chol replied that he was the one who brought him to the academy, so he himself was no less responsible. He added that he is not sure about the closed area on the 5th floor, but anyone can get to the 1st floor, so there shouldn't be any problems. A drop of sweat rolled down Kim Lee-gun's face as he expressed his anxiety about what awaited them in the coming year. He added to the mentor that in addition to Kim Joo-hyuk, he had geniuses representing 3 big families in his class this year who were not so easy to control. To his distress, Lee Sang-chol added that a boy from the Ventric family had been assigned to another class. which alarmed Kim Ligon quite a bit. He was frightened and asked if he heard the student's name correctly, which was confirmed by his mentor. The thought crossed Kim Ligon's mind that he had heard that the boy had been kicked out of the British Academy for his antics. His lips stretched into a tired smile, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting in front of the mentor, the man added that now his position no longer seemed so hopeless to him. In the courtyard of the school at this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was carefully watching his white-haired former rival. She remained silent, looking at him with a slightly sad look, not daring to be the first to start a conversation. Realizing that there was nothing to wait for, he took the initiative in his own hands, asking her what happened. Barely able to utter the words, Choi Arin quietly began to voice her request, but stopped mid-word. But taking control of herself, she more confidently asked him to teach her fencing. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to face her fully, letting out only a short sound of incomprehension. Choi Arin explained that she wanted to learn the skill he demonstrated. Scratching his ear with his finger, the boy closed his eyes and calmly answered with a refusal. The blonde asked in frustration why he was refusing her. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands in his pockets, explaining that he just didn't want to do it, and was surprised that she didn't understand. Looking sternly at the girl, he added that if she had nothing more to say, he would leave. Looking at him with wide eyes, Choi Arin repeated her request to teach her swordsmanship. Kim Joo-hyuk angrily repeated that he didn't want to do this. He rudely added that she should clean her ears and not cling to him. Pointing his finger at her, Kim Joo-hyuk reiterated that he had no desire to teach her, so he advised her to stay away from him. Without waiting for the girl to answer something, he turned his back on her, walking away. Choi Arin silently watched after him, not daring to continue arguing with him. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk was sitting in the classroom, waiting for classes to start. Boredly looking ahead, he leaned back in his chair. Thoughtfully, the boy looked down at his hand, thinking that his new body was better than he had initially expected. However, the problem was that he couldn't learn martial arts or anything like that because he didn't have any magical powers. Besides, it was quite difficult for him to control his own mana flow. Firmly clenching his fist, the boy understood that this could solve the item he would find later, so it was necessary to make a certain reserve of mana. Suddenly, he was loudly called by a guy who came to his table. In response, Kim Joo-hyuk looked up at him. Standing in front of him was Rockdil Ventric, a wheat-haired boy wearing a white hoodie and a blue Valhalla uniform jacket. Next to him, quietly folded her hands in front of her, stood a fair-haired girl, Yuria de Felix, who was the boy's servant. Kim Joo-hyuk stared indifferently at the cheeky boy who had just walked up. Without thinking for a long time, the boy asked the wheat-haired man who he was. At this question, Rockdil frowned fiercely. His eyebrows moved to the bridge of his nose, thinking that he did not even know his family. Leaning one hand to his side, he introduced himself and immediately got down to business. Reaching his hand forward, Rockdil sharply asked Kim Joo-hyuk if he wanted to become stronger. The wheat-haired man's lips stretched into a smile, and something predatory and creepy appeared in his eyes. It was much easier for those who belonged to the main line of the family to achieve power, but not for those who belonged to the sideline. And the Ventric family differed from other families in that it possessed a mask with a beak, a relic of one of the constellations. Usually the constellations of the 5th class had a guardian who was the immediate protector of the family, and it was he who chose the one who would become a constellation. But in the Ventric family, a contract was made with someone who had not yet been chosen by a constellation, which gave the chosen one the opportunity to make a contract with a constellation without disagreement. Thanks to this decision, the Ventric family gained and managed to gain the greatest influence in Europe. Besides, the side branches had the same power as the main one. It is clear that with such a schedule, Rockdale Ventric became too arrogant. Most recently, the British Academy closed its doors to him because of the fuss he made. However, the boy did not get very dirty, deciding that it is not worth it to miss the spilled milk, and nothing terrible happened. With a predatory smile, Rockdale then told his maid that he always gets what he wants in any case. He perfectly understood that given the family he was from, they would definitely find a way to bring him back. There was already a plan in his head that would give him what he wanted. The first point of this plan was to recruit Kim Joo-hyuk, who managed to distinguish himself at the induction ceremony. Rockdale stubbornly promised to lead the boy to the constellation of the Ventric family if he obeyed him. In response to his speech, Kim Joo-hyuk pragmatically asked the wheat-haired man if he was a fool at times. Hearing this, Ventric froze with his mouth open, glaring at his interlocutor in surprise. Yura de Felix was also looking at the dark-haired boy with wide-open eyes, lost in her thoughts. When Rockdill rested his hand on the table, Kim Joo-hyuk added that he understood very well that he himself was not interested in the wheat-haired man and that he was simply waving away from the very beginning. Hearing Rockdill call him a fool for saying such nonsense, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly asked if he was wrong. Ventrick's face was as red as a boiled crayfish from the strain as he gritted his teeth and called him an ignorant bastard. Suddenly, the harsh voice of the instructor sounded behind him, ordering Rockdale to quickly return to his seat. Ventrick simply snarled in a U-turn, questioning whether he had just dared to command him. Turning around, the boy saw Lee Sang-chul in front of him, who was standing with his arms crossed over his chest. The man calmly noticed that the boy is in Valhalla. That is why he must obey the local instructors, regardless of the influence of his family. Rockdill Ventrick did not dare to contradict the instructor, as he had heard a lot about him. Realizing that he couldn't do anything now, the boy clicked his tongue helplessly. Turning around, he resolutely headed for the door, and Yuria followed him with folded hands. As he opened the door, Rockdill glanced over his shoulder at Kim Joo-hyuk, promising that they would meet again. Kim Joo-hyuk watched Ventrick leave the classroom in silence. Already in the evening, leaving Valhalla, the boy reflected on the fact that he did not learn anything about the Room of Constellations, but instead managed to face the fool. Lost in his thoughts about the scouts from the guilds who were constantly rubbing shoulders at the entrance of the school, he didn't even notice that Choi Arin was walking behind him. Suddenly, the boy heard a soft voice behind him and turned his head with interest. Choi Arin stood looking at him with wide eyes, again asking him to teach her swordsmanship. All thoughts suddenly disappeared from Kim Joo-hyuk's head, and he asked her if she didn't like their conversation yesterday. At this time, in the upper-class room of the Valhalla dormitory, Rockdill Ventrick foolishly smeared his hand on the table lamp, smashing it to pieces. Yuria stood silently, waiting for the boy to have a fight. Rockdill was furious because Kim Joo-hyuk, who was an orphan, dared to humiliate him. Staring at the wreckage of the broken lamp, he growled at the maid to contact Dicer, as he planned to throw him the job. The broken lamp did not bring comfort, so the boy still stood, holding his hand in a tightly clenched fist. Not hearing the expected answer, he turned slowly, glancing at the maid. But she stood, immersed in her thoughts, not even looking in the direction of Rockdale. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the hair, which made the girl scream loudly. Pulling her close, Ventrick growled for her to respond when he addressed her. The boy scornfully asked if she still considered herself the eldest daughter of the palace family. After his offer to throw her out of the Ventrick family, Yuria fearfully replied that she did not want it. In the next moment, she already flew to the ground, falling face down. Looking at her disdainfully, Rockdill repeated the order to contact Dicer so that he would deal with someone. The guy also ordered her to tell the son of the Rise family that Ventrick wanted to see him, to which Yuria timidly agreed. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was sitting in his room on the bed, exploring the possibilities of the received body. He was sitting with his legs crossed, and around his body was a light blue light of mana. Sweat rolled down his face in hail as the boy exhaled laboriously. As he tried to catch his breath, Kim Joo-hyuk thought softly, scolding his body, lamenting that he couldn't get even a drop of magic out of it. Opening his eyes, the boy plunged into thoughts about the evening's events. He remembered how he was walking home, with Choi Arin walking silently behind him. The boy tried to ignore her, walking tiredly along the road. Suddenly he stopped, because of which the girl, taking another step, found herself right behind him, coming up close. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to face her, sharply asking her how much longer she would follow him since they had already reached the dormitory. Ignoring his question, Choi Arin repeated her request to teach her swordsmanship. The boy, having called her a parrot, thought about the fact that she had begun to get on his nerves and that she should die. Suddenly, he shouted about 10 million won, which caused the girl to look at him with wide-open eyes. With his hands in his pockets, Kim Joo-hyuk explained that 10 million won was the price for one of his lessons. After these words, Choi Arin silently lowered her head, looking down at her feet. Seeing such a reaction, the boy added that since she could not afford such a thing, he was moving on. Suddenly, Choi Arin quietly asked him for her phone. He lashed out at her incomprehensibly, not understanding what was happening. However, at the same time he handed her his phone, wondering what it was for. Quickly clicking her fingers on the screen, Choi Arin explained that she wanted to get his phone number. She added that it would be much easier for her to transfer funds to his account. Picking up his phone, Kim Joo-hyuk asked what she meant in confusion. Looking at the screen, he yawned in confusion, unable to find words. A message flashed on the screen that he had won 100 million won. Looking up at the boy from behind the phone, Choi Arin wondered if he would teach her now. However, Kim Joo-hyuk was not lost, refusing her again, after which the girl saw a notification about the rejection of the transfer. Now, sitting in his room, he thought about how an ordinary student could send 100 million won at once. Putting his fingers to his chin, the boy thought that this was quite a large amount. But during the training of the girl, he would have to reveal all his secrets. As he got to his feet, he thought that money didn't matter to him, and the only thing he needed was to find something, even with a small amount of mana. Having dressed and gathered the necessary equipment, the boy exhaled decisively, going in search of a secret stash. There was no one around Valhalla at night, but Kim Joo-hyuk still tried not to make too much noise as he made his way through the trees near the academy. Thoughts swirled in his head that even before entering here, he checked the educational institution. But the records of 300 years ago were mostly destroyed. Approaching the academy, he mentioned that there were only 4 such records left, but he thought there were only 3 of them. The boy stopped, trying to catch his breath, which caused small white clouds to rise into the air. Looking at Valhalla and the mountains that surrounded it, he knew that the records were kept there. Kim Joo-hyuk closed his eyes, concentrating on the need to search the mountains here. He put his hands forward, concentrating the mana that was in him, which caused wide cracks on the ground, from which blue light oozed. The boy knew that the location of the records could be detected by feeling the sensitive marble, and even with a small amount of magic, he knew where to look for the first one. In the middle of the forest path, a small circle glowed with a bright blue glow. Realizing that this indicated that one of the records was there, Kim Joo-hyuk mentally rejoiced at the find. Without thinking long, he swung the shovel into the place where the light shone from the ground. Breathing heavily, Kim Joo-hyuk silently cursed the too-weak body on which the world stands. As he dug the hole, he thought that he would have buried the record in an easier place if he had known how difficult it would be to get to it. And if the tower had not collapsed 300 years ago, there would be no need to do something similar. As he swung his shovel again, he reasoned that the world was collapsing and there wasn't much time to think, so he hid his notes here, hoping to preserve them. Already at dawn, when there was light outside, the boy tiredly wiped his forehead and finally finished his work. Under his feet was a door from which a faint blue glow emanated. Crouching next to her, Kim Joo-hyuk began to fumble with his hand on the door, looking for a keyhole. Finally, he scattered the dirt and dust, finding a place for the key. Realizing that an ordinary key would not fit here, the boy began to gather mana between his hands. She turned into a thread, winding into a small ball. In an instant, the thread itself turned into a small key in Kim Joo-hyuk's hands. Wasting no time, he shoved it into the keyhole and turned it. A wide smile bloomed on his sweaty face as he realized the key had fit. The hatch door opened, letting light into the small, dark room. Kim Joo-hyuk jumped inside, landing on one knee. The corners of the boy's lips curled up as he surveyed his stash. He saw countless treasures, among which were mountains of gold coins and various types of weapons. With his hands on his sides, Kim Joo-hyuk was contentedly examining the possessions from his past life. He smiled, thinking that now that he could not worry about money, he could start looking for the thing he needed. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by something that made him open his eyes wide. Among the pile of gold coins lay several dark purple hoarding stones. Bending down to pick one of them up, Kim Joo-hyuk remembered that he had infused some magic into them, and now it was time to use them. As soon as the stone was in his hand, a blue glow began to emanate from it, rising upwards. Watching the blue glow of mana envelop him, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled widely. He noticed with pleasure that they were simply overflowing with magical power. Having hidden the stone in his pocket, the boy thought about whether he should deal with them and whether he should take ingots and jewels that weigh less. In class, Kim Joo-hyuk sat at his desk, leaning back in his chair, wondering why his whole body ached after a few swings of the shovel. Rubbing his shoulder, he jumped in fright when he saw Choi Erin next to him, crouching down, looking at him. Looking at him with wide eyes, she begged him to teach her the art of swordsmanship. Looking at the girl in a daze, the boy asked why she still wouldn't calm down. The boy did not understand why she needed him, if the Chojin family, to which Erin belonged, was professionally engaged in fencing. He did not lose the opportunity, so he directly asked the white-haired woman why she so persistently wanted to learn from him. Choi Erin explained that she wanted to learn from him because she had never seen anyone with a better blade before. Looking at the girl in surprise, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if her father, the head of the Chojin family, was not the best swordsman. Hearing about her father, the white-haired girl hesitated to answer. The head of Kim Ligon appeared in the doorway, asking Kim Joo-hyuk to go with him to the teacher's room, thereby interrupting the conversation with Choi Erin. Hearing the instructor's voice, the girl got to her feet, and the boy asked why he had to go to the teacher's room. Kim Lee-gun explained that it was related to his previous request, so it should be of interest to him. In response, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled as he stood up from his chair. He walked towards the exit, completely ignoring Choi-erin. Ta stretched out her hand, trying to draw his attention to her and softly calling him. However, at the last moment, she fell silent in mid-sentence, lowering her head in disappointment. Suddenly, the boy's voice came to her, who set the time. She stared after him as he added that she had to be at the training ground at 6 a.m. Choi-erin stared at the boy in silence, not believing what she heard. Kim Joo-hyuk turned his head, wondering if she had already changed her mind about studying with him. Realizing that she had to answer something, the girl closed her eyes hard and shook her head in denial. She called to his back, promising that she would definitely come. Within a minute, Kim Joo-hyuk was already standing in the teacher's room in front of Kim Lee-gun, his hands folded behind his back. Since the time of the lesson was approaching, the instructor promised that he would not delay. Kim Joo-hyuk listened with a slight smile on his face as he was allowed to enter the constellation room. For this, he should have gone down to the basement floor, which slightly puzzled the boy. Kim Lee-gun explained that all but the first floor would be closed to him. With his hands in his pockets, Kim Joo-hyuk asked when he could go to the room. After that, they agreed that he could go down there just tonight. This behavior of the boy surprised Kim Lee-gun very much, because he was sure that he would cause a scandal due to the ban on visiting other floors. However, getting out of the idea, the instructor let the student go to class. After that, Kim Joo-hyuk resolutely turned around and headed for the door. Late in the evening, when it was dark, the student and the instructor were already standing in front of the entrance to the constellation room. In front of them stood a tall building, on the height of which large red symbols and chains were visible. In front of the entrance stood guards in black suits. Kim Joo-hyuk carefully looked at what he saw in front of him and memorized everything. 2 guards were standing in front of the yellow barrier, but when they saw the guests, they tensed up. Noticing this, Kim Joo-hyuk turned his head to his instructor, looking at him intently. One of the guards took out a walkie-talkie, trying to contact someone. The boy noticed that the security here was more serious than at the main gate, to which he received the answer that it was the room that gave Valhalla the status of a great academy. Kim Joo-hyuk lifted his head, looking at the tower and thinking that it was not only guarded, but also surrounded by walls. Looking at the hieroglyphs, octagons, and chains around the room, the boy felt a heavy concentration of magic everywhere except the main entrance. Looking at this, he decided to ask the instructor a question that interested him. After receiving permission to do so, he looked at Kim Lee-gun and asked how he could get to the second floor and whether he would become a criminal by doing so without permission. Crossing his hands on his chest, he replied that he would not become a criminal, but the issue of his expulsion would be resolved very quickly. However, Kim Joo-hyuk was more excited about the part where the instructor informed him that his roof would collapse before leaving school. Kim Lee-gun explained that there was a great power of the constellations raging on the second floor, and if he touched it, he would simply not be able to withstand such a thing. After repeating the list of consequences of illegal entry, Kim Joo-hyuk replied with a smile that he understood everything. However, Kim Lee-gun began to worry that the boy asked such a question right before entering the room, which could mean his plans to go down to the second floor. But later he calmed down, because he understood that the first candidate to visit the room would not do such a stupid thing and perfectly understands the seriousness of the ban. As Kim Joo-hyuk walked into the room, the instructor yelled at him that he only had 30 minutes before he had to leave. Already entering the door, the student waved to him, throwing over his shoulder that he would return soon. Already inside alone, the boy opened a notification about the location of his weapons and memories that needed to be retrieved. Looking at him, he understood that he had to sneeze, because he had come to Valhalla to visit the room. So he decided to go to the 3rd floor to begin with. Descending through the pipes and mechanisms, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered why there were so many stairs that never seemed to end. After taking another step, he stopped, looking in front of him in surprise. In front of him was a corridor, the walls of which were many doors with heavy safe locks. Looking at the shutters, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he expected to find the constellation room on the 1st floor, not knowing if it was the one. However, he was most interested in whether it was worth going into the room at all, if it did not seem overwhelming. Suddenly, the boy stopped when a message about compliance with the conditions suddenly appeared in front of him. After reading that he will now be moved to a room, he was completely confused. Kim Joo-hyuk felt a strange sensation throughout his body. He suddenly opened his eyes when he heard a familiar voice calling him Kim Hyun-oh. Barsh stood in front of him with a broad smile, his hands resting on his sides. The sight of the old rival, who looked not only not dead, but also completely full of strength, shocked the boy. Without removing a wide smile from his face, he noticed that they were reunited after 300 years. He was about to add something else, but was interrupted by a sharp blow to his teeth. Gathering all his rage in his fist, Kim Joo-hyuk foolishly smacked his opponent in the face, causing him to fall off his feet. He snarled fiercely, glad to see him too. When Barsh stood up, he put his hands forward, trying to stop his opponent. However, immediately after that, he was punched again, crushing his face with a blow. The Tower of Destruction boss was still trying to stop the fight and calm the boy down. However, he struck him again, throwing blows indiscriminately and ignoring his opponent's attempts to speak. Finally, Kim Joo-hyuk stopped, looking at Barsh lying on the ground, holding his hand to his cheek. The boy's face turned red from the tension, and he himself tried to catch his breath. Looking at the beaten boss, Kim Joo-hyuk added that he was not one to solve problems with his fists, which surprised him quite a bit. However, in the next second, his face was distorted by a grimace of rage. And the next moment, Barsh was already covering his face with his hands, hiding it from the kicks of the angry boy, who was shouting about a ruined future. With each blow, the opponent remembered the time spent on training his students and the wealth he did not have time to use. However, hearing him shout out, asking if he was wondering where they were, the boy stopped. While Barsh was catching his breath, Kim Joo-hyuk looked around, saying that there was nothing around. Shaking his shoulder, Barsh explained that they were now in a fictional world in the subspace of the relic. He added that he, whom the boy sees now, is only an incarnation, and the real body disappeared 300 years ago, to which the boy looked at him incomprehendingly. Not understanding what was happening, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he had always been in the relic, to which he received an affirmative answer. An assumption appeared in the boy's head, which, however, he could not utter to the end. However, a satisfied smile appeared on Barsh's face, with which he confirmed the unspoken guess. Spreading his hands to his sides, he proudly replied that he had become a constellation. Dazed, Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the boss of the Tower of Destruction, who was smiling happily, proud of himself. Cursing fiercely, in a moment, he had smeared Barsh in the face again. At this time, Kim Legong was standing in front of the entrance to the room, waiting for his student, while the guards kept a close eye on him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the instructor tried to keep a calm expression on his face. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk came out of the building and was immediately searched by security. When the student came up to him, the man asked if he hadn't noticed anything, to which he was told that he was just looking around. The boy added with a smile that he couldn't go down further, because he would lose his mind, to which the instructor chuckled with satisfaction. After that, Kim Legan ordered the boy to come to him, to which he immediately agreed. Kim Joo-hyuk wasted no time in turning around and walking away without asking for a repeat. He walked down the alley leading to his dormitory, lost in thought. Their conversation with Barsh did not leave my head. During the conversation, the boy told the boss that he didn't care what was done to the constellation, but he wondered if it was he who created that transparent notification window. So that was exactly what he demanded an explanation for. However, the boss of the Tower of Destruction replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. But that answer didn't satisfy Kim Joo-hyuk, so he grabbed Barsh by the shins, bringing his fist in for another punch, which made him swear he was up to no good. Hearing that the boss was here completely powerless since he killed him, the boy lowered his hand, thinking about it. He let Barsh go, asking him who could have sent him the message then, to which he replied that he had received the same. Confused, the boy heard that the boss had received a message urging him to find the reincarnated Kim Joo-hyuk and retrieve his memories. Barsh added that one suspicious person had appeared for this reason, and that it would be more interesting if it was the person who made him the boss of the Tower of Destruction. After hearing this information, Kim Joo-hyuk questioned whether the person who made him king of that tower did it, trying to find out who it was. Barsh disappointedly replied that he didn't know, as all his memories of that part of his life were gone, and he doubted they would return immediately. The boss of the Tower of Destruction turned to the boy, wondering what was written in his message. Placing his hand on his chin, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that the message was about the return of weapons and memories, and that some had been censored. However, he did not understand what memories he should find, since he perfectly remembered everything that happened then in the tower. Barsh replied that this might not be all that he should remember, and since he had already found his weapon, the memories should naturally be restored. But Kim Joo-hyuk raised one eyebrow in surprise. wondering at his boss's words that he had already found his weapon. Barche explained that this subspace is the inner world of the 4 types of village swords that have become sacred relics. He added that by using one of these swords, he managed to become a constellation. But when he saw the ferocious look of his interlocutor, he fell silent in mid-sentence. Hearing these words, Kim Joo-hyuk screamed, swearing furiously at his boss. Now he was walking down the street, analyzing the information he had learned. He still couldn't believe that his village sword had turned into a relic with a constellation inside it, and he was sure that no one would believe such a thing. Holding out his hand, he thought about the fact that he wanted to throw away the element of the weapon and never think of it again. In the next moment, Kim Joo-hyuk watched mesmerized as a wooden sword materialized in his outstretched hand. Thoughts swirled in his head that no matter how weak he became, he couldn't stop Barch, and he needed a sword. Suddenly, the boy heard someone calling his name, asking if he had won the entrance exams. Turning his head, Kim Joo-hyuk saw a group of motley boys. Some had colored mohawks, some were bald, and the leader was clenching his fists and grinning wildly. Lyric Sunrise, the eldest son of the Sunrise family, was also a student at Valhalla, but in his second year. Looking at him, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if there were younger ones like him. Lyric rushed to the boy, but one of the Posipak stopped him, after which Sunrise replied that the victory among the entrants is not the right to be rude to the elders. A boy with a short haircut came forward, holding something like a stick in his hand, and asking the leader for permission to spank Kim Joo-hyuk. After that, looking at the freshman, he began to explain the difference between the first year of study and the second. However, he did not have time to finish, because in the next moment he bent in half from pain. A strong kick landed right in his chest. The boy sighed heavily from the blow, and a drop of sweat ran down his temple. Kim Joo-hyuk jumped up, preparing for another strike. A second later, he kicked him in the face, crushing his cheek with the force of the blow. Right after that, Kim Joo-hyuk landed on his feet, still keeping his fist clenched. His opponent, to the frightened and shocked looks of his gang, flew back, flying over the boys. The landing on the gap turned out to be hard, as it was accompanied by a blow to the back against the stone wall. The members of the gang watched as his head fell helplessly down. Picking up not very polite epithets for the person of Kim Joo-hyuk, Lyric turned to face him. A memory flashed through his head, how Rockdale had assured him that he would not remain in debt, and that now he could always count on his support. Instead, he asked the boy to take care of freshman Kim Joo-hyuk. Ventrick didn't care if weapons were involved. He was still going to clean up his tracks if he had to. Keeping a predatory expression on his face, the wheat-haired man asked if they had agreed. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, Lyric timidly accepted his offer. Immediately afterwards, he silently left Ventrick's room, deep in thought. The boy perfectly understood that no matter how cool he was among the first classes, a freshman remains a freshman. Be that as it may, the students of the first and second years were radically different, not least thanks to the contract with the constellations. After all, in the second semester of the first year, students had to visit the room of constellations and sign a contract with one of them. Such students were called contractors, and they themselves received the right to transfer to the next year of study. The contractors also got the right to use the power of their constellation, which Kim Joo-hyuk, who did not belong to any of the families, could not afford. So the task seemed extremely easy to Lyric Sunrise. And now he was standing in front of the one he was ordered to do, and was thinking about the mistake he had made by underestimating his opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk, at this time, armed with his sword, was already fighting with another member of their gang. Pusan, with bright red hair, pulled out a knife as he approached the new one. However, in the next moment, he noticed how the wooden sword he wielded was approaching his face. The blow was strong enough to knock the red-haired man off his feet and fly back. Noticing a shadow above him, Kim Joo-hyuk lifted his head up, assessing his opponent. One of the boys jumped up, planning to attack him with a long pole. With a loud cry, he brought it down on the freshman's head. However, he hit it on an empty place, breaking the asphalt, which was cracked. Staring in a daze at the spot where his victim was standing a second ago, he couldn't believe the ineffectiveness of his attack. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, stood behind him, swinging his wooden sword with a smile. Hearing his voice next to him, the attacker turned pale, realizing the situation he was in. The blow from the sword hit him right on the bridge of his nose and eyes. Lyric and another Pusapaka watched as he flew past them, with his back to the front. A pale Sunrise watched as his friend landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk's face shone with a satisfied smile of victory. The leader of the gang thought in horror that the freshman was taking the sophomores out of the game one by one. Before becoming contractors, the sophomores had to prove their martial arts superiority to the freshmen. Therefore now, looking at the dark bodies of his followers, he did not understand why all his people were so defenseless. Turning his gaze back to his opponent, Sunrise began to analyze his strange swordsmanship. From the outside, it didn't look like it took a lot of effort, but the opponents literally flew away one after another. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk's attention was drawn by a group of boys who remained unbeaten. They huddled together, putting their weapons forward. When the boy barked at them that he would cut off their heads if they continued to hang out here, Lyric looked at his followers, wondering if he should attack now, as he could see that everyone was in a state of confusion. In the end, he pulled himself together and growled at them that there was nothing to be afraid of, because he was only a freshman. Seeing this, Kim Joo-hyuk slung his sword over his shoulder, noticed that the leader of the whole shenanigans was also inspired. After these words, Sunrise raised his sword and rushed at his opponent, ordering him to shut up. However, he stopped almost immediately after that, swallowing loudly. One end of the freshman's wooden sword rested directly in his stomach. Propping up the other end with his palm, Kim Joo-hyuk asked with a wide smile if he would continue to stand like that. A little blue glow came out of the hand, showing the flow of mana. Sunrise was knocked back by such an attack, accompanied by a blue flash. Already in flight, Lyric thought about when his opponent managed to get so close to him. In a moment, the eldest son of the Sunrise family was lying on the ground unconscious. However, Kim Joo-hyuk wanted the banquet to continue, so he silently raised his hand to strike. Crouching next to Lyric, he slapped him, which made him scream loudly. Without wasting time, the freshman asked the boy who he was and why he attacked him. Raising his head, Sunrise replied that he was in a higher class than Kim Joo-hyuk himself. Kim Joo-hyuk snorted, wondering if it was normal for them to let freshmen in there, demanding information on who sent him. Lyric immediately began to make excuses that they just wanted to plant the freshman who took first place. With a big smile on his face, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he would now cry from a fit of gang solidarity. He had already started to get up, ordering to clean up the scene of the fight when Sunrise called out, demanding to stop. The boy pointed out that if anyone found out about this incident, he would be immediately expelled from the academy. Scratching his ear, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly replied that he didn't care about being kicked out, but he should think about his own reputation. Lyric angrily bit his lip when he explained that if information about a group of sophomores who were beaten by a freshman became public, their status would end. With a predatory grin on his face, Kim Joo-hyuk advised him to think about it if he wanted to preserve the academic idol. Leaving his rival lying among the unconscious piles, the boy calmly went home. Staring at the phone screen, Rockdale was impatiently waiting for a call from Lyric, which could come at any moment. Finally, the phone vibrated, displaying the name of the long-awaited caller on the screen. The guy picked up the phone, immediately asking how Kim Joo-hyuk was doing. The voice on the other end of the line was very calm when Sunrise said the person's name. Hearing that he was wiping his hands from such matters, Rockdale was stunned. Stuttering, he asked the interlocutor to repeat what he had just said once more. Just as calmly as before, Lyric advised him to stay away from anything related to Kim Joo-hyuk. A large bead of sweat rolled down Ventric's face as he wondered what could have changed if he had been so cocky before. When he heard the other person hang up, he screamed into the phone, trying to stop him. After hearing the suggestion to write to the academy administration if his words were influenced by Kim Joo-hyuk beating him, Sunrise remained silent. Rockdale continued that if the beatings remained on the body, then there could be no problems with the statement, at the same time mocking that he could not do even that. Lyric listened as he tried to bribe him, promising to transfer the entire agreed amount in full financing from the Ventric family for the work done. However, he replied that even if they were financed by the Rockdale family, they still would not restore their lost pride. Sunrise himself was carrying on his shoulders the first to be cut down, and the boys looked very pitiful. After that, Lyric repeated that he was hanging up. Hearing short beeps in the phone, Rockdale still tried to shout to him. When he realized that the conversation was over, he shook with anger. The new victim of his rage became the phone, which he threw to the ground, breaking it into pieces. He sat hunched over on the sofa, leaning on his folded arms. Yuria stood by silently, not daring to say anything, because she was afraid of being beaten once more. Suddenly, he called her, and the girl immediately answered. Ventric asked if she had contacted Dicer, to which Yuria replied in the affirmative, but added that it would take some time for him to come for a personal meeting. Hearing this, the boy raised his head, furiously asking her where the hell they were taking him. At that time in Mexico, in the Aripia Academy, it was not calm either, because in the hall there was already a mountain of defeated men. DeSera, hearing the notification sound, picked up the phone, surprised by what he saw on the screen. Sitting at a game of defeated opponents, a fair-haired boy with a scarred face read that they wanted to see him in Korea. Upon arrival, he was asked to deal with a man named Kim Joo-hyuk. After reading that the reward was ready, the predatory boy smiled. He thought that after his expulsion, he had no one left to borrow money from, so the circumstances were very good for him. With his gym bag on his shoulder, Kim Joo-hyuk admired how big the Valhalla training hall was. Looking around, he thought about the fact that he was now very tired of running along it, having made one circle. Suddenly he became numb, hearing the voice of Barsh, who asked him why he came here. Looking around, the boy asked how he could communicate with him, to which he received the answer that the boss was in his sword, so there was nothing strange. Hearing in response that the boy thought that the boss had already got out and he could hit him again, Barsh awkwardly fell silent. After receiving the reply that nothing like that happened, Kim Joo-hyuk said that there was nothing to worry about then, while hiding the bag in the locker. While warming up, the boy asked if everything was okay, to which the boss of the Tower of Destruction clarified whether he was asking about his well-being. However, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he was asking about the sword, which was now an artifact and therefore had to be in the territory of Valhalla. The boy was not reassured by the answer about the copy that Barsh had left at his place. On the contrary, that was exactly what was worrying. When asked where he learned how to make copies, the boss replied that when he woke up, he noticed a lack of strength, but found some part of it to make a copy. Hearing that he did not remember where he learned to make copies, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he did not remember much at all. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and saw Choi Arin in front of him. For a moment, he froze like that, with his back arched back, glaring at the girl. Standing up straight and putting his hands on his sides, the boy stated the fact that she did come, to which she agreed. Choi Arin asked him if he would start teaching her swordsmanship right now, to which Kim Joo-hyuk sternly replied with a denial, adding that they would start by increasing her stamina. But she looked at him with wide-open eyes, asking what they were doing it for. However, without explaining anything, the boy turned his back on her, adding that if she is not satisfied with this, she can leave. After hearing the words of agreement, Kim Joo-hyuk turned to face her, offering to start with a small stretch. Staring sternly at the student, the boy explained that improving stamina level increases mana control and the quality of its absorption. Watching the girl warm up, Kim Joo-hyuk analyzed the current training methods that emphasized mana rather than stamina. Looking at the student, he perfectly understood that with a large amount of mana, she had no stamina at all. At one point, Choi Arin approached the teacher and announced that she was done with stretching. Hearing that they were moving on to real training, the girl nodded her head in agreement. Kim Joo-hyuk decided to start training with push-ups from the floor, which were very difficult for the girl. After that, they squatted, while the boy himself held a barbell on his shoulders. Next came dumbbell training for Choi Arin and barbell training for Kim Joo-hyuk. In the end, the extremely exhausted girl just lay down on the floor of the training hall, and sweat was pouring down her face profusely. Hearing the teacher's words that they had just begun, Lady Choi Arin raised her head and asked him again, breathing heavily. However, he just gave us a stern look at her, ordering us to get up and not lie around like a seal. However, his student was most frightened by the words that they needed to run 20 kilometers. After a while, sitting in the classroom and kneading his arm, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if Choi Arin was doing well after training, as he kept increasing the difficulty level. And while he was thinking about the fact that she shows good results every time, the girl herself sat at the desk, straining her whole body. The instructor entered the class, immediately ordering everyone to keep quiet. Lilia, a high-level Valhalla instructor and teacher of dimensional monsters, said that they would be taking a simple written test today. Looking at the students, she recalled that she was talking about independent search for certain information. Taking out the test forms, the instructor added that today she wanted to test how well they knew how to deal with certain types of monsters. In a moment, everyone began to take the test, thinking about each question. And only Kim Joo-hyuk, having quickly chosen the options, sat there, completely unconcerned about the outcome. Lily raised her hand, glancing at the clock to check how much time was left. A minute later, she announced that time was up and asked to pass her work forward. Folding her hands on her chest, the instructor added that the results of today's test will not be taken into account in the total score, but will give an assessment of the picture of their knowledge. After collecting all the papers, she announced that the next lesson would be held in the simulation room. With these words, Lilia said goodbye and left the office. Kim Joo-hyuk was sitting silently, not moving, when he heard Barsh's voice asking if he was sure that it was worth taking the test like this. The boy immediately mentally asked himself if he was spying on him. The boss of the Tower of Destruction explained that he had absolutely nothing to do where he was now. When asked if he could read his thoughts, Barch explained that he could hear the boy's thoughts if they were related to him. After that, Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he answered the questions in the test as he would have done 300 years ago, which completely satisfied the boss's curiosity. At this time, sitting at the desk in the Valhalla first-year teacher's room, Lilia was checking their tests. Reading Kim Joo-hyuk's answers, the woman clenched her teeth tightly in rage. It pissed her off that he himself considered the delusions that the boy wrote in the task to be answers. Kim Lee-gun just made himself a coffee and headed to his desk. Suddenly his attention was drawn to Lilia, who was checking the tests, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Peeking into her workplace, the man asked if it was the tests of his class. Looking at the sheet, the woman explained that to determine the level of practical knowledge, she gave them a simple test as preparation for the lesson in the simulation class. Hearing that the class in which the children of 3 well-known families gathered at once had shown excellent results, Kim Lee-gun smiled shyly. Having said goodbye to his colleague, the man went to his desk sipping coffee. He stopped suddenly, slurping his drink, when he heard Lily angrily growl Kim Joo-hyuk's name. Not only he heard the roar of the woman, but also everyone present in the teacher's room. So now they began to turn their heads in her direction. Kim Lee-gun turned his head to her, asking if the aforementioned student didn't try hard at all during the test. Looking up at her colleague, Lilia replied that he not only didn't try, but in general it was like he was mocking them. While reading the boy's test form, the woman decided not to ignore all this and explained that it is impossible to deal with monsters just like that. A week later, Lilia was once again standing in front of the classroom where Kim Joo-hyuk was studying, while in the virtual simulation class. The woman looked carefully at the students, informing them that she had checked their tests and that they had all done well in principle. However, in the next moment, she summoned Kim Joo-hyuk to her. He slowly moved towards her, scratching his ear. Lilia rested her hands on the podium, carefully studying the boy. After that, she handed him the test form with his answers. Taking it in his hands, he read, "The grade for the test was only 1 point." Frowning, Lilia announced that this student had not received a single point, after which she asked him if he was sure of his answers. To this, Kim Joo-hyuk said that he did everything as he thought was right. Lilia looked at him, repeating the first question in the test, which was about defeating the stone goblins. She asked how the boy did on the test, forcing him to look at his work. However, when Kim Joo-hyuk, in all seriousness, repeated his answer that it was necessary to fight him, she punched herself in the forehead. Unwilling to give up, Lilia moved on to the second question, which was about a situation in which he was attacked by 8 goblins and had to draw up instructions for action. To this, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he should start with the first attackers and hit them with a few point shots. Tilting her head to one side, the woman said that he was taking the test very lightly, and she would have turned a blind eye to it if the answers had made any sense. The instructor reminded him that the goblins were high enough that normal weapons wouldn't hurt them at all, asking if he would be able to take down a goblin. To this, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he could, and everything would be over after the first blow. Lily clenched her teeth at those words, getting angry at the cocky freshman who continued to spout nonsense with a serious face. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the instructor, who could barely hold herself in her hands. Lilia announced that since the student is so sure of his rightness, she will give him the opportunity to prove himself in practice. At the same time, she pressed the buttons on the control panel, entering data for the simulation. After that, the walls shook, disappearing and moving the freshman to a forest clearing. Everyone saw how a tall, pointy-eared figure of a stone goblin appeared behind the teacher. Kim Joo-hyuk silently and contentedly assessed his future opponent. Lilia explained with a smile on her face that if the boy defeated this goblin with her instruction, she would not instill the Nazalic on him. Scratching the back of his head, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he understood everything. He placed the form with his test on the control panel in front of her. Approaching the stand with weapons, the boy immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword. Everyone watched with interest as he calmly walked towards the figure of the goblin. The creature hunched over and growled, baring its teeth as Kim Joo-hyuk approached it. Looking at this picture, Lilia remembered how she had been told that the boy had defeated 120 goblins, so it was not worth underestimating his talent. But she was sure that he could not handle the stone goblin with a blunt sword. Without waiting, the goblin swung its clawed paw, attacking the opponent first. With a wide grin on his face, Kim Joo-hyuk swung his sword, preparing to attack. Everything happened so quickly that Lilia did not even have time to understand what exactly happened. But a few seconds after the start of the battle, the stone goblin was already standing with the sword, up to the hilt, stuck in his belly. The creature growled loudly, and wide cracks went down its face. Immediately after that, the goblin dissipated, turning into a blue light. The sword fell to the ground with a thud, losing its material support. As if in a fog, a shocked Lilia heard Kim Joo-hyuk ask if everything was clear. Turning his face to her a little, the boy repeated that all that was needed was to kill the goblin, and that was it. Yoo Soyeon could not understand how the boy managed to finish off the stone goblin with a sword without any magic. Oh Se-hyuk watched all this in silence, arms crossed over his chest. And for Choi Arin, the boy's skill did not come as a surprise, because it was because of her that she chose him as her teacher. Lilia cleared her throat, asking the freshman how he managed to do it. He looked at the instructor in surprise, explaining, as if to a small child, that he simply argued with him and everything. Biting the nail on her thumb, the woman thought about how this could logically be explained if he was a contractor early in the morning. But he wasn't. And while she was thinking about it, Kim Joo-hyuk asked with a smile if he answered the question in the test correctly. But Lilia wasn't one to give up, so she began entering new simulation data, preparing a new test for him. Sensing the change of scenery, Kim Joo-hyuk froze, wondering at the new challenge. Large stones began to appear above him, forming an arch like a tunnel. In a moment, the boy saw a dark, long corridor, which was illuminated by medieval torches on the walls. Returning to the instructor, he pointed there with his finger and asked what it was. But she frowned, ordering him not to be distracted and to look carefully. A mint green leg with long claws and scars appeared from the darkness of the tunnel. Following this, 3 goblins came into the light, armed with clubs on the faces of which there were various red patterns. Watching this, Lilia folded her arms over her chest and thought that the jungle goblins had very uncontrolled aggression, so it was difficult to deal with them. If you make even one mistake during the battle with them, one of them could use the diaphragm, calling everyone to a merciless battle and become the leader. The woman knew that they were usually fought by specially trained people, or simply tried to avoid clashes with them by running away. Looking at the predatory beast, Lilia realized that if there were 3 in front of them, then 5 were waiting for a mistake to attack. No fencing technique could help against such opponents. Moreover, he practiced with the sword quite slowly. However, Kim Joo-hyuk didn't think long and smiled widely as he attacked his new opponents. The first blow landed on the forehead of the goblin who was standing closest to him. The rest watched as their leader was beheaded. One of the creatures bared its fangs, glaring predatorily in the boy's direction. However, in the next moment, the sword went right into his mouth, splattering blood everywhere. Kim Joo-hyuk calmly watched as the dead goblin knelt before him. His comrades, defeated earlier, were already scattered by the familiar blue light. Lilia looked at this whole picture with her mouth wide open. The freshman turned to her, asking if his victory counted as the correct answer to the second question. Sometime later, he was back in the Valhalla Gymnasium, working out on the treadmill. Choi Arin ran beside him, trying to keep up with the mentor. Finally, the number she was expecting lit up on the simulator's display. She stopped when she saw this, and was soon outside the machine, sprawled out on the floor as Kim Joo-hyuk calmly walked down the bike path. Breathing heavily, the girl sighed, informing the trainer that the goal was achieved. The boy silently turned his head in the direction of the student and looked at her with a slight note of mockery. Standing over her, he wondered if she had been training with her clan, considering how tiring she was from today's lesson. Choi Arin shyly admitted that she usually doesn't push herself like that. Kim Joo-hyuk sternly asked the student how she was going to fight monsters if she was used to feeling sorry for herself. Holding up her index finger, the girl replied that she could simply use the magical power she would borrow from the constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk realized that his guess about the priority of magic power had come true. Looking at the tired student, he could see that instead of training endurance, she preferred magical power. And he also perfectly understood that training by borrowing the forces of the constellations could level weak physical strength. But this was a very risky venture. In practice, it could very well be that she could end up in a dungeon where the magic restriction would apply. And it was quite possible that during the battle all the mana would run out abruptly. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy remembered that the constellations could not share physical forces, and then it was not known what could happen. Hearing her being called, Choi Arin looked up at her teacher. Resting his hand on her side, he asked her if she thought the exercises he was putting her through were beneficial for her. The girl rose and bowed, quietly answering in agreement. Looking up at the boy, she added that he had promised to teach swordsmanship once they had built up their stamina. After these words, a sly smile bloomed on Kim Joo-hyuk's face, and he asked the student if she was only doing all this because of his order. Sweat covered the girl's face as she awkwardly pondered the answer. Turning his back to the student, Kim Joo-hyuk threw over his shoulder that training was over for today, as he had to go to the academy tomorrow. At this, Choi Arin asked the teacher if he was still staying here. Looking at the girl, the boy replied that he wanted to make another approach. Hearing him offer her to do it too, she froze, looking at him with eyes full of despair. Without waiting for her answer, Kim Joo-hyuk waved her off to go home. Opening the hall door, Choi Arin said goodbye to her teammate. Kim Joo-hyuk hadn't even turned toward the door when it slammed loudly. He was busy choosing another disc to increase the load on the bar. Suddenly, Barsh's voice rang out in his head, who was interested in the name of his student, which puzzled the boy a little. While he was clinging to the disc, the boss enthusiastically replied that she does not argue with the teacher and follows all his orders, and at the same time she does not complain at all. Kim Joo-hyuk was about to begin his own training, replying that she had been very persistent in asking for it. Barchi wondered in surprise if he had already shown swordsmanship. With a smile on his face, the boy added that he wanted to take the girl as a student because she really wanted it. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to where he heard someone's heavy breathing from the side. Next to him, Kim Joo-hyuk noticed Oh Se-hyuk, who was concentrating on his training while lifting a barbell. Exhaling heavily, the boy got up, sat down on the bench, and sweat dripped profusely down his face. Feeling a careful look on him, he looked at his classmate. He watched him intently for a moment without looking away. Kim Joo-hyuk answered him in kind, leaning on his knees. In the end, he was the first to dare to break the silence, asking how long the wheat-haired man had been in the hall. While drying himself with a towel, Oh Se-hyuk replied that he was here almost every day since he only played sports before entering the academy. In a moment apologizing, the boy got up from the simulator, leaving his teammate alone. Looking at him, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that the blonde was able to withstand heavy loads calmly and assumed that it was due to his talent. While the boy was looking at the back of his teammate, he again heard the voice of Barsh, who asked if the boy was interested in the wheat-haired man. As they began training, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he thinks Oh Se-hyuk is much smarter than those who only train with magical abilities. Next, he asked the boss of the Tower of Destruction what the constellations were doing, but he could not get a clear answer. Barshi said that he himself was in isolation for 300 years, so he has no idea what the other constellations are doing. However, he added that he will be able to get information after the main quest is completed. While he was training, Kim Joo-hyuk remembered the additional task that Barsh had talked about. Sitting on the simulator, the boy looked at the message, reading about the need to obtain the heavenly sword in the Eye of Valhalla. He cursed in his mind, thinking that he could have collected his things long ago, but now he would have to be stealthy. Barsh did not miss the opportunity to remind about the recent fight with the sophomores, to which he received the answer that the boy had held on for quite a while. At the same time, he added that if he hadn't beaten those boys, his head would have cracked, like the boss of his time, to which he remained embarrassed. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he still couldn't leave until he fulfilled the conditions of this quest, and he also hoped to discover some information about reincarnation. At this time in London, in the family mansion of the Ventric family, the head received a visitor sitting in a chair at the head of the table. Her guest stood at the other end of the table with his hands folded behind his back. Crossing one leg over the other, Adelia Ventric asked to be told exactly what had happened. The man standing in front of her reported that they had managed to deal with a maze on the outskirts of Reading. The girl praised him, wondering if he wanted to report anything else. He added that he planned to recruit some competent people he met on the way to the mansion. To the lady's question about how strong the member of Robert's clan who survived the dungeon was, he replied that the two opposites were high-ranking contractors. Adelia ordered that their potential be evaluated and referred to her, because such people, in her opinion, deserve the blessing of the Ventric family. When asked if that was all, the man hesitated for a moment, guiltily lowering his head. From the words about the information about Rockdill, the girl looked intently at the interlocutor. When she asked if he had been up to something again, the man said he had heard that he had recently invited Dicer to Korea. Hearing this name, the girl frowned, fiercely looking in front of her. Dicer Ventric was a troubled child and a vicious troublemaker. He committed many terrible deeds, constantly under the name of the Ventric family. At the age of 20, he was kicked out of his family because he killed 5 people who tried to argue with him. Adelia speculated that Rockdill was planning to meet with Dicer, who had been in hiding for the entire time since the expulsion. Hearing the order from the lady to search the outlaw on behalf of Rockdale, the man humbly bowed in agreement. However, hearing that it was necessary to inform Rockdale himself about this, he tensed up a little. The girl added that if it was noticed that he had done something strange, similar to what Dicer had, then he would also be expelled from the family. The man bowed once more, assuring that everything would be done. He added that this was the end of his report and asked permission to leave. After the interlocutor left the office, Adelia looked at the place where he had just stood for some time. The girl thought about the fact that the bastards Rockdill and Dicer brazenly used the power and permissiveness that they received only by birthright. She was sure that it was strictly forbidden to put such influence in the hands of such Tuan. Before her eyes, above the door of the office, hung the credo of their family, which said that everything should belong to one. Not without pride, Adelia thought that such a power belonged only to her. After a silent answer, she shot a glance somewhere behind her back with a smile. There, where hung a picture of their guardian constellation in a sad mask with a long nose. The next morning there was a lesson in Valhalla, where the teacher explained that villains are those who use the power of the constellations for evil purposes. He added that although most often it is one person, there is also a place for criminal groups in their world. And while he rambled on about the monotheists and their constellations, Kim Joo-hyuk boredly studied his hand. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy thought about how he felt as he grew stronger through training, but he also felt the potential in his mana concentration. He understood that he was slowly approaching the level he had before his rebirth. However, he also understood that he was still very weak. However, the boy did not understand why his current body was so weak. On the first day, he was barely able to complete the chi circulation, as he had less manhwa in his body than an ordinary person, and the physical training was so terrible that he got tired after a few swings of the shovel. As he continued to stare intently at his hand, Kim Joo-hyuk reasoned that no matter what he would be able to finish what he had started. He even had the thought that something had happened to the boy he was reborn into in the past, and that was why he was weak. However, throwing his hands behind his head, he dismissed this thought as unimportant. Suddenly, he heard a soft tapping of one finger on his desk. Opening his eyes, the boy turned to the sound with interest. Yoo So-yeon watched him closely, turning her head in his direction. In a moment, a sheet of paper, folded twice, was already lying on the corner of his desk. Surprised, Kim Joo-hyuk took the note and began to unfold it with interest. Seeing that there was only one word on the piece of paper, the boy got a little annoyed, not understanding what was happening. Already in the evening, Kim Legan told his wards that they would be allowed to leave the Valhalla building this weekend, but before that, they had to write a statement. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about the opportunity he had. In a few minutes, he was already holding a statement in his hand, in which the reason for leaving was the desire to take a walk outside. After seeing the statement, Barshi asked in surprise whether he was going to break out into the outside world. However, their dialogue was interrupted by a voice calling out to Kim Joo-hyuk, to which he turned with interest. Behind him stood Yoo So-yeon, putting on her backpack as she went. She immediately began to accuse the boy of playing a joke on her, but he rudely interrupted her, asking what she needed. The guy added that he even replied to her note, to which she did not write her own reply. So he advised her to hurry, as he still wanted to apply for permission to leave the academy. Yoo So-yeon timidly began to pick up the words, muttering and belching again and again. Within seconds of this conversation, Kim Joo-hyuk went on an angry tirade about how she could have already said what she wanted. After hearing how the boy called her abnormal, the girl stopped stuttering and instead angrily lashed out at her teammate. In her mind, she asked herself why she was abnormal, until Kim Joo-hyuk replied that holding someone up with his meows would not be a normal person. However, after hearing a clear question about what she wanted to say, the girl fell silent again and began to stutter, choosing her words. In the flashback, she was transported back to the forest clearing during Lilia's lesson and watched the boy mesmerized. The same one thrust a sword into the stone goblin's stomach, which was an absolute surprise for everyone. The girl remembered how he did it without any use of magic, and this technique was extremely different from anything she had seen in books. And now the girl just wanted to ask how he managed to cope with that goblin. However, looking up at her teammate, Yoo So-yeon felt like she was stomping her pride into the swamp. But as soon as the girl opened her mouth to ask a question that interested her, Lilia rose between them like a devil from a snuff box, her ears pricked up. Both looked at the instructor with obvious surprise. Kim Joo-hyuk's head immediately flooded with thoughts about where she could have jumped from. However, he only asked aloud why she entered into their conversation if he thought she disliked him, at which she was very surprised. The guy added that it should be like that, given his answers to the test, which publicly put her in a stupor. However, the woman replied with a smile that she had nothing to do with it, since he had shown her a completely different way to finish off the monster. Kim Joo-hyuk froze in surprise when she abruptly put her hand on his shoulder. With a smile, Lilia asked the boy if he would like to become her assistant at that time, but he politely refused, arguing that he had submitted an application for departure. Kim Joo-hyuk continued down the corridor, while Lilia, hanging on his arm, persistently urged him to write with number. Joint work about monsters. Yoo Soyeon, whom they had left behind, raised her hand trying to call her teammate. However, seeing that he was busy with the instructor, who promised to finance his research, disappointedly dropped her. Immediately after that, she exhaled with a smile, realizing that she would no longer have to humiliate herself in front of him. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk was already standing in the middle of one of the streets with his head held high. Before his eyes stood a tower that rose high into the sky. It was located near one of the local markets, where there were practically no visitors at the moment. The night before, he'd been sitting in his dorm room, scrolling through his phone in search of the information he needed. When Barshi was asked what he was doing, the boy replied that he was looking for information about the place he wanted to go to tomorrow. Kim Joo-hyuk also planned to find a forum where he could sell the treasures he found in his stash. Suddenly, his gaze stopped, and the boy informed the constellation that he had found exactly what he was looking for. From what he could learn, you could trade anything in the market once you paid the entry fee. It was considered a black market due to the large number of criminals and swindlers, and the founder of the market was one of the constellation guardians. Because of this, it was often used by high-ranking officials. However, even if it was illegal, the authorities were in no hurry to stop such trade. In his search for how to get into the market, Kim Joo-hyuk came across an extensive post that provided information about it and started looking for a link. Suddenly, the phone rang, notifying the owner of a message. Seeing Choi Aaron's name on the screen, the boy snickered, timidly pressing the watch button. After receiving several crying bunny emoji messages from her, he asked her what she wanted. After reading that the student had a trip scheduled for tomorrow, which would make her unable to come to practice, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that she had to go tomorrow as well. Not understanding the meaning of his abbreviated message, Choi Aaron looked at her phone screen in confusion. She sent him a question mark, to which he replied that he just wanted to wish her a good trip. In response, Kim Joo-hyuk received several messages, but this time the bunny emoji was happy. Seeing this, the guy began to think feverishly why she continues to send him such messages. But almost immediately, he returned to thinking about the link that he could use to find the coordinates of how to get to the market. Finding what he thought was the link he wanted, Kim Joo-hyuk clicked on it without thinking. The next morning, as soon as it dawned, the boy went to the specified address. Looking around and periodically glancing at his phone, he thought about the fact that he was told to go somewhere here. The message said that the destination was somewhere near the old cafe. Suddenly, his eyes caught what he was looking for. Kim Joo-hyuk stopped in front of the web door. The letter E on the sign tilted, threatening to topple over. When he entered, he saw that everything inside was scattered and neglected. There were cobwebs everywhere, and chairs were lying on the ground. Looking at his phone, Kim Joo-hyuk read that he needed to go to the right corner. Turning his head, he saw that there was an old locker in the corner, and next to it there was an open door, from which a light came. Grabbing the doorknob, the boy lightly pushed the door. After doing so, he went out into the backyard of an abandoned cafe. His gaze immediately caught the tall tower that stood in front of him. However, his destination was 2 rows of stalls facing each other. To preserve privacy, everyone here was wearing masks. Watching the apartment buildings with black smoke billowing from their chimneys, Kim Joo-hyuk watched this scene in fascination. He thought about the fact that he was here for the first time, but it all seemed very familiar to him. Everything he saw reminded him of the landscape he saw 300 years ago. Hearing someone behind him ask if he was here for the first time, the boy turned to look at the stranger. Standing before him was a young man with brown hair and a black leather jacket. Upon seeing him, Kim Joo-hyuk remembered how the message had told him to take the 2 million with him and give it to the worker in the leather jacket. After hearing an affirmative answer to his question, the man clarified whether he knew how to use the market. Taking out a wad of money, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he knew to some extent. Accepting money from the boy, the market employee politely thanked him. Kim Joo-hyuk himself thought about the fact that he had to give away almost all the money he won in the entrance exams, leaving only 30,000 for himself. When the man asked if he wanted to ask something, the guy replied that he was interested in something. Lowering his voice a little, he asked where he should go if he wanted to sell the jewels he had. He asked if the guy wanted to put them up for auction, to which he got the answer that he just wanted to sell them as soon as possible. The worker said with a smile that in such a case, he should go to the market in the 3rd district, because everything from jewelry to ammunition was bought there. When asked who could be considered the most reliable there, he replied that he would advise going to Morris, who had the best prices. Kim Joo-hyuk asked how to get to the 3rd district, to which the man pointed to an alleyway, telling him to keep going straight. The guy thanked him and was about to leave when the worker stopped him, adding that there was something else. He handed the boy a mask, advising him to use it while he was here. The man explained that due to the nature of the goods that are sold here, almost everyone here wears masks. While Kim Joo-hyuk was putting it on, the employee added that he could consider the mask a personal gift from him. Turning to face the man, the boy thanked him just as grudgingly. When he turned around, he bowed to him, saying goodbye. Walking through the 3rd district of the market, the boy noticed that everyone here was really wearing masks. One of the sellers meticulously examined the diamond in his hand through a magnifying glass. Hearing someone ask him if his name wasn't Morris, the man lunged forward, raising his head. Looking at the boy in the black mask, the merchant replied that he had come to the address. Kim Joo-hyuk lowered his voice and announced that he had a few things he wanted to sell right now. Morris replied that it all depends on the type of goods, but if it is jewelry or gold, then he will be able to check them quickly enough. Wasting no time, Kim Joo-hyuk reached into his bag to retrieve the goods. From there, he slowly took out a black bag that clearly contained something heavy. Slamming it down on the table in front of the merchant, the boy said he wanted to sell it. Interested, Morris immediately untied the bag, finding many rings in it. Taking one of them, he meticulously began to examine it through the magnifying glass. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, not believing what he saw in front of him. Looking at the ring with a multifaceted red stone in the center, he was surprised to realize that this artifact belonged to the Age of Destruction. Morris had no doubt that the artifact in his hands belonged to that era. He began looking through the rest of the jewels on offer to make sure they were from the same era. Seeing how the ornaments shimmered with a purple glow, the man realized with fascination that they were all from the same period. He was distracted from contemplating the precious treasures by the voice of the seller who was offering them. He watched him carefully, impatiently asking how much the merchant could offer for them. Morris scratched his chin as he peered into the bag and considered the price he could give. And at this time, the only thing in his head was the thought of where the boy could get so many jewels from the Age of Destruction. As he looked to be no more than 20, the merchant raised his head and asked where he got so many jewels. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he had heard that such questions were not asked here, clarifying whether he had made a mistake. Lowering his head, Morris began to apologize feverishly to the salesman. Taking up the study of one of the artifacts again, the man scolded himself for losing his head for a moment, forgetting about the rules, which threatened to lose the seller's reputation. Finally, he squeezed out of himself that he could not even soberly assess them and name their value. Pushing the pouch away from him, Morris added that since they were artifacts from the Age of Destruction, he didn't have enough funds to buy them back in full now. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised, but quickly pulled himself together, asking where he should go to get the money for the goods. Pointing his finger somewhere in the alley, Morris advised to go to the tall building where the auction hall was located. After hearing about the auction, the boy immediately specified how long it would take to push the jewelry from the auction. The merchant replied that it takes about 2 to 3 weeks on average. Since many places are already reserved, some time must pass. The next thing that interested Kim Joo-hyuk was whether he needed to appear in person if he put the item up for auction. Having heard from Morris that in the case of verification of payment, it is necessary to be present, the boy reflected that there was a lot of trouble with all this. He looked at the merchant and asked him to estimate how much such a bag would fetch at auction. He began to study the contents of the bag in detail, muttering under his breath time after time. In the next moment, he started clicking on the tablet screen, entering the amount of the proceeds. Seeing the number that had many zeros in it, Kim Joo-hyuk stared at the screen, not believing his eyes. Although after thinking about it, he realized that they were not cheap even in his past life, which is why he hid them from prying eyes. The boy turned to the merchant, asking how much money he was missing. Scratching his chin, Morris replied that if he sold everything he had, he would only be able to pay 3/4 of the total value of the jewels. After hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk said that this is how much he is willing to sell him. In response to this, the merchant lashed out at the boy, his mouth agape in surprise. The fact is that Age of Destruction artifacts were expensive, not only because of time, but also because of constellations. They began to appear precisely at the end of this era, and for an unknown reason, synergized well with the artifacts of that era. Morris remembered that even a person who did not possess the power with their help could conclude a contract with the constellation. Looking carefully at one of the rings, which was emitting a light purple smoke, the man remembered a contractor named Zone Alchemist. Observing the circulation of mana in the ornaments, Morris' last doubts that they belonged to the Age of Destruction were dispelled. He knew full well that the magic released at the end of this era still remained within, and the artifact of this era must have certain characteristics. He couldn't have imagined that he would be able to buy back 8 Age of Destruction artifacts as cheaply as he did. Morris threw the jewelry into the bag, thinking that today was probably the happiest day of his life. Suddenly, someone's shadow loomed over him, and the man broke away from his new purchase to look at the guest. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he looked in front of him in fear. In front of him stood an unknown person in a black cloak, from under which a white shirt and a dark tie were visible. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was walking back through the back door of the abandoned cafe. He took off the mask, exhaling loudly because he was very uncomfortable in it. Looking around, he thought that if he had passed through the same door, he should have found himself in the same cafe, which was confirmed by the scattered furniture. Taking out his phone, he looked at the history of money transfers, where it was indicated that money was credited to his account and other actions with it. Seeing the amount, the boy smiled, realizing that the money issue was resolved. He could not even think that he would get so much for 8 rings. As he went outside, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he shouldn't have a problem with money now that he still had a whole stash of treasures. Suddenly, he stopped, looking at the phone, which began to vibrate. An unfamiliar number was calling him, so Kim Joo-hyuk thought hard about whether to answer. Finally, he lifted the phone to his ear and pressed the answer button. Lilia's voice was heard on the other end, who eagerly inquired what he was doing and offered to have lunch together, because of which he even moved the phone away from his ear. However, the boy was more interested in the question of where she got his number from, which he immediately asked her about. The woman replied that she was a Valhalla instructor and quickly motioned for him to come to the training hall for lunch. Hearing her hang up before he could say anything, Kim Joo-hyuk thought to himself as he stared at the phone screen, "What a rude thing to do." However, in the next moment, the thought crossed his mind that he could spit on everything and eat at her expense. In the market at that time, a masked stranger was standing, carefully watching the merchant. Morris froze, not daring to move under the visitor's scrutinizing gaze. Finally, finding his strength, the man asked why the visitor had come to him. He was surprised at the question, wondering if they were on such bad terms with him. Morris, whose face was abundantly covered with sweat, replied that even with several meetings, the merchant could not just talk to the owner of the market. Everyone called the owner of the market the Black Cat because he wore a distinctive mask and matching colored clothes. He laughed briefly, replying that it was his manner of communication that he liked. Morris raised his head and repeated the question why the master had come to him. The man was looking at the black-gloved hand that Black Cat was resting on the counter, wondering about the anonymous bid for the auction, to which Morris noticed that the anonymous application turned out not to be so anonymous. Scratching his nose on the mask, the Black Cat added that since the master of the market is not himself, but his constellation, then he can collect any information he wants. The next moment he asked the merchant to let him look at the goods he had put up for auction. Morris stared uncertainly at the black-gloved hand extended in his direction. Answering in agreement, the man thought about the fact that the Black Cat had decided to take an interest in the artifacts for the first time. So the merchant thumped a bag of newly bought jewelry in front of him. Black Cat examined the ornaments, nodding in satisfaction, then concluded that they must sell for a very good price. Morris swallowed loudly, straining to ask what he meant. Looking at the message that appeared in front of him, Black Cat explained that apparently his constellation liked the ring very much. Lily invited Kim Joo-hyuk to the Valhalla restaurant, so in a while they were both sitting at the table. Closing her eyes, the woman savored the pasta, sticking a fork in her mouth. Chewing the food, she purred happily, enjoying the taste of the food. At this moment, Kim Joo-hyuk was looking aloof somewhere to the side. Filling her cheeks, Lilia opened her eyes, surprised to notice that the student was not eating, and the boy replied that he was thinking about having a place like this in the academy. Raising a finger, Lilia explained that in addition to the dining room and cafe, there was also a regular restaurant in Valhalla, surprised that he did not know. Threading the spaghetti onto his fork, Kim Joo-hyuk grumbled that he just wasn't that interested. Finally, he decided to get down to business and asked why she had called him here. The woman smiled, closed her eyes, and exhaled. Leaning over the table, Lilia again offered him to become her assistant, to which he replied with a smile that he did not want to. The puzzled woman said that he should think before refusing, as he should understand that the assistant will have certain privileges. Chewing on a piece of pizza, Kim Joo-hyuk looked intently at the instructor, who asked him to listen to her until the end. When the woman heard the student asking about the kind of privileges he would have, her eyes lit up with a happy fire. The first thing she mentioned was that the student received a scholarship and many grants, but he was not very impressed by this. The instructor's next argument was to write a thesis together with her, in which he would be able to outline the features of monsters that were not yet known. However, even the words that he could get fame, fortune, and recognition did not impress the boy, so he did not even tear himself away from the pizza. After thinking about it, Lilia added that he would be able to go outside twice a week instead of just once a month. But this argument didn't work either. The woman put her hand to her chin, thinking about what else she could offer the freshman. Pointing at herself, Lilia said that he would be able to work with her. However, Kim Joo-hyuk, continuing to poke his fork in his plate, replied that it was a dubious privilege. He looked up at the instructor as she clenched her fists and yelled at him to stop gloating, and finally agreed to be her assistant. Sending another portion of spaghetti to his mouth, the boy refused, thinking that he did not hear any interesting offer. Looking ahead, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about the fact that his task was to get to the Eye of Valhalla, and this was only possible with certification. Hearing that he was not going to become her assistant and write a thesis, Lilia gritted her teeth in impotent rage. But a new idea appeared in her head, immediately after which she offered the boy to simply exchange information. The woman added that she could tell him anything he would be interested in, and he would tell everything he knew about monsters. Hearing that he was interested in what information she could share with him, the woman replied with a smile that it was about Choi Arin. Looking up at the instructor, Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised at how close he and Choi Arin looked from the outside. However, as soon as he wanted to say that he was not interested in it, Lilia blurted out that she could be kicked out of the family, which threw the boy into a stupor. After that, the boy stood up, going to leave. But the instructor held out her hand, trying to stop him. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he hadn't heard anything that would interest him in working with her. However, Lilia added that even in such a case, he would have to share with her a piece of information that he possessed. When he replied that he was not interested, the woman exploded that he knew it now anyway. Looking carefully at the instructor, the boy added that something was quite interesting to him, and he was interested in why she is so strict during classes, if in life she is very varied. Lilia replied that she had to take information about monster battles as seriously as possible. After all, she believed that their survival would depend on this in the future, and some of them could not remember even elementary basic attacks. Putting her hands on her sides, she answered his question with a smile that this was not an ideology, but the simple duties of an instructor. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled widely and turned around, heading for the door. The instructor held out her hand, demanding that he pay for the information he received, to which the boy replied that he was not interested. At this time, Choi Jung-seok was sitting at the table in the Choi-jin family's house in Sihyun. In front of him on the other side of the table sat his two children. The man informed them that he had gathered them here to find out his intentions before the placement test began, as he was concerned about the prestige of the family. The eldest son of the Choi-jin family was a young black-haired boy named Choi Jin-jong, and Choi Arin herself, who was the second daughter of the family, listened with her head, lowering her gaze to the ground. The man stood up and walked over to the table behind him, removing the sword from it. Looking at the weapon that glistened in the sun, he announced that if they passed the test well, they would be able to sign a contract that would confirm their membership in the family. After hiding the weapons, the chairman added that in case of failure, they would be expelled immediately. The boy and girl watched Choi Jung-seok carefully, listening to his every word. Looking at them sternly, he asked if they were ready for such a test. Choi Jin-jong answered without thinking that he was ready. Choi Arin's voice didn't have that firm confidence, but she also said that she would do it. After receiving the children's answers, Choi Jung-seok closed his eyes, informing them that the placement test would be held in 3 weeks. After that, he added that they can both go. After stepping outside, Choi Arin followed her brother, who was walking in front. Suddenly, he stopped, asking his sister if she did not understand the hints, because of which the girl looked at him in surprise. Not understanding what was going on, Choi Arin asked him what he meant. Choi Jingjong turned to his sister, angrily asking if she had noticed the look on his father's face when he said he would take the test. The image of her father, who looked at her with an angry look, immediately appeared in the girl's memory. The boy continued to make fun of her because she was planning to become the head of the family. Despite her fierce look, he still spat in her face that she was illegitimate. Upon hearing this, Choi Arin clenched her teeth tightly to refrain from slapping her elder brother. With a predatory grin, Choi Jingjong advised her not to lose hope that she would be able to win the placement test. Coming closer, he added that she was not even worth his finger. Without waiting for his sister to answer, the boy put his hands to his sides, adding that if she had already lost morally, she could continue to embezzle the family money. Having already opened the door, he pointed out that she would still pay and warned that their meeting would take place in 3 weeks. Choi Arin stood still, staring at the place where her brother had just stood. An image of her mother calling her appeared before her eyes. Barely uttering words, she told the crying girl that she should become the head of the family. Closing her eyes, the girl remembered her words that only after that she could do what she wanted. Her gaze was full of determination to defeat her older brother in the decisive test. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk sat in the classroom again, watching the teacher draw out formulas on the blackboard. In his head, he had an active dialogue with Bart, who suddenly reminded him that the exams would soon begin. To the question he had before that, he replied that if he had sat more quietly, he would have been able to hear how the teacher explained the principle of testing. Kim Legan looked around the class, talking about how exams are very important in Valhalla. Looking at the freshmen, he explained that those who score the minimum number of points will be excluded, so they should take it seriously. Kim Joo-hyuk listened boredly as the instructor warned them to do their best to avoid being kicked out after the first exam. The guy thought about the fact that there were not many practical tests, unlike written ones. The thought swirled in his head that he should stay at school until he reached the eye of the great forest. But he had no idea how to get there. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head and he turned to Bars, who was standing with his arms crossed over his chest. He clarified whether he was present at all classes with him. After hearing an affirmative answer, Kim Joo-hyuk offered the constellation to write all the tests for him, which greatly puzzled him. Propping his head with his hand, the boy assured that he would check his answers and correct them if something was wrong. However, Bars responded that this was pure deception, which he considered unfair. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled, reminding himself that he would have taken the test with the constellation clues anyway. At this time, Kim Lee-gun announced the end of the lesson, praising his students. Taking his time, Kim Joo-hyuk stood up, grabbing his backpack. However, hearing a voice behind him, he turned his head there with interest. Seeing Choi Arin next to him, he asked what she wanted. Wasting no time, the girl asked if he would train today. The guy gave an affirmative answer, clarifying whether she was already tired from classes. Choi Arin rushed to assure her that she wasn't tired, to which Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her intently, asking if she wanted to learn fencing. Hearing this, the second daughter of the Choi Jin family froze, looking at her teacher. The boy said that judging by the way she trained with him, she most likely had no sword skills at all. Scratching her ear, he warned that it wouldn't be like fencing or any martial arts, but he would teach her how to hold a blade. Watching the girl's reaction, he thought that it was about time to start training with weapons. When the teacher told her to come to the training room next to the hall, she smiled happily, assuring her that she would. In the evening, he stood in the hall, holding a sword in his hands. Choi Arin stood opposite him with the same weapon. Pointing a finger at her, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered how long it had been since she had last held her sword. Without even blinking, the girl replied that she hadn't touched him since they started strength training. However, to his next question, he received the answer that before that she trained every day. Hearing all this, Kim Joo-hyuk ordered the female student to draw her sword. Choi Arin obediently followed the order, putting her sword forward. Raising his own weapon in front of him, the boy ordered her to put force into her index finger and little finger, thereby tightening the handle. Looking at the hand with which she held the blade, the girl diligently followed the teacher's instructions, gripping the handle tighter. As soon as she did this, a light blue glow immediately began to emanate from the sword, which surprised her quite a bit. Raising the sword in front of her face, the girl thought about the fact that she didn't even put magic into it. But it seemed that this position of the fingers would hold the sword stronger than two hands. Watching the student, Kim Joo-hyuk ordered her to attack him with all her might. Doubt flashed in the girl's eyes, but she did not dare to argue. Taking a fighting stance, Choi Arin prepared to attack. Blue lightning and streams of light began to erupt around her. At some point during the attack, she felt her legs become faster on their own. The girl swung her sword to strike, but Kim Joo-hyuk blocked it with his own sword. Smiling, the boy praised that she had become much faster. After repelling the attack, he advised the student not to put more magic into her legs than necessary. Looking at the teacher, Choi Erin nodded her head. In the next moment, she rushed towards Kim Joo Hyuk again, continuing to attack. Approaching, she made a strong swing with her sword. Dodging the attack, Kim Joo Hyuk praised the strike with a smile. However, he added, repelling her attack, that she should try to turn her body better when stopping. Rubbing her right hand, the girl answered that she understood, and excitement was visible in her eyes. Kneading his shoulder, Kim Joo Hyuk ordered her to attack again and not stop. Choi Erin let out a loud breath, but agreed. In the next moment, their swords crossed again as she attacked. A few sparks flew into the air from the impact of metal on metal. Following the teacher's order, the girl swung her sword again. Watching this, Kim Joo Hyuk smiled as he fought off the female student's attacks. At one point, her sword slashed across the floor, leaving a crack there. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the boy looked proudly at his student, whose face was glowing with joy. Analyzing all of today's training, Choi Erin thought that with Kim Joo Hyuk's help, she was able to become much stronger. Crossing swords with her again, Kim Joo Hyuk looked at her with a look that showed a slight pride for the student. During some time of training, several scratches and cracks appeared on the floor around the girl. She stood struggling to breathe, but still holding her sword in front of her. Kim Joo Hyuk, who hadn't even woken up, noticed with a smile that about an hour had passed, offering to finish for today. Choi Erin agreed, sinking to the floor in agony. She watched as the boy placed the sword he had been training with on the rack. At the same time, the girl thought that her current skill was better than in the entrance exams. However, watching her teacher warm up, she realized that she was not even close to his level. The girl raised her hand, wiping the sweat from her face, after which she called the boy. Hearing the student's call, Kim Joo Hyuk turned his gaze to her. Choi Erin approached him, asking if he would fight her next time. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy thoughtfully replied that he did not know this yet. He thought that talking to her could be quite beneficial, and given her talent, training her would be quite fun. Looking at the student, he remembered that even during the exam, he noticed that she was familiar with certain practices that he also knew. With his arms folded across his chest, Kim Joo Hyuk thought that if she had asked to teach her 300 years ago, he would have definitely taken her. But now was a completely different time. He was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Choi Erin, who didn't give up, asking again if he would fight her again. Smiling, he decided to make a joke, and folding his hands on his chest, answered that he didn't really want to. However, hearing how the student agreed, the boy was surprised at how quickly she gave up. To this, Choi Erin replied that she understood that he was right, and she noticed in her mind that if she followed his instructions, she would definitely be able to become stronger. After hearing that he was right, Kim Joo Hyuk replied that they were done for today, after which they parted ways. In 2 weeks, all freshmen gathered at the Valhalla Stadium. Looking around, Yoo Soyeon thought about the fact that she was here for the first time since the entrance exams. Oh Se-hyuk, folding his hands on his chest, was unhappy thinking about the fact that there were many students around. Kim Joo Hyuk had no idea why they were all gathered here. At that moment, he heard Barch's voice, which reminded him that the teacher had told him about it. At this time, Lee Sang-chul, standing on the stage next to Lilia and Kim Legan, announced that he would talk about how the midterm exams in Valhalla are conducted. Looking at the crowd of students, he announced that today's exam task would be a dungeon attack. As the simulation unfolded around them, the instructor explained that they would be teamed up and sent into a dungeon simulation. Around the perimeter, the freshmen saw walls with doors, marking the entrances to the dungeons. Lee Sang-chul added that they can combine as they wish, while the optimal number for one team is 8 people. Kim Joo Hyuk listened intently as the instructor announced that points would be awarded based on what role they would play on the team. If they fail to pass the exam within 5 hours, the team will be disqualified. Yoo Soyeon lit up when she heard the difficulty level of today's dungeon. When all the conditions were announced, Lee Sang-chul announced the start of the exam. The timer on the big scoreboard clicked, starting the countdown. At that second, the instructors immediately heard the noise of students who were looking for team members for the test. Kim Legan, looking at his mentor, said that the students were overflowing with emotions, as they had expected. He agreed, keeping a close eye on the crowd of freshmen. Yoo Soyeon called out that the signal man on her team wasn't good enough, suggesting someone else join them. At the same time, the girl thought about the fact that she should not take into the team stronger than herself, and 5 hours in a similar dungeon for 8 would be quite enough. Looking at her classmates, she thought that it was quite possible to choose those with good skills from the 6 applicants. Realizing that the cohesion of the team should also be taken into account, the girl waved her hand, urging her group to follow her. Looking at this, Lee Seng-chul thought that as expected, Yu Soyeon understood the essence of the examination process perfectly, unlike the others. Some of the students gathered in groups of 20 people. Some, as was said, entered the dungeon in groups of 8 people. Watching the 2 girls figure out their relationship, the man thought that clashes are inevitable in a poorly coordinated team. Turning to Kim Legan, the instructor advised to prepare for the assessment, as according to his calculations, all the students should enter the dungeon within half an hour. Kim Joo-hyuk stood alone, wondering if there had ever been students who graduated straight away with a passing grade. Suddenly, he was interrupted in his thoughts, turning his attention to a figure standing nearby. Choi Aaron stood in front of the entrance, not daring to enter the dungeon alone. Kim Joo-hyuk approached the student, wondering why she hadn't come in yet. He added that everyone had already left, at the same time asking what she was waiting for. To this, Choi Aaron quietly replied that she was doing as he said. The boy looked questioningly at his student, not knowing what to say. He was trying to figure out what had happened to her, since she had been repeating the same thing like a parrot since the last training session. At a loss for an answer, Kim Joo-hyuk told the girl that he was going to the dungeon alone and advised her to do the same. When she asked him whether she should go alone, he replied that he didn't think the task would be difficult. Choi Aaron silently watched after her teacher as he headed towards the entrance of the dungeon. Watching her, the 2 boys discussed why she was left without a team. One of them approached the girl, offering to go down with them. Pointing a finger at his team, he added that they lacked just 1 man for an optimal squad. In response, Choi Aaron quietly thanked her, but said she would go there herself. Seeing how the girl grabbed the door handle, the boy raised his hand, trying to stop her, and added that she would be disqualified. However, Choi Aaron didn't even turn to him, saying that she would do it herself because Kim Joo-hyuk said it wasn't difficult. He shouted something else, trying to catch up and stop her. However, he did not have time, and in the next moment the door in front of him slammed loudly. At this time in the server, the surveillance team was watching through the blue screens how the exam was taking place in the middle of the dungeons. Among them was Kim Lagan, whose wards were taking the exam. A huge drop of sweat rolled down his tense face. On the screen, he saw 3 students, in front of whom a huge troll was snarling. The guy standing in front with the sword in his hands, Yoon Kyung-hyun, had 2 points. The fair-haired girl, who was rubbing the tip of her tail on her head, Baeyoji, had 3 points. And the blonde Yoon Ji-soo, who was holding a shield in his hand, only had 1 point. They, like the other students, were also closely watched by Lee Seng-chul. Kim Lee-gun intently followed the movements of the mentor, who was adjusting something on the screens. He knew that many may find their assessment rather harsh, but he understood that it was presented quickly, clearly, and without error. Lee Sang-chul has long been called the master of clarity. Ever since he was an ordinary soldier, it was a contractor with a 99% dungeon clearing rate. Kim Lee-gong admired the mentor, so it was understandable that he dared not even for a moment doubt the professionalism of his assessment. After all, thanks to his regalia, he had the right to display those points that he considered necessary, which he was doing right now. Lee Sang-chul himself thought that this year they received quite good wards for training. On the big screens in front of them were Choi Aaron, Yu Soyeon, Oh Se-hyuk, who were also quite active today. However, his attention was drawn to a student who stood out the most among them. This student was Yu Soyeon, who was actively giving out commands to her group members while keeping a stern expression on her face. Standing behind the detachment, she ordered the shield men to hold back the onslaught and the archers to follow those who would jump out from the sides. The orc standing in front of them let out a wild cry, swinging his own at them with a club. His blow caused one of the boys holding the shield to screech loudly. Watching this, Yu Soyeon shouted that the monsters must not break through the front line. At her command, the archers pulled their bows and shot arrows at their opponents. One of them hit the orc's hand, which he used to cover his face. In the next moment, the creature saw Yu Soyeon in front of it, who jumped into the air, swinging her sword at him. And no matter how the orc tried to cover himself with his hands, the blow came straight to his face. The defeated creature fell with a roar and dissolved in a blue glow. Crossing his arms, Lee Sang-chul mentally noted the excellent work of the girl and her team. The girl distributed the roles among the team members, leaving for herself the functions that are guaranteed to bring her points. In addition, fighting with them for control. The instructor understood that once she passed the exam, It would only be a matter of time before she returned to the academy's top students. The man thought that if Kim Joo-hyuk had not appeared at the entrance exams, her reputation would not have suffered. Remembering the boy, he typed his name into the search bar and pressed the button, wanting to see how he was doing. Seeing on the screen that the system does not find any data, the man looked at himself in surprise. He did not understand why the system was not working, but an idea flashed in his head, which he immediately checked. The man brought up the table of those who had already cleared the dungeon on the screen, and one name of Kim Joo-hyuk, time 23 minutes, 32 seconds, and status passed was brightly lit there. Seeing this, Lee Sang-cheol wondered how he could finish so quickly and alone. In the head of the instructor, there was a memory that indicated that pride would soon lose the boy. But not understanding how the schoolboy could show such a result, he decided to watch the recording. A freeze frame of Kim Joo-hyuk's battle recording video appeared on the screen. He was standing in the corridor, holding a sword in his hand. His face was calm and showed no emotion, and his gaze was directed somewhere ahead. In front of the boy, while hidden from the cameras, there was a collectible salt pan of 3 types of goblins and 2 large orcs. However, Kim Joo-hyuk himself was completely unconcerned by this, so he calmly massaged his shoulder with a slight smile on his face. In the next moment, he rushed at the enemies, completely unconcerned about their superior numbers. Seeing this, the goblins grinned savagely, baring their teeth. They rushed at the opponent, giving a battle cry. With a wide smile, Kim Joo-hyuk swung his sword at them. The blow came right between the faces of the creatures, scattering them in different directions. One of the jungle goblins hanging upside down from the ceiling growled, attracting attention. The boy swung his sword, fiercely slicing his cab in half. In the next second, Kim Joo-hyuk landed on the floor, looking at the results of his work. Now towering over him were 2 huge orcs who were already swinging their clubs at him. Without consulting each other, they almost simultaneously lunged towards where their opponent was sitting, letting out a hollow roar. However, their weapons landed only on an empty spot since the boy was no longer there. He was already behind them, jumping up and swinging his sword at them. The next second, he planted his fangs in their faces, thinking that the orcs had also been destroyed. In the observation room, all 3 instructors watched in astonishment as the freshman destroyed his opponents one by one. Finally, a loud sound rang out, and a golem stepped onto the stone floor. Odoroblo was noticeably taller than Kim Joo-hyuk and looked like a Roman gladiator. Lee Sang-cheol thought that this golem was specially designed for midterm exams, and its power would be enough for 8. Odoroblo swung his hand, attacking Kim Joo-hyuk. However, he only smiled slyly, holding out his free hand. Immediately after that, he struck with the sword, the hand with which he had previously moved back. A red glow lit up around the sword, and the golem was hit by an explosive wave. The creature's helmet fell to the ground with a loud thud. The boy's blow turned out to be so strong that the roof of the golem was simply torn off from him. Seeing that the golem was also destroyed, Lee Sang-cheol closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Looking at Kim Joo-hyuk, whom he now saw on the screen, the man had to admit that this time, the first place in the midterms went to him. After some time, groups of students began to emerge from the dungeons. Some were decently beaten and barely able to stay on their feet. Some of the students were less injured, so they came out very cheerful. Yoo Soyeon also came out unscathed and was now surveying the group of teammates. Oh Se-hyuk did the same, who also had no visible injuries. But Choi Arin came out of the dungeon with a uniform that had many scratches. Kim Joo-hyuk himself came out very relaxed, keeping his hands in his pockets. In the teacher's room, Kim Lee-gun studied the results of the midterm exams, in which Kim Joo-hyuk took first place, Choi Arin came second, followed by Yoo Soyeon and Oh Se-hyuk. The man stared intently at the tablet screen, pondering his next course of action. He recalled discussing these results with Lee Sang-cheol. Kim Lee-gun informed him that Kim Joo-hyuk had taken first place, which they had not expected at all. Crossing his arms over his chest, he calmly replied that it had come as a complete surprise. Lee Sang-cheol added that he didn't expect the boy to clear the dungeon alone without getting a single scratch. According to his predictions, if Kim Joo-hyuk gets involved in the modern industry, then Korea could regain the status of a united country. In response, Kim Lee-gun mentioned a rank that was only given to the strongest contractor. Lee Sang-cheol added that he was in such a wild premonition that he couldn't even put it into words. Turning his gaze back to the screen, Kim Lee-gun continued that the results showed another pleasant surprise. However, his mentor already knew who he was talking about. He didn't expect Choi Arin to take second place, beating Yoo Soyeon. Although the man did not understand why she went to the dungeon alone, Despite the fact that the girl received a lot of injuries, she was also able to clear the dungeon in a fairly short time, just like Kim Joo-hyuk. At the words that she was perceived as a slob in such matters, Kim Lee-gun remained silent, not knowing what to answer. Lee Sang-chul concluded that if the exam had been about teamwork, Yoo So-yeon would have scored more. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Aaron bet on their own contribution to the cleanup. Although he would not recommend their methods to other students, Kim Lee-gun agreed that ordinary children simply would not be able to repeat such a thing. Looking at the tablet screen again, the man thought deeply. When he was the head of the Choijin family guild, he had seen her, and she had the energy of a swordswoman. But he didn't understand how she got the idea to go to the dungeon alone. In 1 second, he had the idea that it might have happened because of Kim Joo-hyuk. However, immediately after that, the man slapped himself on the forehead, thinking about the fact that it was necessary to be distracted and set grades. The next day, all the students gathered near the blackboard, on which the table with the results of the intermediate exams was posted. Seeing that Kim Joo-hyuk's name was written in the first place, Rockdil Ventric clenched his teeth in rage. He growled at Uriah, asking if Desera had already arrived in Korea, to which he received an affirmative answer. Hearing this, the boy ordered to call him and head for the exit. Already in the evening, he, dressed in a business suit, arrived in Seoul to meet his brother. Hearing that someone was calling him, Rockdil turned his head to the voice. There he saw Dicer waving to him, a slight smile on his scarred face. After a while, they sat at the table, while Uriah stood patiently behind Rockdil. Desera dug his teeth into the steak ravenously, tearing off pieces like a wild animal. Rockdil waited in silence for him to have enough to discuss with him the matter that interested him. Finally, the boy did raise his voice, giving his brother a sign that he was ready to speak. Chewing his meat, Desera wondered what the troublesome boy was like. With a predatory smile, Rockdil replied that he did not represent anything of himself, being an ordinary freshman from the orphanage. While his brother shoved another piece of steak into his mouth, he asked Dicer to repay him for the trouble he had caused. Desera looked up at him, wondering if he could kill this guy. To this, Rockdil replied that he was leaving the choice to his brother. Desera, leaning over the plate, added that he had to get ready, much to Rockdale's confusion. He pointed a finger at Uriah, saying that because of her, he had problems with the Palace family. Hearing that he had to kill several members of her family, the girl turned pale, and her face was covered with sweat. However, after that, Desera added that everything is different in Valhalla, and it will be quite difficult to make a noise here. Smiling broadly again, Rockdil assured his brother that he would try to set the stage for him. With a predatory grin on his scarred face, Desera added that he should also take care of the appropriate reward. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk walked the corridors of the academy, carrying in his hands an application for leaving its territory. Barsh inquired, folding his arms over his chest, whether he had gone for a walk last time, to which he was told that he was just taking advantage of the opportunity to go out. When told that the boss had heard about extra time off for good performance, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he had to find his other hiding places. Barsh exhaled, asking the boy where he intended to go. Kim Joo-hyuk's destination was a forest in Suwon. Looking at the phone screen, the boy carefully searched for the place he needed. Suddenly, he tore his head away from the screen when he heard someone calling him. Looking up, he saw in front of him a tall, fair-haired boy with a predatory smile on his face. At this time, in the 7th district of the market, on one of the upper floors of the tower, the black cat was standing by the panoramic window watching his work. Many thoughts swarmed in his head, because of which he silently closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a sound that indicated that he had received a message in which the constellation asked how long he would have to wait for the ring. Reading it, the black cat replied that the wait wasn't long, as she had to go through the standard procedure and arrive through the portal. When he read that the Lord considered him a poppy, the man thought, not understanding what was happening. At the request of the former black cat, he had to find out if the artifact really belonged to the Age of Destruction, so the reaction was very unclear. Suddenly, the portal next to him lit up with a bright blue glow, drawing his attention. When he approached, he saw a large black box on it. The man let out a breath, hoping they would leave him alone after this. Opening the box, the black cat saw in it a ring with purple rays running through it. The man reported to his constellation that the artifact was in his possession. However, I never heard an answer from him, so I started to worry. Suddenly, he received a notification that the constellation was here. Meanwhile, in Suwon, Kim Joo-hyuk asked a guy who approached him who he was, to which he, baring his teeth, rudely asked what he had to do with it. Tilting his head to the side, Kim Joo-hyuk assumed that someone needed something from him. To this, Desera replied that his assumption was correct, as he would not have climbed the top of the mountain just like that. At this, the freshman exhaled, guessing that they wanted to get rid of him again. The blonde's face took on a predatory look as he said he had a good sense of smell. Taking off his backpack, Kim Joo-hyuk said that it's not about the nose, which confused Dicer a bit. Tossing the bag to the ground, the dark-haired boy added that anyone who encountered someone like Desera would infer danger. Taking off his hood, he smiled, saying that he had come to this conclusion a few days ago. Hearing this, Desera cursed, clenching his fingers tightly into a fist. Swinging his hand, he snarled so that his opponent would not disappoint him now. However, Kim Joo-hyuk, keeping a calm expression on his face, silently ducked away, causing the attacker's fist to fly past his head. With all the stupidity that Desera put into the blow, it thumped into the tree behind the boy, sending small shards and pieces flying around. Realizing that he missed, the fair-haired man exhaled heavily, turning his head to his opponent. A wide crack opened on the trunk of the tree he had knocked on a second ago. At the same time, a terrible loud crack of dry wood was heard. A moment later, the tree fell, raising a cloud of dust. Desera gave a predatory grin, saying that the dark-haired man was having a lucky day today. As if he hadn't dodged, it would have been the end of him. To this, Kim Joo-hyuk replied with a smile that luck was of no use here, and he was able to dodge due to the too slow attack. Glancing at the tree, the boy recognized that the current opponent was even stronger than Oh Se-hyuk, and his current body was still too weak to stop such blows. And in such a case, he had only one strategy left. Thinking about this, the boy turned and ran away into the forest, leaving a confused Dicer behind. However, he was confused for a short time, catching up with his victim in a moment. Staring at his back, Ventrix shouted that running away was his best option. He retorted that he would have simply killed him if he had stood still, but he would not allow him to escape either. Suddenly, the dark-haired man was right in front of him, raising his fist. Desera didn't understand how he ended up near him so quickly that he didn't even have time to notice his opponent's fist until it was in front of his eyes. In the next moment, Kim Joo-hyuk hit him right in the bridge of the nose. The blow was so strong that Ventrix was thrown back a few steps. He fell to the ground with a thud, sighing loudly. Sensing someone's shadow above him, the boy opened his eyes in fright, looking in front of him. He saw Kim Joo-hyuk bring his foot in for a kick while grinning ferociously. At the last moment when the sneaker was almost next to him, Ventrix managed to roll to the side, avoiding a kick to the face. Therefore, Kim Joo-hyuk stomped his foot on the empty place. Sitting down, Desera noticed the size of the hole that had been created by the impact. Hearing the dark-haired man address him, Ventrix looked up at him. Smiling widely, Kim Joo-hyuk said that today was a lucky day for him. Clenching his teeth, Desera cursed loudly, glaring at his opponent with hatred. He rose to his feet and, wiping his face, asked what he had just done. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he should have known that he had recently taken first place in Valhalla. Glaring at his opponent, Desera wondered what drugs had helped him become so strong. The boy remembered how members of the Ventrix family had taken advantage of his innate perception of elixirs in order to raise their status even a little. He felt no effects from any elixir he drank, and the fact that his parents stuffed him with means that cost a fortune. At the age of 16, he was stronger than any adult, which made them very happy. Desera remembered how they wanted to use him for personal purposes. However, he had other plans. Therefore, he destroyed them and those who stood in the way. Then the boy had absolutely no regrets about what he had done, standing over the bodies of his victims and watching them with a predatory smile. Thinking of Adelia, he thought that since he was stronger than anyone, he shouldn't care about the family's recognition. He was a solid stick under the tail, so he was kicked out of the family by an imposter who put herself in the place of the head. However, he did not care, because after being separated from his family, he became stronger, and he always solved problems with money. Money was the main reason he was interested in Rockdeal's offer, but Kim Joo-hyuk was also quite an interesting figure. Information reached Dicer that it was he who took first place in the entrance exams and staged a catavasia by throwing dirt on the scouts. So, Ventrix decided to play with the boy a bit, hoping it would be fun. However, now, looking at his opponent, Desera was thinking and could not understand who his opponent was. Hearing him address him, Kim Joo-hyuk raised one eyebrow in surprise. Wiping his nose, Desera asked what drugs he was taking, as he had never heard of cheap elixirs that an orphan could afford. At this, the dark-haired man looked at his opponent in surprise, after which he laughed loudly. Wiping the tears from his eyes from laughing, Kim Joo-hyuk concluded that Ventrix could be considered a drug addict and a fraud. Seeing this reaction, Dicer hesitated for a moment, choosing his words. However, almost immediately after that, he asked in disbelief if he had become so strong without the use of elixirs. To which I received the answer that all the credit for such a physical form goes to conscientious training. He continued that he could compare him to Oseyuk in a way. However, comparing a naturally strong guy with someone like him is stupid. After these words, Dicer was shaken, and he himself, clenching his teeth, decided to finish the boy. He clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand, realizing that he had no chance to use it here. But he had another idea. When he took out the weapon, a light mist came out of it and began to float around his body. Watching this, Kim Joo-hyuk tried to figure out what his opponent was up to once he used magic power. DeSera, on the other hand, could feel how the magical power from the sword gave him strength. Now he was ready for another match with Kim Joo-hyuk. However, as soon as he looked up at him, he saw him jump up and attack him. In the next second, he was kicked right in the cheek. Kim Joo-hyuk asked with a smile what kind of fool would wait for his opponent to regroup. The light-haired man flew away from the blow with his back forward. Without waiting for him to land, Kim Joo-hyuk swung his fist in to finish off his opponent. With one clear blow, he sealed Dicer against the tree, the trunk of which broke from the onslaught. Unable to take it any longer, the boy rolled his eyes on the verge of blacking out. However, Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed his mane, bringing him back to consciousness and preventing him from passing out. Leaning over to him, the boy asked and said that if he had just offered to fight in the face, everything would have been over by now. But he seemed to be going to deal with him, so the guy can't just let him go. Bringing his fist in front of Dicer's terrified face, he ordered him to clench his teeth before swinging to strike, causing him to scream wildly. At that time, Rockdill was sitting in his dormitory room with his hands folded under his chin. The boy thought that DeSera should have dealt with Kim Joo-hyuk by now, and knowing his character, he most likely killed him. Ventric fully understood that cleaning up after his brother was quite a chore, but all this happened on the school grounds. Everything turned out very perfectly for him, so Rockdill relaxed on the back of the sofa, calling Yuria to him. He threw the girl over his shoulder so that she would prepare the car for him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the phone, which displayed the long-awaited call from Dicer. Not doubting what he would hear, Rockdill picked up the phone, asking if his brother had dealt with Kim Joo-hyuk yet. However, hearing the silence on the other end, the boy fell silent in confusion. At this moment, Rockdill turned pale, realizing that things had already gone wrong. It was at this moment that he heard a voice he never expected to hear again. Kim Joo-hyuk sitting next to Dicer mocking the brothers. When the opponent coughed again, the black-haired man put the receiver to his ear. He added that he asked his brother to light a couple of incense sticks for his soul. Hearing Kim Joo-hyuk ask him to wait for him, Ventric turned pale and a few drops of sweat rolled down his face. Hearing silence on the other side, the black-haired man even wondered if he had dialed the number correctly. However, the next moment, he heard short beeps. Looking at the screen, the boy cursed that he hung up without saying a word, which showed a lack of manners. Looking at the beaten Dicer, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about what to do with him now. At this time, Yuria made tea and brought a cup to Rockdill. However, when she approached him, he did not even react to her words. The girl called him sir again, repeating that she had made him tea. Hearing the fierce order to put it on the table and get out, Yuria quietly put the cup on the table. Only the thought of Kim Joo-hyuk was running through Rockdill's head. He would never have thought that he would be able to knock Dicer himself, even after the adventure with Lyric. And now it was unclear what to do next. Grabbing his head, Ventric thought about the fact that unwanted rumors could soon reach his family as well, and everything got out of his control. For a moment, the thought even appeared in his head that this could play into his hand. After all, given Kim Joo-hyuk's status, he couldn't get to his family. However, he should have kept quiet about this whole story while he was going to look after the boy. Leaving Dicer behind, Kim Joo-hyuk moved on, continuing his search. Barsh's voice was heard in his head, asking whether the opponent had forgotten his head at home today, to which he received the answer that he would bring it upon him in time. Crossing his arms, the Tower of Destruction boss wondered if he could just kill him. However, according to the boy, in his previous life he would have done so, but now it threatened with serious problems. Putting his hand to his chin, Barshi shared that something was bothering him. He remembered Dicer releasing a lot of energy from his sword, and this energy seemed very familiar to him at that moment. To the boy's surprise, the boss explained that if he released her a little more, he would definitely recognize her. In response to a question, Kim Joo-hyuk clarified whether it was for this type of black magic that monsters sacrificed cows and dogs 300 years ago. However, when Barsh began to make fun of the fact that the magic detection skill was more refined, he hissed angrily to shut him up. The boss confirmed that the secret side of the blade Dysera mentioned could be related to that power. The memory of how he interrogated the attacker, demanding information about who sent him, immediately flashed into Kim Joo-hyuk's memory. However, he only bleated something indistinctly, drooling from his mouth. Scratching his head, the boy realized that he had knocked out his opponent's jaw with his blow. Grabbing her, he exhaled, warning that some discomfort was possible. In the next moment, the boy pulled her, guiding her into place. And while Dysera kneaded his newly healed jaw, Kim Joo-hyuk continued his interrogation. He looked at him but said nothing. The boy sat down next to the fair-haired man, taking his finger. Gripping his hand in his, he said that he had purposely moved his jaw so that he could speak, while wondering if he thought silence was the best option. Dysera shot a confused look in the direction of his hand, asking why he took his hand. The next moment he screamed as his opponent twisted his arm sharply. Leaning on his knees, Kim Joo-hyuk ordered the boy to tell everything, because he still had a lot of fingers. Hearing the name of the person who sent him, Kim Joo-hyuk remembered the boy who picked on him earlier in the year. Pointing a finger at the loser attacker, the boy asked who he was related to, as he did not look like a student of Valhalla. To this, Dysera replied with a wicked smile that he might not like the answer he would hear. Scratching his ear, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he wanted him to break his remaining fingers. The reaction to the threat was the complete confession of the fair-haired man that he takes on any orders for money, working as a mercenary. Kim Joo-hyuk thought about it, trying to remember that he had already heard about the first look Dysera introduced himself, adding that he was just a paid bully. The blonde spat in his face that he was just lucky. However, regardless of this, he considers everyone to be a him on a stick. Dysera explained that the constellation revered by the first species was the hidden side of the blade with which they had contracted. And if he had been able to release his magic for even 30 seconds more, he would have won the battle for sure. Grabbing his head, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that if he had just told everything, instead of clucking his tongue, then he could have let him go. Instead, he now gripped his jaw tightly, causing a terrible scream to echo through the forest. And now Kim Joo-hyuk was actively trying to find any information about the first species. Walking along the street of the evening city, the boy saw that everyone around him understood that the first kind's group was very bad. It pissed him off that he had never found the rest of his stashes, and that Rockdill Ventric had no desire to leave him alone. The thought of how he could deal with this insect was spinning in the boy's head. However, since he now lived in the modern world, he decided to use modern methods. To begin with, he recorded Dyser's confession, and now he needed to find a place where he could verbalize it. Lilia was sitting in her apartment at that time when Kim Joo-hyuk called her. Picking up the phone, the woman immediately joyfully asked if he was finally ready to become her assistant. However, the boy replied that he was not calling about this, instead asking if she knew any reporter. In the morning, all the newspapers trumpeted the fact that the Ventric family had committed an attack on one of the students of Valhalla, and on the front pages was a photo of Dyser Ventric. Sitting in his room, Kim Joo-hyuk watched the modern battles unfold with satisfaction. Barsh noticed that for a person who lived 300 years ago, he had adapted well, to which the boy replied that he had a rather unhappy time at first. Because of the fact that he studied a lot about society, he became who he is today. However, at some point the boy noticed something that was not part of his plans, which interested the boss of the Tower of Destruction. He wanted to guess only Rockdale, but the journalists were so eager to publish the hot news that the entire Ventric family fell under the hand. However, judging by the way his story was blown out, it appeared that the reporter Lilia had set him up with was a big sabi. Adelia spoke at the conference to clarify Ventric's position regarding this whole scandal. She began by apologizing to Kim Joo-hyuk and the entire Valhalla Academy. Then the girl began to explain her position regarding the incident itself. First of all, Adelia noticed that the attack was committed by Dyser, who had previously been deprived of membership in the family. The next statement was a denial of the words that Rockdale was the customer, arguing that the attacker was bluffing to get out of a difficult situation. That is why she considered it fair that the Ventric family should not be considered involved in this scandal. Instead, realizing that the crime was committed by an outcast but by Ventric, it was the duty of the family to make amends. And as the head of the Ventric family, Adelia was going to personally visit the victim and apologize to him. Regarding Rockdale, the girl noticed that he is currently studying in Valhalla, and if he did not order the attack, then he could be connected to the criminal in other ways. And that's why they wanted to take him home to conduct an internal investigation by family members. And given the prosecutor's proceedings against their family, they will try to fully understand the situation. Immediately after that, Adelia left the stage, completely ignoring the journalist's questions. Rockdale Ventrick watched this interview through the phone screen, realizing that pleasant things were not enough. Suddenly, the phone vibrated and the father's phone number flashed on the screen. The guy put the receiver to his ear, timidly answering the call. An authoritative voice was heard on the other end of the wire, ordering him to return to England. Hearing that this was a family order, Rookdale reluctantly agreed. Hanging up, he clutched the phone in his hand, shaking with rage. Yuria looked in front of her doomingly, realizing that nothing good was waiting for her with such a mood. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk watched the video of Dicer Ventrick's arrest. To journalists' questions, he answered that he had planned everything himself, thus confirming the words of the head of the Ventrick family. Kim Joo-hyuk stared blankly at the screen, wondering how Dacera could say goodbye to his pride. In the boy's head was the thought that he could not stand this family. However, remembering that the representative had promised to apologize to him personally at the official press conference, he thought it would be damn awkward. Raising his head, the boy noticed that he was near the teacher's office. Pausing, he wondered if he should ask Lilia for help now. However, in a few minutes in the cafe of the Valhalla Academy, a woman was sitting, shining like a new Zaporozhets, happily looking at the student. However, he, without even opening his eyes, answered pragmatically with a refusal. To her disappointed why and assumption that he didn't even know what she wanted to say, he replied that she wanted to ask him to be her assistant again. Folding her hands on her chest offended, Lilia asked why he called her, even knowing how busy she was. She even had the idea that it was a date, but Kim Joo-hyuk advised her to put such fantasies in a distant drawer. It was not hidden from her that he spoke to her very informally, switching to you. To which Kim Joo-hyuk replied that they have been communicating like this for quite a long time. Right after that, the guy got down to business, thanking her for setting him up with that reporter. Hearing that in return he would share with her information on how to fight monsters, Lilia jumped up from the couch with the happy smile of a small child. And since he was going to tell her a lot, he asked the woman to help him leave the territory of the academy for the weekend, because of which she again remembered the help. And in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean at this time, on board a frigate for transporting prisoners, Dacera Ventrick was sitting in one of the cells. He was furious because he did not think that he would be put on a ship and treated like cargo. In his mind, there was a guess that he was being transported to a prison tower that stood in the middle of the ocean. Created by a C-rank constellation, it turned powerful contractors into helpless humans. However, the boy perfectly understood that this was not the most important thing now. All he needed to do was to keep Rockdale in the family, and then he could reduce the term of his imprisonment by 5 years. The fair-haired man perfectly understood that otherwise everything would end badly. He was brought out of his thoughts by a voice not far from him, talking about how ugly his dick was. Hearing this, Dacera turned his head sharply at the sound, glaring fiercely into the darkness. The last thing he saw was a bright red flash from the blade. The next moment, a fountain gushed from his neck, causing him to widen his eyes in a daze. The boy opened his mouth wide, trying to squeeze out a word, but only a grunt came out. The figure of the assailant was standing in the dark, so only his silhouette was visible. His eyes glowed red as he said that the first kind didn't need the likes of him. Coughing violently, Dacera dropped to his knees, head bowed low. The unknown watched this in silence, admiring his work. Meanwhile, Adelia sat in the family nest of the Ventrick family, glaring at today's visitor. In front of her stood Rockdale, as well as his father, Eden Ventrick, their heads bowed low. Finally, the girl opened her mouth, addressing the boy. Hearing the metallic notes in her voice, Rockdale, drenched in sweat, answered her. Without showing her emotions, she asked what he was planning to do now. In response to this, Rockdale began to shake his head, bowing to the head of the family. However, Adelia asked pragmatically if he thought one apology was enough. However, the boy was silent, lowering his head and looking down at his feet. The girl continued the questioning, demanding that he explain what made him come to such a method. After hearing his agreement, Adelia asked if he really wanted to take care of Kim Joo-hyuk, to which she received an affirmative answer. Hearing what she sternly asked if that was all his explanation. The girl continued that he wanted to take revenge for his own dignity by covering himself with the dignity of the whole family. She moved closer to Rockdale, adding that he was ultimately the one who tarnished the Ventrick family. Leaning close to him, Adelia wondered what they should do now. Falling to his knees, the boy passionately began to assure the head of the family that he would do anything to whiten her honor. However, the girl was not impressed by such a heated speech. Hearing that the only option was to expel him from the family, Rockdale froze in fear. And then Eden entered the conversation, trying to protect his son and considering such a punishment too severe. However, Adelia, in a stern tone, suggested that in such a case he himself should be kicked out of the family. These words made the man stutter, after which he fell silent. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl thought about the fact that she would gladly kick Rockdale out of the family or even kill him. However, she perfectly understood that such actions would finally confirm the complete guilt of the boy in the situation with Kim Joo-hyuk. Pulling the corners of her lips upwards, the girl quietly called the boy's name. Hearing this, he trembled and stammered his answer. Adelia sternly informed him that she was not going to kick him out of the family, ordering him to return to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. She also promised to think things through after talking to Kim Joo-hyuk himself. In response, Rockdale began to beat his head against the floor, fervently thanking the head for her decision. The girl advised Eden to carefully watch her son, since the punishment of the husband himself will depend on his actions. After leaving the office of the head of the family, they both walked down the corridor, glaring in front of them. Finally, Eden turned his head and ordered his son to be quiet and not wonder anymore. Without even looking at his father, the boy asked if he had heard what the head was talking about. However, now they were closely watched by reporters, so even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He was about to release some information when the noise around him died down a bit. However, before that, he planned to do something because nothing could stop him. Hearing that he could help him as well, Eden gave his son a stern look. The next moment, the man advised him to keep it all a secret, regardless of what exactly he was up to. A few days later, Kim Lee-gun was sitting in the teacher's office, explaining to Kim Joo-hyuk that the head of the Ventrick family was due to arrive to personally apologize to him. However, the guy replied that they are not related in any way. Besides, she stated that their family was not involved in the incident. Kim Lee-gun responded by saying that it would be morally correct. In his mind, Kim Joo-hyuk analyzed the information he received that the Ventrick family wanted to personally punish Rockdale, and the head was going to him. In the next moment, the boy closed his eyes, thinking that it was very disturbing. Kim Lee-gun added that he and Lee Sang-chul were very unhappy with this arrangement of things. After all, according to the chronology of events, first her student was attacked on the territory of Valhalla, and then the attacker admitted that he acted on Rockdale's orders. And he himself still couldn't believe that the Ventricks were trying to protect their reputation by shrugging off Dicer's confession. Speaking about the fact that in order to protect the students, they will have to expose either Rockdale or the head of the family, the man mentioned their large donation to the Academy Fund. Given that, the Academy could just turn a blind eye to the incident if a decent amount of money was brought in. Scratching his ear, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he agreed to meet the head of the Ventrick family. Hearing this, Kim Lee-gun looked at his student in surprise. The man asked if this was a normal reaction, to which the boy asked if he seemed abnormal. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Kim Lee-gun said that it was the head of the Ventrick family. Looking at the student again, the instructor wished him luck. When Adelia entered the office, Kim Lee-gun bowed slightly, showing respect. Looking at her husband, she thanked him for his hospitality with a smile. Left alone with Kim Joo-hyuk in the office, Adelia stood across from him. After that, she introduced herself, adding that she was glad to meet him. The guy replied that he was also very pleased. Immediately after the greeting, Adelia sat down on the couch, carefully watching the freshman. Kim Joo-hyuk also watched the head of the Ventrick family closely. Finally, the girl started a conversation, mentioning the situation with Dicer. Standing up, she bowed, apologizing for this misunderstanding. Kim Joo-hyuk replied, remembering her words about being banished, that everything was fine. To the fact that Rockdale also caused certain inconveniences, the boy said that it was only once and now it is not important. However, he did not ignore her public statement that Rockdale had nothing to do with it. Adelia said she made the statement immediately after the attack, and now her family is in a stalemate where no one believes them. Scratching his ear, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that it was to be expected, mentally adding that they had talked nonsense first, and now they were complaining about distrust. The girl continued that she came here to settle this little trouble with him. Hearing her asking to help her with this, the boy slightly raised one eyebrow. However, hearing his refusal, Adelia smiled, saying that such an answer was quite expected. In response, the girl added that if he helped her now, she would support him until graduation. And then she will recommend him to the guild that the Ventrick family sponsors so that they can help him in the future. With a smile, Kim Joo-hyuk clarified if she only needed a statement from him. Smiling wider, he added that she was ready for anything to shut him up. Looking carefully at her face, the boy noticed that Adelia looked quite depressed. Pointing a finger at her, Kim Joo-hyuk retorted that he was annoyed by her desire to deny what had happened, so he didn't see why he should help her. The boy replied that he did not need a reward. All he wants is to watch the disgrace of the Ventric family. Hearing these words, Adelia cursed angrily, reminding him of who he was talking to. However, Kim Joo-hyuk only noticed with a smile that she had finally shown her true face, that she had been forced to hold back for so long. However, the head of the Ventric family replied that she simply came to give him a chance at a good life. Looking at him with a fierce gleam in her eyes, she added that she just wanted to finish him off right now. However, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly watched the girl with lightning running around her. With a big smile, he advised her to try to do what she was talking about. However, such a reaction rather puzzled the head of the Ventric family. Shaking his head, Kim Joo-hyuk reminded her of her own words that the Ventric family had nothing to do with the attack on him. At his accusation that she wanted to support her lie by giving him a bribe, Adelia only silently moved her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose. However, he calmly continued, warning that even with a great desire, she would not be able to kill him. In the end, she jumped up sharply and decisively. Leaving the office, the girl turned to face him, saying that she would make him regret every word he said. Looking at her trail, the boy thought with a smile that she had not done anything, although there were many words. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Barch, who was wondering if it was necessary for him to say all this. He did not answer, but called the boss himself, to which he folded his hands and chuckled. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that what he hates the most are tyrants who force others to bow down to them. He could predict her every move. Hearing that the boy hated him for the same reason, Barch let out a loud yelp. Getting up from the sofa, the boy thought that maybe he could go to the gym earlier, since there were no more classes for today. In a while, he was walking to the stadium, scrolling through the news feed on his phone. Looking up, the boy stopped, watching the one standing at the entrance. The first thing he recognized was Choi Arin's white hair, and next to her stood a black-haired boy whom he did not know. However, the look did not bode well. Choi Jingjong asked his sister if she really expected to win the test. Choi Arin silently listened to her brother's words that no matter how hard she trained in Valhalla, victory would not shine on her. With a predatory smile, the boy advised her not to appear at the selection tests if she wanted to remain a member of their family. He held out his hand to his sister, adding that he did not want to publicly embarrass himself, but was met with a refusal. This answer did not suit Choi Jingjong, so he frowned sharply. Putting his hands on his sides, the boy was surprised that she was refusing the last chance, wondering if she really did not understand what was happening. As Choi Aran gathered her courage, she heard a voice from behind calling her brother a moron who couldn't understand what was going on. Upon hearing this, Choi Jingjong began to look around for whoever had dared to call him a moron. Kim Joo-hyuk came close to Choi Aran, pointing a finger at her brother, asking him what right he had to stop the girl. At this, the eldest son of the Chojin family asked the boy who he was, if he was already trying to insult him without knowing him. Yawning, Kim Joo-hyuk scratched his head, wondering why everyone wanted to crush him with authority today. And he didn't care. Addressing the boy, he warned that in the future, he should not dare to enter the territory of the academy and talk to its students. The next moment, he looked at the student, asking if she agreed with him. Looking at her teacher with big eyes, the girl began to shake her head and hum in agreement. Seeing this, Choi Jingjong let out a loud squeal, his eyebrows moving up to the bridge of his nose. Turning his gaze to his sister, he warned her menacingly that they would meet at the test. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Aran stood silently and watched as he walked away from the academy. Turning her face to the teacher, the girl thanked him for his help, for which he called her to train. She added that the moment he asked if she agreed with him, she thought about something. Looking carefully at the student, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered what exactly she was thinking about. However, after hearing the answer, he asked her to stop, thinking that she was much scarier than he first thought. Entering the training hall, Kim Joo-hyuk added that since she will not be able to come to practice on the weekend, they will depend on them more actively today. A few days later, Kim Joo-hyuk walked near Shiyong Hill, exploring its lands. While looking at the phone screen, he heard the voice of Barcha, who asked if he was still looking for his friends. When asked if there was not enough unearthed, the boy said that he was wondering how much was left. Hearing him say something of value, the boss of the Tower of Destruction crossed his arms over his chest, pondering his words. Kim Joo-hyuk added with a smile that by finding everything he would be able to get rid of the flaws he had in his previous life. At this time, near the Choi Jin family's house, the guards tried to stop the reporters who were breaking in there in search of a sensation. The Choi Jin family's selection test was held there today, so there were a lot of reporters there. Choi Arin and Choi Jin-jong were standing in the yard, waiting for their father to come out of the house. Choi Jong-suk went outside, looking sternly at his children and announcing the start of the selection test. The man said that the winner of the test was to become the next head of the family. However, the one who lost was expected to be expelled from the family. When asked if they were ready for this, both children answered yes. Closing his eyes, Choi Jong-suk exhaled loudly and heavily. According to the conditions of the test, they had to find a double blade hidden in the mountains. Whoever finds it first will be declared the winner of today's challenge. Choi Yon-seok added that the methods they will use to achieve their own victory. However, looking at the children with a stern look, he added that killing is prohibited. When her father gave the command to start, Choi Arin rushed forward, trying to overtake her brother. Choi Jing-jong looked after his sister, smiling slyly, knowing that the test was not on time. The boy expected her to find the sword, and then he would take it from her. He remembered how he had left Valhalla after a conversation with his sister, where he had tried to convince her to give up the trial. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Choi Jin-jong picked up the phone, introducing himself to the caller. There was a voice on the other end, asking him if there was any news about the double sword. The guy replied that he would have to pass a qualifying test to get it, so it would take a little longer. Scratching his beard, the man replied that he had already mentioned the ordeal twice. Choi Jing-jong apologized as he added that the boy had already delayed the task long enough. However, immediately after that, he asked whether the interlocutor would keep his promise if he brought the sword. He didn't even let him finish, fervently assuring that the execution was guaranteed by fixing it in front of the constellation. The man instructed the boy to focus on the task at hand. Now, standing outside the Choi Jin family's house, Choi Jin-jong thought that this was his last chance, so it was worth starting the search. At this time, Choi Arin was already walking through the forest, examining the tracks on the ground. Using mana, the girl felt the trajectory of the sword's magic and moved in its direction. Following the tracks, she felt that the sword was 15 minutes away from where she was now. Suddenly, hearing a sound behind her, the girl turned her head and saw her older brother there. Noticing what his sister was doing, the boy asked who had taught her to search for objects with the help of a magical trail. Watching her brother carefully, Choi Arin replied that she was taught by Kim Joo-hyuk. She recalled her surprise when she first heard about the practice of controlling magic. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy assumed that his student should be familiar with her basics. The girl agreed that the lightning abilities she had already mastered were a basic element of control. For this, Kim Joo-hyuk advised to train not only the big things, but also the small control elements. However, Choi Arin wondered how she could do this. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised that she would ask him about this if she was supposed to be taught this at home. His student made no reply to this, instead lowering her head dejectedly. Coming closer, the boy asked if she only knows how to borrow power from the constellations and concentrate magical power, to which he received an affirmative answer. Closing his eyes, Kim Joo-hyuk admitted that he wasn't very good at magic either. Looking at the student, the boy advised her to relax and use the tips of her fingers and toes, adding that she should stop answering him. Listening intently to his instructions, Choi Arin slowly began to channel her energy. Looking at the student, he said that now she should try to feel the magic that was floating around her. The girl with closed eyes tried to concentrate in order to follow the teacher's instructions. In front of her eyes appeared the figure of Kim Joo-hyuk, standing with his arms folded, flames raging around him. After that, the girl opened her eyes and, bending over, loudly tried to breathe. At his question, she looked up at him and replied that she could see an aura hovering around him. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that in the same way, she would be able to detect even the smallest magical bursts. He added that the more she used magic control, the easier it would be for her to sense residual magic around her. In addition, if the type of magic is similar to his, then she will be able to determine from which object it comes. At the same time, she will even be able to see the silhouette, but he will not be able to teach her anything else. The girl smiled, agreeing with the fact that she would have to investigate this on her own, blushing slightly. And now, when she was standing in front of her brother, wild determination to fight burned in her eyes. Choi Jin-jong asked her who Kim Joo-hyuk was, but immediately guessed that the sister was talking about the boy he saw near the gym. In the next moment, a predatory smile appeared on his face as he asked if even such a boy could have such abilities. After hearing such words about a teammate, Choi Arin angrily shouted that he was much stronger than Choi Jin-jong himself, asking why he had come here. Pulling out his sword, the boy replied with a smile whether she had any options. Violet blue lightning began to run around his sword. In the next moment, the girl was already showing her sword, blocking her brother's blow. Seeing this, Choi Jingjong froze for a second, wondering how her sister was able to stop his attack. Choi Erin gritted her teeth as she stared at the boy, showing him that she had no plans to give up. With a huff, he jumped away from her, drawing back his sword. Looking closely at the girl, he could not understand when she became so strong. At this time, Choi Erin took a fighting stance, preparing to fight. Kim Ju Hyuk, meanwhile, continued to search for his hiding places. However, not feeling any return, he disappointedly thought that in all of Valhalla, out of the multitude of his nicks, only one remained. But in the next moment, a bright blue light flashed from under the ground in one of the points, indicating a hiding place. Seeing this, the boy smiled widely and triumphantly. However, he noticed a light smoke coming straight from the darkness of the forest thicket. As soon as the boy thought about what it was, a bright flash of an explosion appeared behind the trees. And between Choi Erin and her brother at that time, a battle was going on, in which the girl deftly repelled one attack after another. However, Choi Jingjong didn't plan to give up either, striking again and again. Blue lightning began to run along the sword, just like the ends of the girl's hair. Focusing, Choi Erin swung her sword, trying to strike her brother, which he managed to block. However, it was so strong that Choi Jingjong felt his hands begin to shake from the tension. He smiled, looking at his opponent, and noticed that they teach well at the academy, since she managed to become so much stronger. Choi Erin did not remain in the debt, threateningly ordering her brother to retreat from the double blade. After these words, he frowned, asking if she had lost her mind. In the next moment, the boy rushed forward, saying that an illegitimate child does not deserve to be the head of the family. The girl, seeing this, took a fighting stance and drew her sword back, preparing to defend herself. Seeing that her brother was already close, she swung, preparing to strike. A voice in her head told her to return the sword to a different position. After listening to his advice, Choi Erin slashed upward with her sword, causing Choi Jingjong to fly back. The next piece of advice was to strike as soon as he dropped the sword, for which she turned the hilt of her own weapon. In the next moment, she thrust it right into her brother's chest. Coughing hoarsely, the boy fell to the ground, slumping on his back. Returning the sword, Choi Erin let out a weary breath as she closed her eyes. Glancing at the unconscious Choi Jingjong, she thought that she didn't think the blow would be decisive. The girl bent down to pick up the double sword and take it away. Hearing her older brother's voice from behind, she froze, her eyes widening in fright. Raising her head, the girl saw the boy's figure surrounded by dark purple smoke. Seeing this, Choi Erin began to draw her sword again. Raising his own weapon, Choi Jingjong gave a predatory grin, saying that she would never be able to defeat the contractor. And although she was able to catch him off guard, he will pay her back 100-fold. Looking closely at the aura of the sword, the girl asked if her brother was sometimes a villain. Answering her question about the reason, he confidently slung his sword over his shoulder. Lowering his head, he answered with a smile that she could have guessed it herself. In the next moment, the boy rushed to his sister, holding out the blade of his sword. Choi Erin swung her blade, trying to attack first and defend herself. However, Choi Jingjong ducked, dodging the attack and baring his teeth. At this turn of events, the girl froze in bewilderment, wondering how he managed to do it from such a close distance. In the next second, she already flew back from a blow to the stomach. With a thud, the girl landed on her back, moaning loudly. Her older brother was already towering over her, throwing the sword on her back, asking if she was planning to get up. The girl tried to get up, but groaned, and lowering her head, she saw a dark spot on her stomach. Watching his sister, he noticed that she had better not move, otherwise she would die. Glancing at her brother, Choi Erin wondered if when he talked about the contract, he meant some bad constellation. When she heard that he was now on the side of the devotees, she remembered that they were known as the third most dangerous group. Choi Erin didn't understand why he needed to make a contract with one of their constellations. Looking up at him, the girl wondered if he had had enough of an ordinary peaceful life. Choi Jingjong explained that he was given power, might, and a complete lack of empathy. At the same time, something terrible and demonic appeared on his face. However, the girl looked at her brother with an uncomprehending look. He sat down across from her, explaining that he wanted to join the abomination to which he belonged at the age of 12. He was required to set the example of the eldest son of the family at an age when his peers had a normal childhood with sticks and nettles. He had hidden desires even in his teenage years. And then he suddenly met a man from the devotees. He invited him to join them and also promised that with them, he could fulfill all his dreams. Choi Erin was very surprised when her brother said that the man just felt his insides. To this, Choi Jing-jong replied with a predatory glint in his eyes that his true passion was bullying other people. However, he can't just join the devotees. For that, he had to complete a task, which is to get the double sword. The boy added that if she had refused to participate, she would not have been able to participate in the second round, and he would have easily received the heirloom of their family. Seeing the surprise on his sister's face, he raised one eyebrow, surprised that she didn't remember anything. The boy explained that 10 years ago, her older sister Choi Ajin also took part in the selection test. Choi Aren looked at her brother in a daze, reminding her that she had gone missing. With a predatory expression on his face, Choi Jing-jong said that during the test, he could not control himself and ended her in the mountains. Scratching his head, the boy added that he had never been able to find the blade and failed the test, which had prevented him from joining the devotees 10 years earlier. He said that it is not known how, but the father then found Choi Ajin and tried to save her by sending her to the hospital. However, when he saw that his sister was trying to get up, asking about his sister's location, he gave a short snort. Carefully observing her efforts, he pointed out that if she wanted to find her, he would not advise her to do so. When her brother recalled how her mother fainted when she saw her older daughter in the face of the younger one, she remembered how she sat crying, holding her mother's hand. Asking her to give her greetings to her older sister, Choi Jing-jong swung his sword. Seeing the blade of the blade approaching her neck, the girl closed her eyes, doomed. In the next moment, the eldest son of the Choi Jin family ran wildly before him, hearing the resounding sound of a blow. Kim Joo-hyuk was standing in front of him, blocking his blow with a wooden sword. Glaring at the boy, he asked what the hell he was doing. Choi Jing-jong stiffly replied that it was about their family, so he shouldn't interfere. However, Kim Joo-hyuk asked how crazy a family must be to put a knife to their sister's throat. At the same time, he fought off an opponent's attack. From his blow, the eldest son of the Chojin family flew back, leaning his back against a tree. Choi Erin, continuing to sit on the floor, did not take her eyes off her savior. Looking at him with big eyes, she asked why he came here. Turning his gaze to the student, he mentally answered that he came through his hiding place, which was in that direction. Suddenly, his eyes fell down and the boy noticed a dark spot on the sweater of a fellow student, which she covered with her hand. Turning his gaze to his opponent, Kim Joo-hyuk ordered her to step back and concentrate some magic to heal the wound. Choi Jing-jong rose to his feet, taking a fighting stance and wondering who he was. Approaching, he repeated that this is a family feud, so we should get out of here. The last word he roared wildly, rushing with his sword at his opponent. Dark purple energy began to concentrate around the weapon. However, Kim Joo-hyuk, not losing his vigilance, turned the body sharply, causing the blade to pass close but not touch him. Everything happened so fast that Choi Jing-jong didn't even have time to understand what exactly happened. Watching the sword pass by, he only had time to think in surprise that his opponent had managed to dodge the attack. After stabbing his opponent in the chest with his wooden sword, Kim Joo-hyuk advised that in combat, you should watch the one watching you. The blow made Choi Jing-jong cough, splattering blood. The boy watched in horror as his opponent, jumping up to him, brought his weapon back to strike. In the next moment, the end of the wooden sword flew right into his solar plexus. The impact was so strong that the ground beneath the eldest son of the Chojin family cracked, scattering small stones around. After that, Kim Joo-hyuk turned his head towards Choi Erin, wondering if she was okay. As he approached her, he asked if she could go, to which she said she wasn't sure, but she would try. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the boy noticed that a purple glow appeared behind him and froze in surprise. Returning there, he saw that dark energy was coming from the unconscious opponent. While watching this, he heard the voice of Barsha, who said that it was the energy of the sword, and this indicated that Choi Erin's brother belonged to the bad guys. In a moment, he stood up, once again taking a fighting stance and swearing dirty words in the direction of Kim Joo-hyuk. Jumping up, he declared that a freshman would not be able to defeat the guild head. However, Kim Joo-hyuk pragmatically put out a wooden sword, blocking the opponent's attack. Clenching his teeth, Choi Jing-jong thought that despite the magic strike, his opponent did not even move. Blocking the blows of the eldest son of the Chojin family, Kim Joo-hyuk clenched his fingers into a fist. In a moment, hitting him in the chest, he advised him to find a position that would suit him better. His face was covered in sweat as Choi Jing-jong stared at his opponent, wondering how the 17-year-old could block all of his attacks and counterattack. Thinking that there was no other way out, he reached into his inner pocket, pulling out a remedy that could help. This tool turned out to be a large purple crystal from which dark smoke was coming. While eating it, the boy thought about the fact that he could conclude a preliminary contract with the constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't understand what was happening, so he watched his opponent in confusion. He leaned down, laughing quietly under his breath. Immediately after that, he straightened up and, spreading his arms to the sides, took a deep breath and laughed loudly. At this time, the reporters who were near the entrance to the venue of the selection test felt the ground under their feet move. One of them, turning to her partner, who was holding his head, pointed her finger somewhere in front of her. There, from among the trees, a black smoke rose with a dark purple glow. Unlike the others who didn't really understand what had happened, Choi Jong-sok knew that everyone now saw the magic of the sword. But it was so concentrated that it could be seen not only by family members, but also by ordinary people. And the man also understood that where the pillar of magic was coming from, there was also a double blade. The head of the Choijin family understood that he could not interfere in the heat of the selection test, but he had to check everything himself. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was intently watching the magic that Choi Jin-jong was releasing. Scratching his ear, Kim Joo-hyuk asked in frustration that he had waited so long for him to simply strengthen his magic. With a predatory smile, he cursed, answering that it was only a strengthening effect. What they saw was only a fraction of the power he got from the contract, so they were done. Behind him, a dark dragon was already descending, its eyes burning with a dark purple light. It grew brighter and brighter as he looked at Kim Joo-hyuk. The same calmly stood in front of him, showing absolutely no emotions. Suddenly, the dragon's red eyes widened in fear as he saw the boy's aura. The mighty constellation was simply gripped by terror, which made it growl loudly. Choi Jin-jong watched in bewilderment as the dragon fled the battlefield. In the next moment, he was notified that the all-slaying dragon was breaking his contract with him. All his magic followed the constellation, causing the eldest son of the Choijin family to glare at him. The boy, raising his head, looked at the sky where black smoke was disappearing. Hearing Kim Joo-hyuk's defiant voice, Choi Jin-jong turned his gaze to him. Sticking his wooden sword into his stomach, he asked with a smile who looked like the winner now. His opponent flew back from the blow, and his sword even flew out of his hands. Finally, extremely exhausted, Choi Jin-jong fell face down on the ground. In his residence, the leader of the devotees watched in horror as the all-slaying dragon informed him that he was in trouble because of him. He wanted to apologize to him, but he did not even let the man finish, describing to him the far from rosy prospects of their existence. The Dragon King Khan Nibble fell to the ground, bowing before the Lord to beg his forgiveness. After being ordered not to distribute any more artificial relics, the man continued to bow, assuring that he understood everything. Finally, when the alerts disappeared, he raised his head timidly with a hand on his lower back, trying to understand what could have caused such a violent reaction. Nibble thought that from the mention of artificial relics, it was clear that Choi Jin-jong had already managed to conjure up something. However, the man did not understand what could lead to the big problems the dragon was talking about. He was surprised that the constellation itself could frighten him so much. Using dark magic, Khan Nibble thought that he needed to figure out the situation himself. As it got dark outside, Kim Joo-hyuk returned to his room in the Valhalla dormitory. Exhaling in pain, the boy took off his hood and threw his backpack on the floor. He looked at what he pulled out of his bag with a big smile. In his hands, the boy was holding a book with notes on martial arts. When asked by Bars, he said that this was the main reason he was looking for his hiding places. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that the breathing technique he was holding could increase his magical power to an incredible level. Barsh asked what was bad about the technique he used before, to which he received the answer that it was simply disgusting. He found it somewhere at a sale, and when he found this technique, he could no longer use it because the past was accepted by his body. In his opinion, it was precisely because of bad technique that caused him to run out of magic that Barsh managed to defeat him 300 years ago. But now the boy could start all over again, so he opened the book, studying the material. As he stroked the cover, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about the fact that he would have to temporarily stop his physical training. Hearing Barsh's voice asking if he had left his groupmate with a brainless in the forest, Kim Joo-hyuk gave a questioning snort. The guy explained to the star that he left because he thought someone was coming. He remembered standing over his opponent's body, thinking he should have come up with something, because that incident could have gotten him kicked out or jailed. However, at some point he felt that energy was still circulating in his body, so he should survive. He turned to face Choi Erin, asking if she could get up, to which she said yes. The boy extended his hand to her, but he heard voices approaching. Realizing that someone was approaching, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if Choi Arin's family might have rushed towards them after seeing the sword magic. The girl continued to sit and look at him with big eyes. Quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder, he ordered his relatives to wait quietly while he left, completing his business. The boy also ordered her to say that she had dealt with her brother herself. Adding that he had lost a lot of energy, Kim Joo-hyuk put a hood over his head and said goodbye to the girl. Looking over to where he had disappeared behind the trees, Choi Aran said goodbye to him with a smile as her father and bodyguards ran up to her. And now lying on the bed, the boy supported his head with his hands and closed his eyes relaxed. Looking at the notebook that contained the breathing technique, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that once he mastered it, he would be able to find the rest of the gathering stones. At this time in the Choi-jin family's home, Choi Jong-seok was sitting at a long conference table, listening to reports on the situation that had developed. The problem was that due to the presence of a bunch of journalists at the test, now all the newspapers were full of news. In front of him lay a tablet with a newspaper, where the face of Choi Jing-jong was glowing on the first column. The headline said that the Choi-jin family had contacted the devotee gang, and it was similar on the screen of everyone who sat at the table. Choi Jong-seok clutched his head, wondering how his family could get to such a mess to harbor an enemy. The man remembered that recently a similar unpleasant story happened with the Ventric family, but they did not interfere in this story. They can't do that now. The head of the family turned to one of the guards because he was wondering what was going on with his daughter. He replied that she was in the family hospital. When asked about her condition, the man received an answer that her wound was quite serious, but the bleeding had stopped and the organs were not damaged. Throwing his head back, Choi Jong-seok breathed a sigh of relief. When it came to Lady Arin, one of those sitting at the table mentioned that there were several articles about her as well. Glancing at the tablet, the man read that she had been called a genius who had defeated the devotee when she was only a student, and there were many similar articles. Propping his head with his hand, the head of the Choi-jin family grumbled that she had gone against the family, and she was also praised for it. However, another member of the discussion replied that it was the opposite of a relief, because despite the confusion at the test, the successor of the head of the family was chosen. Choi Jong-seok listened intently as articles like this would help solidify the girl's status as a legitimate heir. The man was lost in thought, rejoicing that his daughter had a legitimate chance of success, but the circumstances of her victory over her brother were already worrying him. He remembered how he ran with the guards to the clearing where the battle took place. There he saw his unconscious son lying face down, with an injured Choi Arin sitting next to him. Looking at her father, the girl reported that he was attacking her with dark magic, and therefore she had to turn it off. He replied that he saw a surge of magic, but he had no idea how it was able to defeat his older brother. Two guards put her on her shoulders, and one of them covered the wound on her stomach with a towel. As she passed her father, Choi Arin looked up at him, replying that she was taught by Kim Joo-hyuk. And now, watching the news, he remembered the boy's name. On the screen in front of him was an article about what the guy his daughter mentioned had done in the entrance exams. The next day in Valhalla, classes started again, so Kim Joo-hyuk took his place in the classroom. He raised his head and saw a familiar silhouette in front of him. His attention was drawn to the long white hair, which he recognized as Choi Arin. Looking at her, the boy thought that since she was sitting here, then she was fine, although it seemed to him that she had been hospitalized. Feeling his gaze on her, the girl turned her head and looked at her teammate. After that, she smiled kindly and waved at him. Kim Joo-hyuk's face didn't twitch a single muscle, but the two boys behind him almost fought, deciding which of them the girl waved at. Kim Joo-hyuk himself remembered how he had practiced breathing techniques and controlling his magic last night. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the phone, which began to vibrate. Choi Arin wrote that she will not be able to train for a certain time, as the doctor has forbidden her to do any physical activity. After reading this, the boy thought that it was not surprising considering how much she was bleeding. When he saw the girl send a few emojis to his message, Kim Joo-hyuk got angry, mentally telling her to stop. Suddenly, Barsh's voice reached him, saying that there was something, that the boy should know something more. Placing a hand to his chin, the Tower of Destruction boss recalled the dark magic they had recently encountered. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he remembered anything about her, but when he said no, he asked what he wanted in that case. Besh replied that he had not simply forgotten about her, but it seemed that something prevented him from remembering it. Crossing his arms, Kim Joo-hyuk assumed that it could be because of this boy. Scratching his face thoughtfully, the boss of the Tower of Destruction added that if the second condition of his notice was fulfilled, then he would not mind. Kim Joo-hyuk remembered his message that said about the eye of the great forest, but he thought it was about the knowledge assessment stepping stone. Lying down on the bed again and staring at the ceiling, the boy thought about the fact that students were kicked out of the academy for low grades. Realizing that he was waiting for the exams, Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed his head, realizing how much time would be wasted just like that. Now sitting in the classroom, the boy had already calmly thought about the fact that he would still need some time to master the technique, so he could calmly search for the eye of the forest. Kim Ligon entered the classroom and immediately ordered the students to take their seats. Stopping at the rostrum, he looked at the students and said that he wanted to make a small announcement before the start of the class. The instructor asked if everyone remembered the inter-school competition that would take place next month. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands behind his head and heard Barsh's voice reminding him that the instructor had already talked about it after the midterm exams. Kim Lee-gun continued that their academy needs participants and the selection will be based on the results of the final exams. Hearing the instructor order him to go with him to the teacher's room, Kim Joo-hyuk raised one eyebrow in surprise. In a few minutes, with his eyes closed, the man was already choosing words to discuss the boy's participation in the competition. Without even letting him explain everything to the end, Kim Joo-hyuk abruptly said that he refused to participate. He explained that the three largest hunter training academies chose freshmen as their representatives and invited them to participate in the competition. From Korea, the participant in the competition was Valhalla. China was represented by an academy with the characteristic name White Lotus. And on the American side, the Academy of Heroes took part. The competition program included sparring, escape from the maze, and much more. Therefore, this year they planned to send those who scored the highest number of points in the practical exam. However, seeing the student yawning loudly, Kim Legong wondered if it was not interesting at all. Listening to the instructor promise him a hefty scholarship for all participants, the boy scratched his ear as he continued his list of promises. Hearing that he wasn't interested either, Kim Legong coughed and exhaled. However, after hearing how he offered him to enter the great forest, Kim Joo-hyuk froze, lashing out at the interlocutor. Seeing the curiosity in the student's eyes, Kim Ligon explained that he meant the place where the final exam would take place. The instructor added that the competition will take place in Valhalla, so the decisive task will be to get to the eye of the great forest, and whoever does it will receive an automatic score. And if you don't pass, you will have to take the exam again. With a big smile, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that in that case, he agreed to participate in the competition. At this time in the United Kingdom, Adelia Ventrick was sitting in the study, asking how the preparations were going. The two lackeys bowed and told her that everything was going quite smoothly. Having heard that the preparation will continue for another month, the girl ordered them to continue their work. When she asked how the people of Rockdale were doing, the servant told her that nothing suspicious had been seen behind them. Reaching out, Adelia asked if he was aware that he had to report to her for every wrongdoing, to which he agreed. Hearing him add that certain disturbing rumors had reached his ears, the girl returned with interest. The man reported that everything looked like they were building a building out of paper bills. Such information did not surprise the head of the Ventrick family, and the man added that they suspect the Black Cat directly. When she heard this name, the girl plunged deeply into her thoughts, trying to understand what he was up to. Suddenly, Adelia saw that she had received a notification from their constellation, which made her open her mouth in surprise. At this time, the Black Cat was standing in his office at the top of the market tower, looking at the evening street. He thought that they were ready to do whatever the constellation asked him to do. However, watching the paper bills fly in the wind, the man thought about the point of a paper building. The constellation, which had the appearance of a girl with long ash-gray hair and red eyes, said that it was a gift. Seeing such a message, the Black Cat asked who exactly such a gift was for. After reading a message in which the constellation asked if he had found the boy who sold the ring, he replied in the negative, but he has certain details of his appearance. The man added that he still has access to the contact information for that day, and he is doing everything he can. Having received an order to hurry, the Black Cat replied that he would definitely do it. At this time, Kim Ligon, sitting in the teacher's room, scratched his head, trying to deal with all the cases he had. He was approached by Lee Sang-chol, who asked him if he had already selected the contestants for the competition. Hearing that the list was ready, the man asked to see it, and the man returned the computer monitor to him. After looking at the list, Lee Sang-chol asked in surprise whether he managed to convince Kim Joo-hyuk to participate. Kim Ligon replied that it was not easy to do at first, but then he agreed when he heard about the great eye of the forest. As he sipped his coffee, Lee Sangshul was surprised, as many would have refused to participate if they heard about it. The combat instructor assumed that the boy simply did not know what the Eye of the Forest was, since he noticed that he was sleeping in class. Holding his glass again, the man thought about the fact that the boy only needed the academy to achieve his own goals. Returning to Kim Legan, Lee Sangshul asked if he could gather the members to talk to them, to which he agreed. After wishing the man luck, the chief instructor went to his office. A few days later, all freshmen selected for participation were gathered in a small auditorium. Lee Sangshul entered the auditorium after opening the door. Looking at the students, the man asked if everyone had come, but noticed that there were 5 people in the class, according to the list. Leaning on the table, he added that although they had met within the walls of the academy, he reminded them that he was Valhalla's chief combat instructor. He looked at the students, explaining that they were here precisely because of their participation in the upcoming competition. The man said that only 3 tests will be prepared for them. Upon hearing that the first test would be a duel between 2 students similar to the entrance exams, Yu Soyeon wore an indifferent expression on her face. At the words about the second task, which will be a team match, Oh Se-hyuk's eyes lit up with wild determination. But in the third task, they will all fight together, and the main criterion will be a quick assessment of the situation. After hearing that the third task was related to Forest Eye, Kim Joo-hyuk reached forward with interest. Since their final exams were postponed, he couldn't give them more information. However, he added that the Eye of the Forest is a labyrinth. Unlike an ordinary forest, it was heavily guarded, and anyone who wanted to enter it from the air was immediately caught. He said that each team will have to enter the maze, and they will hear the rest of the details on the day of the test. Opening his notebook, Lee Sangshul began to explain the specifics and format of the team fight to the students. Kim Joo-hyuk raised an eyebrow skeptically, disappointedly thinking that all this was the explanation for the Eye of the Forest. Rocking in his chair, the boy thought about why he just couldn't get into the maze if there was already a barrier. He came to his senses when Lee Sangshul began to explain how their training would go. When asked if the students had any questions, Kim Joo-hyuk jumped up with his hand raised. Having mentioned his name, the boy asked if it would be possible to train alone, to which the head instructor replied that it didn't really affect the result. So if he wanted to train himself, it was up to him. Following this, Choi Arin raised her hand to announce that she would also train alone. Looking at this, Lee Sangshul was surprised to think that these two were together, but he allowed it, asking if there were others willing. However, the rest were silent, so the man decided that the rest would train as a team. Leaving the office, he declared the class over, adding that he would meet them during training. All the students started to disperse, and only Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Arin sat in their seats without moving. The boy thought about the fact that he should master the technique he needed before the competition began. Thinking about the fact that it will be necessary to devote time and training, the boy heard how he was called. When Choi Arin asked if she should participate in the general training, the boy wondered why she was asking him about it. When the boy reminded her of her words that she would not be able to train hard, the girl touched the place on her stomach where the wound was. Choi Arin recalled how Kim Lee-gun summoned her to discuss her condition and her participation in the upcoming competitions. She looked intently at the instructor when he asked if she would participate in them. Her question about whether Kim Joo-hyuk would be there confused him a bit, but he said he would. And when she replied that she would also participate, the instructor laughed briefly, reminding her that she had not yet fully recovered. However, Choi Arin assured the instructor with a smile that she would be fine. Now sitting in the office, the girl thought about the fact that she was halfway to becoming the head of the family. However, glancing at Kim Joo-hyuk, she thought she had another goal. Looking at the boy, she thought about how she wanted to become stronger with him. Smiling, Choi Arin thought she wanted to help him with his goal, just as he had helped her. Seeing that the girl did not say anything, the boy advised her not to overexert herself in training, to which she nodded in agreement. He also advised her to keep the use of her legs to a minimum during training and focus on mana control. Leaving the classroom, Kim Joo-hyuk turned to her, saying that as soon as he finished his work, he would help her right away. In the evening, the building of the old warehouse was covered by the wild cry of the boy, who was sitting tied to the chair and begged to be released. One of the kidnappers, whose face was tattooed, pulled out a long knife, the blade of which flashed in the light. In the next moment, it was already protruding from the boy's chest, who coughed violently, after which his head hung weakly. The girl who was standing next to the killer asked if he couldn't do everything faster, to which he replied that it seemed more interesting to him. Suddenly, the phone in the girl's pocket lit up, and she was surprised that they received a new order very quickly. The tattooed guy looked at her, asking if they had a new target, to which she replied yes. Looking at Kim Joo-hyuk's photo, she noticed that he was a student of Valhalla. The killers returned to the body of their victim. When the bald man asked why their wasp switched to school children, she replied that the customer was willing to pay a large sum. The girl added that they should kill him in a month when the inter-school competitions will be held. After leaving their victim, the killers headed for the exit, and the girl explained to her colleague that they could not kill him now because of the strong defense of the academy. However, the guy with the tattoo was worried about whether they would be able to fulfill the order at the competition when other academies would be present. But according to the information that the girl had, the third test will take place in a labyrinth located in the forest. Lishu immediately clarified whether there would be any instructors in the forest, to which he received the answer that there would only be an observer drone. The girl added that with the exception of a few guards guarding the entrance, the rest would watch the test from the observation room. The boy understood that their colleague Alia would enter the labyrinth first, and they would follow her. Both killers perfectly understood that this task was a priority. A month after that, when the first day of inter-school competition began, Rockdale Ventric was sitting in the stands with Yuria, watching them. His face was frowned and he supported his head in his hands. Some time ago, the boy dialed his father's number while sitting in his room. Upon hearing that the money had reached his son, the man replied tensely that it was good. He wanted to say something more, but the boy cut him off, saying that he had paid the commission. Hearing that his son had paid Il Sinjo to kill Kim Joo-hyuk, the man looked up in fear. Hearing the doubt in his father's voice, Rockdale hurried to reassure him, saying that his decisions would not affect it in any way. Rockdale added that he would deal with the boy himself since Samsul had accepted the order, causing his father to tense up. He knew that Il Shinjo was a well-known group of killers. This group of 3 people was frightening just by the mention of themselves. In response to his father's advice not to put himself forward one more time, Rockdale agreed. And now, sitting on the podium and carefully watching the contestants, Ventric Jr. thought about the fact that the killers promised to deal with Kim Joo-hyuk during the competition. However, if that was really the case, then he shouldn't be hanging around here. Rockdale got up to leave the podium and called Yuria after him, who humbly followed him. At this time, the head of the Valhalla administration, Shim Dok-woon, was standing on the stage in front of the tribune, welcoming everyone who came to the competition. Before starting the competition, the man decided to introduce the competition participants from other schools. The first were representatives of the White Lotus Academy of China. Next came the representatives of the American Heroes Academy. And already the third represented representatives of Valhalla. The chairman of the board of the academy announced that their task today was to be individual sparring. The man asked that the representatives of all the academies return to their waiting rooms and wait for the results there. Lee Sang-chul watched what was happening in the arena from the stands. His gaze carefully studied each participant, and his face showed no emotion. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him, coming closer. The main instructor of the Hero Academy, Jack Rover, was walking towards him, waving a friendly hand. At his words about the fact that they had not seen each other for a long time, the chief instructor of Valhalla smiled, calling his colleague the third place, which he did not like very much. The man agreed with Jack that Valhalla wasn't the only academy that ranked first. With a sly smile, the chief instructor of Heroes assured that this time everything was different, as his words came to win. Looking at his colleague, Lee Sang-chul wondered why he was so sure of this. Rover replied that they had the best contractor with them this year, while wondering if he knew who he meant. Crossing his arms, Valhalla's head instructor replied that this contractor was called the Destroyer, and his name was Logan. Jack added that his son was studying at their academy, but Lee Sang-chul was surprised by the very fact that this contractor had a son. The main instructor of the Hero Academy pointed a finger at one of the boys, adding that the boy's father had come to them as a teacher. Looking to where the colleague was pointing, noticing a guy with a strong build, Logan Jair. Placing a hand on his chin, Lee Sang-chul replied that he was looking forward to seeing what the boy was capable of. However, when Rover added that he had already made a contract with his father's constellation, Valhalla's head instructor shot him a look. The man asked if the boy used destruction like his father, to which he received an affirmative answer. But not with such concentration. Jack looked at his colleague, adding that he had heard that the first years of Valhalla were not to be trifled with either. At the same time, he remembered Kim Joo-hyuk. The man did not miss the opportunity to mention how he recently captured the villain, to which Lee Sang-chul informed that Choi Arin had done the same after him. Closing his eyes, Rover replied with a smile that in that case they could work with Logan. However, Lee Sang-chul only snorted briefly, much to the surprise of the head instructor of the American Academy. Suddenly, the Valhalla instructor lowered his eyes, looking at the scoreboard, which reflected the information about the participants of the first round. Seeing this, the man replied that his colleague would understand his reaction when he saw the results of the match. In the first round, Valhalla's side was Kim Joo-hyuk. His rival from the American Academy was Logan Jayara. Shim Dokwoon explained that the conditions will be the same for all subsequent matches. According to the rules, the winner was the one who got the upper hand over the opponent. The man also added that the system will prevent a fatal blow, and pain sensations will be replaced by the sensation of electric current. Kim Joo-hyuk, carefully watching his opponent, wondered why the defense system was put to the test. Logan Jayara also kept his eyes on the opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk scratched his head as the countdown to the start ended. Immediately after the commentator's command, the boy clenched his fingers into a fist and brought his hand in to hit the opponent. However, in the next moment, great surprise was reflected on his face. His fist was in Logan's firm grip. He held his hand, asking if he considered himself very strong, to which Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he still has a long way to go. Clenching his fingers into a fist, Logan replied that he was much more modest than he expected. Blocking his attack, the Valhallan explained that he saw no difference between modesty and tongue-in-cheek, as he was still growing. When Logan caught his fist again, he asked with a smile how much longer he planned to block his punches. In the next moment, the boy raised his fist again to attack his opponent. This time the blow landed directly in Logan's chest. He was so strong that the boy fell to his knees, surprised by such a strong blow from his opponent. With a smile, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he was stronger than he expected, as it would clearly take more than one punch. Their duel was closely watched by the instructors of Valhalla and the heroes. Lee Sang-chul praised the American student for withstanding Kim Joo-hyuk's punch. John thought dazedly that he and the students had seen the boy fight in the entrance exams. However, now, looking at his straightened figure, the man understood that then he did not look so formidable. However, the man understood that the end of the battle was far from over, since Logan had not yet used the destroyer. Yellow-hot energy was already beginning to gather around the American student. He pulled back his hand, on which a ball of light began to form. However, Kim Joo-hyuk turned his head away, thereby dodging the magic attack. In response to such an attack, the boy raised his leg, hitting his opponent in the chest with his heel. Touching his fingers to his cut hair, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that if it was a normal attack, it would never have hit him. Logan, holding his stomach, tried to breathe, thinking that now he is ready to fall to the ground from just 2 blows to the stomach. However, the boy understood that if he could not strike with destruction, then there was no point in using it. Thinking he had only one option left, Logan dropped to his knees, his hands resting on the ground in front of him. A web of cracks began to spread through the magic he was releasing. Kim Joo-hyuk, with his hands in his pockets, asked why he was destroying the floor. Logan didn't answer, instead raising a stern look at his opponent. Suddenly, large floor stones began to rise around them. Looking at the opponent who was surrounded by stones, Kim Joo-hyuk reasoned that he could dodge any apparent attack. Deciding to make his attacks unexpected, Wood quickly crossed the field between them, standing next to his opponent. Noticing that he was already near him, Logan thought with fright that he had found him. However, he thought it was too late, so he attacked the Valhallan again. In the next moment, one of the stones flew straight into his face. Holding his nose and eyebrow, the boy heard Kim Joo-hyuk come close to him. Swinging his fist, he asked if he understood how much his own magic was burning him. In the next second, the Valhallan's fist crashed into the opponent's nose, crushing it with its onslaught. The blow sent Logan flying backwards, crashing into the wall with his back. The announcer announced that the first round had come to an end, and Kim Joo-hyuk was the winner. And while Rover looked at it with his mouth wide open, Lee Sang-chul calmly replied that this was why he didn't seem to be paying too much attention. Looking at Kim Joo-hyuk, who was leaving the arena, the American instructor pretended that he was just a monster. In the second round, Kim Joo-hyuk faced White Lotus student Lee Hui-an-pong, whom he also knocked out. In the third round, he faced the American Lee Bella again, and this time the victory was his. The final battle had to take place between Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Aaron. The girl looked at her teammate, thinking that since they were both from Valhalla, the victory of their academy was guaranteed. In Kim Joo-hyuk's head, the thought was swirling that this fight was held only to determine the rating. He perfectly understood that the winner would receive a scholarship. However, since he didn't need her, he could give in. Smiling, he told the student that he didn't care who won, but the audience wanted a spectacle. In addition, the boy added that he wanted to see the girl's progress. Rubbing his shoulder, Kim Joo-hyuk warned that he would take the girl's injuries into account, but he wanted her to give her all. Taking out her sword, Choi Arin, who was already surrounded by blue lightning, smiled and replied that she understood. With a predatory smile, the boy withdrew his hand, clenching his fingers into a fist. In the next moment, Shim Duk-woon rushed to the arena in fear. Rover grabbed his head and Lee Sang-chul beckoned with an outstretched hand. Yoo So-yeon nervously bit the nail on her thumb, and Oh Se-hyuk rested her elbows on her knees tensely. The floor of the arena was cracked, and Choi Arin lay face down between them. Hearing him being announced as the winner, Kim Joo-hyuk froze with his fist raised. Looking at the student, he heard Bars's voice asking if he had promised to take into account her injuries. The guy replied that it happened by accident, because he didn't even try to hit her in the stomach. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that the trajectory of her blades suddenly changed direction and aimed at his stomach, so he slashed at him. Looking at his hand, he thought that he had become much stronger and could now hold a certain amount of mana. However, looking at Choi Arin, the boy recognized that she had also become much stronger. Already in the evening, they were sitting in front of Lee Sang-chul, who said that they were well done. Looking at us students, Valhalla's head combat instructor asked if they were all okay. The man added that thanks to the protection system, they were not injured, but they should still visit the infirmary. Listening to him talk about tomorrow's competition, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he would have to wait another day to go to the Eye of the Forest. On the way out of the office, Lee Sang-chul said that the team meeting is over for today, so they can rest a bit. He heard someone calling him in the corridor, so he stopped. Turning his head, he saw Kim Joo-hyuk approaching him. The man asked the student if he had any questions for him. With a smile on his face, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he could start taking the third test tomorrow, right after the second. Arguing this by the fact that this had never happened before, Lee Sang-chul opened the rules of the competition. There he read that there are two main requirements for such a thing. The first was that the second stage must be completed by noon. The second condition was improper preparation of the place of the second test. Upon hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk asked him with a smile if he thought he would be able to move on to the third task right away. Looking at the student carefully, Lee Sang-chul replied that it would probably be even better for him if he passed him in the afternoon. After thanking him, Kim Joo-hyuk shook his head and said goodbye, reminding him that they would meet tomorrow. He wished the boy a good night, looking at his back. With a smile, Kim Joo-hyuk was glad that he knew about the task in advance. When he heard Barsh's voice wondering that he wanted to complete the maze in one day, placing a hand on his chin, the Tower of Destruction boss wondered if he was going to attract students from other academies. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that he no longer had time to just wait. The next day, Shim Duk-won once again welcomed the participants to Valhalla Yasani's inner sanctum. In the stands, a screen was playing his speech, where he talked about how 5 representatives of each academy had to face each other in the mountains. A drone was flying in the air above them, which was supposed to broadcast a video broadcast of the competition for all viewers. On the lawn, the members of the Valhalla team warmed up, preparing for the test. Yoo So-yeon looked around, trying to figure out where Kim Joo-hyuk was as the start was about to be announced. Hearing his voice near them, the students turned to look at the boy. At Yoo So-yeon's accusation, he apologized with a calm smile, explaining that he had overslept. The girl spread her hands, explaining that he was supposed to come half an hour ago, to which the boy said that he had listened to this information a little. Scratching his head, Kim Joo-hyuk apologized, promising to deal with everything. These words of his put Yoo So-yeon in a bit of a stupor. Choi Arin came up to them, and Yoo So-yeon continued the argument, reminding them that it was a team competition, not an individual one. Pointing her finger at him, the girl accused him of making them targets of both rival teams. She turned to the rest of the team, asking if they had any objections, but both boys stayed out of the fray. Seeing Choi Arin raise her hand, Yoo So-yeon turned to her with a smile, hoping that she would support her. However, she only asked Kim Joo-hyuk if she could go with him. He ordered her to stay here, completely ignoring Yoo So-yeon's ravings. However, in the next second, the boy turned to his groupmate, ordering her to keep quiet and thereby save energy. Hearing the announcer start the countdown to the start of the test, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and announced that he had one more game scheduled for today. However, Yoo So-yeon continued arguing, not understanding what he was talking about. The girl, standing surrounded by the team, spread her hands, demanding an answer from the boy. However, he simply turned around, calmly answering that she was too arrogant. After hearing the final numbers, Kim Joo-hyuk prepared to run into the thicket, saying that he needed to prepare for the Eye of the Great Forest. Sometime after the start of the test was announced, The boy pushed aside the bushes, exclaiming that he had found the members of the White Lotus team. Seeing him, the students drew their swords, preparing to attack. He noticed with a smile that they reacted faster than he expected. Logan Jayara looked dumbfounded at the notification that the White Lotus had already been eliminated. Not understanding how this could happen 10 minutes into the competition, he guessed that the Valhallans were heading straight for them. Suddenly, one of his team members called out to him, reporting that he could sense traces of magic in one direction. However, hearing that it was only one person, Logan looked at the boy in surprise. Pulling himself together, he sternly ordered the two guys on his team to hold the magic shield. Hearing the order from the commander to prepare the reinforcement magic, the girl Melissa rested her hands on the ground, summoning a magical circuit. Ibella snapped at his order to strengthen the boy's shield, which she was already doing, summoning a green shield. Logan himself stood in the middle, accumulating his energy in two balls of light. Melissa raised her head and asked if they should prepare like this, if it was only one person. To this, Logan replied that if this one person is Kim Joo-hyuk, then it should be. Ibella reminded the boy that Melissa had not encountered this Valhallan. At Melissa's words, the boy sternly warned her not to compare him with Kim Joo-hyuk. Suddenly, the boy who was the first to notice the magical trail near them shouted that it was now gone. Logan didn't understand what could have happened to make them leave, to which Ibella assumed that they had simply fulfilled their purpose and gone their separate ways. Kim Joo-hyuk watched from above as the team of American students built up a defense around them. Suddenly, Logan looked at him, realizing that he was above them. At that moment, a wooden sword, which was in the hands of Kim Joo-hyuk, flew into his nose. The girls stared at the student of Valhalla, who managed to knock out their captain with one blow. Ibella barely had time to curse, turning her head in the direction of the attacker. However, the next second she was hit in the solar plexus, which Kim Joo-hyuk commented that she was very slow to react. Melissa frowned as she called the Valhalla student by name. She was already concentrating her energy in her hands, gathering it into a ball. The girl threw it at her opponent, but he dodged without even thinking. He charged at Melissa, knocking her off her feet with one punch and asking if she thought hurling magic clots was wise given their situation. The two guys left from the American team were already approaching him from behind. However, they did not even notice how one of them was hit in the ribs by a wooden sword. With one punch, Kim Joo-hyuk knocked them out, knocking them out. Looking at the notification that announced the elimination of the heroes, the boy slung his sword over his shoulder, thinking that he could now go to the eye of the forest. In the observation room, Shim Duk-woon turned from the screen to his colleagues, asking them how this could happen. The man informed them that Kim Joo-hyuk finished the team fight in less than 23 minutes, and this is not taking into account that 20 minutes of them went on the road. He put his hand to his chin, asking his colleagues what they should do next, since such a quick ending spoiled all plans. Lee Sang-chul replied that according to the rules, they could announce the third test right now. The head of the Valhalla administration clarified whether it was the Great Eye of the Forest, after which he said that such a decision required coordination with the other leaders. The man asked Lee Sang-chul to let him know her results after talking with them. The head instructor of Valhalla himself thought that Kim Joo-hyuk knew how much time he would spend on the second test, so he asked about the third. In the hallway, Rover put a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile that the heroes weren't against such a turn, but they needed to talk to the White Lotus teachers. He added that he was finally convinced of this when he watched the team battle. Now he perfectly understood why he had called him a monster at the first test. At this, Lee Sang-chul smiled, suggesting that his colleague talk to the teachers from White Lotus first. At this time, the Valhalla team was sitting in the common room, preparing for the third test. While polishing her sword, Yoo So-yeon kept glancing at Kim Joo-hyuk. Looking at the boy who was sitting with his eyes closed, she thought about the fact that she did not expect him to actually go and deal with the other teams on his own. The girl frowned, remembering how her teacher had asked her to take the lead, but now she felt like a mare's tail. Also, her memory flashed back to how she had lost yesterday in the individual competition to Choi Ah-rin, who was said to be studying under Kim Joo-hyuk. Clenching her fist, Yoo So-yeon understood that she could not allow the option where she would not achieve anything. Looking at her teammate again, she wondered if he would teach her too if she spat on her pride. Hearing the academy representatives being called over the loudspeaker, Kim Joo-hyuk opened one eye. Yoo So-yeon listened intently that the third stage would be held a day earlier, namely today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Kim Joo-hyuk had said. Getting up, the boy asked the team for a moment's attention. When everyone returned to him, he announced that he would go to the eye of the forest alone. Toy told them that they would be able to call for help in case of danger, Yu Soyeon angrily thought that this renegade had sat decently in her livers. The girl perfectly understood that even if they get the minimum number of points, the situation will not change fundamentally. And the eye of the Great Forest meant a separate environment that would be different from the others. Yu So-yeon didn't even notice how closely Kim Joo-hyuk was looking at her. When he asked if she had anything to say, while calling her a bird, she stood over him with her arms crossed and clearly displeased. Choi Arin watched them fight, thinking that what he called Yu So-yeon was very cute. Finally, at the appointed time, the teams were at the gates of the labyrinth. Shim Dok-woon, holding the microphone, announced the start of the third stage of the competition. In the stands of the Valhalla Arena, the audience could watch everything that would happen in the labyrinth on a big screen. To begin with, the chairman of the board decided to familiarize the participants with the labyrinth itself so that they know what awaits them. Behind the gate, they will find themselves in a forest where it is constantly raining, and the monsters that live there are quite low level. There were only two things that threatened them, namely the torrential rain and the thick vegetation. Shim Duk-woon added that all that is required of the contestants is to survive. Listening to him explain about recording their condition and checking it in 5 hours, Kim Joo-hyuk yawned widely. Having warned that conflicts between members of the same team are prohibited, the chairman of the board announced the start of the test. All three teams headed to the open gate. The killers, meanwhile, while in an abandoned warehouse, received a notification that Valhalla had moved into position. Having heard from Alia that the students entered the very center of the forest, they set off. After analyzing the situation with the help of dark magic, the killers realized that they were hindered by some kind of magic supported by two people. Putting her hands on the shoulders of her partners, Olia offered to deal with them first. In an instant, the three of them disappeared into the portal she had summoned. Staring at the screen in the observation room, Lee Seng-chul's eyes widened in shock. The images were blurry, which indicated that absolutely all the cameras had failed. Shim Duk-woon wondered what could have happened. As multiple cameras failing at the same time seemed unlikely, he turned to one of the guards asking if they had called the main gate post, to which he was told that no one was picking up the phone there. Lee Seng-chul ordered that due to the danger to the students, the teachers should also enter the labyrinth. The entire pedagogue rushed to the main gate, but a surprise awaited them there. The entrance to the labyrinth was destroyed, and the guards lay unconscious near the rubble. At this time, the American Academy team was standing under a giant tree, hiding from the rain. Hearing how he was addressed, Logan looked away in surprise. Melissa, looking at her friend, assumed that Ibella was not in the best condition. However, she, despite how much it stung, explained that everything was fine with her. She just got under a lot of water at the entrance. Looking at his friend, the boy replied that if she got sick, she would be removed from the competition, and he wanted to get high scores in this competition. Returning to the team, Logan ordered the boys to search for strong branches and the girls for large leaves for a canopy. He himself, rolling up his sleeves, began to level the ground and dig a hole. Suddenly, the boy stopped in surprise, seeing a black and purple portal in front of him. Two girls and one boy emerged from it, covering their heads with their hands. The girls were clearly not happy with the weather, but the guy didn't care. Looking at Logan, he smiled predatorily and suggested that he not resist and surrender. Logan took a fighting stance, but the unknown man froze, looking at him in confusion. Hearing them address her, Alia replied that she teleported them to a source of mild magic. Logan stared at the trio, unsure of who they were, but it dawned on him that they were going to kill Kim Joo-hyuk. In addition, he felt dark energy emanating from the portal sphere. Having carefully examined the newcomers, the boy realized that they were villains. The girl with the mohawk turned to her bald partner, ordering him not to leave any witnesses. Preparing for battle, Logan summoned an energy ball in his palm. Shouting that they didn't belong in an inter-school competition, he lunged at them, pulling his hand back. A knife blade flashed in the bald man's hands and a predatory smile appeared on his face. The next moment, Logan heard a bald man's voice behind him, of his stomach, and a red stain was spreading across his white shirt. A pale Logan looked around, not understanding how he had ended up behind him so quickly. Killer smiled predatorily, advising the surprised victim to look back. He listened and saw the same attacker in front of him. Stunned, Logan realized that he had a doppelganger. A dark energy emanated from the killer himself. The double of the bald man came up to him and stuck a knife in his stomach. After that, Logan fell off his feet, hitting the ground with his face. The girl with the mohawk asked if he did everything right, receiving the answer that he did not hit the heart with the first blow. Ibella stopped in fright, looking at the body of the team captain. The girl with the mohawk looked at the bald man again, asking if he was going to clean up his tails. But she began to push him so that they would finish the work faster. Seeing how a dystrophic with a knife was coming at her, Ibella put up a shield in front of her. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was moving forward despite the downpour in the swamp and trying to figure out exactly where he was. Looking at the notification, the boy wondered if there was a house there before. Running through the forest, he noticed a figure with long blonde hair standing motionless between the trees. The boy stopped, slowly approaching the girl. Melissa grabbed her head and screamed wildly. A bald, tattooed man stood in front of her, and at his feet lay one of her team. The girls clutched their heads, sighing that another witness had arrived. The bald man grumbled, asking if they were smeared with honey, but at some point he fell silent, and his eyes widened in surprise. He noticed that Kim Joo-hyuk, for whom they came here, approached the blonde. The killers smiled, glad that the prey had come here on its own. Kim Joo-hyuk watched the killers intently, trying to understand what they were talking about. For a moment, he looked down at the bodies of the American team. Looking up, Kim Joo-hyuk ordered Melissa to try to stop the bleeding of her team members while he dealt with the attackers. The boy looked at the body of one of the rivals, realizing that the killers did not want the victims to die quickly, judging by the injuries. Looking at the trio, he sternly warned them that he would only ask them one question. The guy added that they have no right to be here, which gives them complete carte blanche. The bald dystrophic smiled predatorily, asking the boy how he could still say something when he himself was close to death. Hearing that all the drones in the single entrance had been destroyed, Kim Joo-hyuk rushed forward in surprise, surprised that the teachers hadn't noticed. The killer continued as if reading his thoughts that the instructors would not be able to come here for some time. Reminded that the entrance was covered with stones, he advised the boy to calculate how much time they had, assuming that there was no more clearing. Throwing his head up, Kim Joo-hyuk let out a loud sigh that he had no time left because of them. The bald man did not understand what he was talking about, but he pulled out his knife, intending to complete the order. Summoning his doppelganger, he charged at the freshman, intending to finish him off as quickly as possible. However, in the next moment, his knife sank into the ground, where there was an empty place. Not understanding what had happened, he began to look around in search of his victim. Suddenly, near his ear, he heard the words that he was moving very slowly. Turning his head, the man saw Kim Joo-hyuk swinging a wooden sword at him. It flew into his eye with full swing, breaking his nose. The blow was so strong that the bald man flew back, almost knocking his shoes off his feet. He hit the ground with a thud, landing on his head and back. His colleagues cursed, watching his flight in bewilderment. They didn't even notice as, wasting no time, Kim Joo-hyuk jumped up to attack them. With one swing of his sword, he blew them in the shoulders, knocking them off their feet. In a moment, all three murderers were lying on the ground unconscious. After landing, Kim Joo-hyuk repeated the order to Melissa to stop his team's bleeding with magic, and if she is not able to do it herself, then let her run to the west, where there were students of Valhalla who could help her. Bending over her partner Melissa, with a tearful face, tried to help him by releasing her magic. The bald killer stood up, gritting his teeth, and growled. Looking back, he saw that the girls from his team were lying unconscious next to him. Coming close to him, Kim Joo-hyuk asked him if he recognized his girlfriends. Dystrophic raised the knife, trying to defend himself from the freshman. Frowning, Kim Joo-hyuk sternly asked who sent them here. The bald man grinned, reminding himself that he was asking such a question to a professional killer. Scratching his head, Kim Joo-hyuk suggested that they had not come here sober. Jumping up determinedly, the killer swung the knife, attacking his victim. However, he simply deflected, causing the weapon to sharply cut through the air. Opening his mouth, the killer was surprised that the freshman managed to dodge his blow. Turning to face him, Kim Joo-hyuk sternly asked if he was still attacking from behind. He swung his sword, promising to show it a true surprise attack. In the next second, the killer covered his nose, which was hit by Kim Joo-hyuk's fist. Hearing how he was addressed, the bald man looked up at his opponent. Standing over him, the boy asked who had sent him, what he had sent him for again. Watching this, Kim Joo-hyuk gave a predatory grin as he swung a wooden sword at the assassin. The instructors, meanwhile, made their way past the thickets of forest, looking for groups of participating students. At one point, they saw the students of Valhalla healing the students of the heroes. Rover anxiously rushed over to Logan, asking if he was okay, to which Logan replied that he was having a bit of trouble moving around, but was generally fine. Lee Sung-chul watched this in silence, his eyebrows pushed up to the bridge of his nose. Approaching the victims, the chief instructor of Valhalla asked them what had happened. Logan explained that they were attacked by unknown people, one man and two women. Lee Sang-chul immediately understood that it was the Samsal killers, so he wondered where they were now. The American student pointed somewhere with his finger, and the teachers synchronously turned their heads there. There they saw two bodies lying unconscious. One of them belonged to a brunette girl with piercings and a mohawk, and another to a bald man with a large tattoo on his face. Logan also added that Kim Joo-hyuk dealt with them. Hearing his student's name, Lee Sang-chul looked in front of him in shock, realizing his power. Logan said that in the semi-darkness, he could see the silhouette of Kim Joo-hyuk fighting, and it was just awesome. He remembered the decisive blow, thinking that he himself did not even manage to get close to the attackers, and he dealt with the three on his own. The boy added that it was difficult for him to even imagine how much the Valhallan held back during the duel with them. Smiling, Logan admitted that considering himself the strongest, he greatly overestimated himself. Rover looked at his student, saying that it wasn't about him. Kim Joo-hyuk was just a personal case. However, Lee Sang-chul was more concerned that the students were talking about three attackers, while he only saw two bodies. Suddenly, the body of a girl unknown to the teachers fell into a puddle in front of them, which served as an answer to his question. Kim Joo-hyuk, throwing her to the ground, said that he had to find out who was pulling the strings on stage. Lee Sang-chul approached him, asking if he was okay, to which he received an affirmative answer. Closing his eyes, the instructor let out a breath, saying that he would tell them what had happened before they returned to the academy. Choi Erin looked up as the teacher ordered her colleagues to transport the injured to the hospital and the Valhallans to report everything to the White Lotus. Already in the evening, after coming out of the bathroom, Kim Joo-hyuk hit the bed, asking if he did a good job today. He agreed with Baish that his fatigue could be due to using a lot of mana in a short period of time. Looking at the ceiling, the boy smiled, thinking that it was worth it. Pulling out the azure sphere from his pocket, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that it was difficult to get it, but he managed it. He remembered how in the forest, one of the attacking girls had regained consciousness, moaning because of the pain in her head. Hearing a voice above her telling her to get up, she opened her eyes wide. Sitting on the ground, the girl looked at Kim Joo-hyuk in fear, asking him what abilities he possessed. However, the boy didn't answer, instead sitting down next to her and looking intently into her face. He said he didn't care who they were or where they came from, but from what the bald man was saying, they were a group of hired killers. While the boy was coming to the truth about the principle of their organization, the girl's face showed more and more angry expression. When he asked about her abilities, she sent him on his way, saying that she wasn't going to answer him and opening a portal. However, at some point, Kim Joo-hyuk put his hand forward, holding him back and preventing her from escaping, much to her surprise. Looking at the boy, she couldn't understand how he managed to stop the rupture of space. Kim Joo-hyuk, seeing her reaction, smiled, guessing that she could create spaces and move between them. The girl was silent, angrily pouting into her mask and glaring at him. He put his hand on her shoulder, telling her that her abilities could benefit him. With a predatory smile, the boy added that if she helped him in his case, he would be able to avoid punishment. And now lying in his bed, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about the fact that thanks to the girl, everything turned out much easier than it could have been. Barshay, crossing his arms on his chest, recalled that he seemed to promise her to avoid punishment, but instead she remained lying there unconscious. To this, the boy said that if she had answered who sent them, then he would not have laid a finger on her. He managed to learn that all three belonged to the Samsal group, and the name of the customer did not surprise him at all. Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't surprised to hear that Rockdil Ventric had sent them. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that just like last time, he planned to inform the reporters and see what the Ventrics would do next. Looking at the sphere, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he had the sphere, so he could proceed to the next part, and now he could just go to sleep. Barsh replied that when he faced his memories, he might be able to get his back. Hearing that the boss of the Tower of Destruction also had a notification, the boy reached for the switch, concluding that it was time to go to bed. Lying in the dark, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about what he might have seen in his past dreams. After falling asleep, the boy saw the same Tower of Destruction again. He was sitting again, leaning against the wall, and there was a wound on his stomach. A huge stone flew at him from above, threatening to crush him. At some point, it stopped a few centimeters from his head. Everything froze for a moment, after which the wreckage began to rise up. Among them, you could see a silhouette whose eyes glowed with red light. The figure stared at him intently, speaking of what would take his name from the world he protected. After that, he disappeared into the light of the portal, leaving the boy alone. Immediately after that, everything continued, including the falling of the fragments of the tower. In fright, Kim Joo-hyuk opened his eyes and jumped up on the bed, wondering why he had such a dream. Holding his head, the boy wondered if this had really happened and if it was exactly what he had forgotten about. He turned to Barsh, asking if he remembered anything, but he did not answer, falling silent in mid-sentence. After hearing in a moment that it was a tiger, Kim Joo-hyuk raised one eyebrow in surprise, not understanding anything. A picture of a fluffy striped scratcher immediately appeared in his mind. However, Barsh grumbled, crossing his arms over his chest, that it didn't look so cute in reality, replying that he didn't remember the details. From all of this, it was clear that the boss of the Tower of Destruction had not seen the same man as him, so he would have to deal with this on his own. The boy clarified whether he remembered his name or heard how it was pronounced, to which he received a negative answer. Kim Joo-hyuk disappointedly thought that all the constellations mentioned made no sense. Suddenly, a new notification window appeared in front of him, which startled the boy. After reading what was written there, he was surprised that he needed to face the truth. After taking a closer look at the message, Kim Joo-hyuk decided that he would ask Lilia about the Ahala Palace. After class, he and Choi Arin were back at the Valhalla gym, resuming their training. Together with them, Oh Seok also lifted the barbell there, without starting his physical form. Suddenly, the boy was surprised when he heard someone near him exhale in surprise. Next to him, he saw Yoo So-yeon, who asked him in surprise what he was doing here. However, the wheat-haired man replied that he should rather be the one asking why she came here. Stammering, the girl replied that her reason was similar to his. She was proud, but she was a little jealous of Kim Joo-hyuk. To this, Oh Se-hyuk said that he is not in the gym because of this, but because of the constant training he has been doing since childhood. Closing his eyes, the boy asked if the reason she was jealous of Kim Joo-hyuk was because she lost to Choi Arin. At this, the girl began to snort furiously, moving her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose. However, realizing that the answer was obvious, she lowered her head and admitted that he was right. A memory flashed in her mind of how she had fought against the second daughter of the Choi Jin family in the first round. Here she brings her sword to attack her opponent. However, she blocks her blow, which caused waves of energy to fly around. Choi Arin did not stay in the debt, raising her hands and swinging her own blade. Looking at the result of her attack, Yoo So-yeon wondered how she managed to cut through her magic with her sword. Waving her weapon, the girl launched a new wave of energy at her opponent. Choi Arin took a fighting stance, preparing to defend herself. Bright blue lightning began to run around her blade. Yoo So-yeon watched with her mouth agape as her teammate cut through 3 waves of her magic with one blow. In the next moment, she was rushing towards her, bringing the hilt of her sword to attack. From the impact, the girl fell to the ground, releasing her blade from her hands, which meant victory for Choi Arin. Now, Yoo So-yeon explained that Choi Arin had become much stronger since taking the Valhalla entrance exams. And in her opinion, Kim Joo-hyuk was involved in this, since while she was only training in magic, Choi Arin was also doing strength training. While training, Oh Se-hyuk speculated that this might be the reason why she developed her abilities so quickly. The boy then added that she should go to Kim Joo-hyuk instead of him, causing Yoo So-yeon to freeze awkwardly. However, after thinking about it, she mentally agreed, considering that she couldn't wait. If she really wanted results, she needed his answer. So without wasting any more time, the girl approached Kim Joo-hyuk, who was wiping his face with a towel. Seeing a groupmate next to him, the boy asked what she wanted, at the same time calling her a bird again, which drove her crazy. Closing her eyes, she exhaled, wondering if he was training Choi Arin. However, immediately after that, the courage left and she started stuttering again. But as soon as she dared to ask if he would train her in the same way, Lee Sang-chul's voice was heard from behind, asking the boy if he was free. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the teacher, replying that he hadn't finished training yet, so he asked if something happened. However, he only said that he would find him when he was done, because there is a person who wants to meet him. Hearing that this was his only chance to meet the boy, Kim Joo-hyuk looked closely at the head instructor. Seeing that he was leaving, Yoo So-yeon looked after him in surprise. Looking down at her feet, the girl thought with annoyance that she had been interrupted again, and she could not achieve what she wanted. Hearing him call her a bird again, Yoo So-yeon's eyes widened. Without turning his head to her, Kim Joo-hyuk said that if she wanted to train with them, she should ask Choi Arin for the schedule and follow him. After hearing how he promised to teach her if she did well, Choi Arin promised to explain everything to her teammate, calling her a bird, which finally let her out. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was silently walking down the corridor, following Lee Sang-chul. Finally, he couldn't stand it, wondering who wanted to see him and meet him right now. The chief combat instructor replied that he must have guessed about his sudden guest, adding that he was waiting in the small hall. The boy didn't even have time to think about who it could be when Lee Sang-chul announced that they had arrived. In the small hall, Kim Joo-hyuk saw Rockdale Ventrick, who looked a bit dazed, and Yuria, who was standing silently with her head down. Looking carefully at the blonde, the boy asked if it was him. In the next moment, he fell to his knees, begging the black-haired man to save him. Kim Joo-hyuk watched as whoever sent the assassins after him desperately begged him for help. He turned to Lee Sang-chul, asking what had happened to him, what he had asked, if he really didn't know or if he was just pretending. Looking at the frightened Ventrick, the instructor replied that he wanted to kill him, and more than once. However, he was more concerned about how the journalists learned about it. Kim Joo-hyuk looked ahead indifferently, realizing that he was not happy that the Valhalla student was being attacked, was being talked about everywhere. The boy asked the teacher if the head of the Ventrick family could just come, tell him something, and disappear. Closing his eyes, Lee Sang-chul replied that the head of the family had recently disowned Rockdale at a press conference. Now it became clear to him the defeated state in which the boy was. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man added that his entire family tree, including his father, was kicked out with him. It was for this reason that he now personally stood before the black-haired man and asked for forgiveness. However, Kim Joo-hyuk still didn't understand what he was supposed to save Ventrick from. Lowering his head, the boy fearfully replied that this was not the end. The blonde looked up pleadingly at the black-haired, begging him to do anything to make it stop. However, he squinted, scratched his ear, and replied that he did not want to. Rockdale jumped up, remembering that he still hadn't apologized, so he rushed to beg for forgiveness fervently. With tears streaming down his face, Ventrick folded his hands in a pleading gesture and began to assure him that he would never bother him again. However, Kim Joo-hyuk indifferently replied that he didn't need his apology, to which Rockdale started offering him money. Watching this picture, Lee Sang-chul clenched his teeth tightly, barely holding back his emotions. Hearing that the boy wasn't interested in money either, Ventrick turned back, looking for what else he could offer him. In the next moment, Yuria cried out when he firmly grabbed her wrist. Ventrick pulled her to him with a maddened glint in his eyes, offering Kim Joo-hyuk to take her for himself. The girl looked down sullenly as he began talking about her high status and how she would raise the status of Kim Joo-hyuk himself. The freshman himself, looking at this, incomprehensibly lashed out at Rockdale, not understanding how he could offer him a person as if he were a thing. Ventrick gave a predatory smile, adding that Yuria was indeed his property now. He grabbed her by the hair, pulling her head up and exposing her neck, revealing a blood-red writing. Kim Joo-hyuk and Lee Sang-chul's faces showed their emotions completely, and there was nothing good about it. Rockdale added that he could re-register the ownership of the black-haired man at his word. Looking at the girl's neck, the instructor thought that such a seal was applied by magic and prevented the wearer from obeying any order of the master. The man's face showed strong anger when he remembered that such a seal was practically impossible to remove. However, looking at Rockdale's crazed gaze, he couldn't understand how it could be used on a human. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk's voice came to him, saying that there used to be a lot of such scum. Stretching his hand to the neck of the frightened Yuria, he added that they stigmatized people and then sold and bought them. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared in his hands. Yuria froze as she looked at Kim Joo-hyuk, whose face looked very focused. In his hands, he held a seal, which he held by one end. With one sharp movement, the boy pulled her, removing her from the girl's neck. Feeling the seal disappear, Yuria opened her mouth in a silent sigh. She still couldn't believe what had happened. Rockdale also did not believe that the seal had been removed. Crossing his arms over his chest, Lee Sang-chul looked over at Kim Joo-hyuk, who was asking if he could gently but severely maim Rockdale. To a clarifying question, the boy said that he specifically wanted to break several of his ribs, which scared Ventrick to death. Lee Sang-chul replied that as an instructor, he had to prevent any violence between students, causing the freshman to sigh in frustration. However, glaring fiercely at Rockdale, the man added that if we are talking about a potential criminal, then this fundamentally changes the case. Hearing that now that he was no longer a member of the Ventrick family, the teacher was willing to turn a blind eye to it, Rockdale paled. In the next moment, he saw Kim Joo-hyuk's hand slap on his shoulder as he asked threateningly if he had heard everything. Bringing his fist up to strike, the black-haired man asked him to be patient. The impact sent Ventrick flying backwards, splattering blood. Lee Sang-chul closed his eyes and turned away to avoid seeing how Kim Joo-hyuk had just smeared another student. Rockdale crashed to the floor, arching his back and moaning loudly, several teeth missing from his jaw. Already walking towards the dormitory, Kim Joo-hyuk heard Barsh's voice, who enthusiastically said that he had never felt such anger from him. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that if this had happened 300 years ago, he would have beaten his head off. He remembered his student, who was treated like cattle because of such a seal, which is why he was so angry. Exhaling, the boy added that something similar had happened to him. Bari, putting his hand to his chin, clarified whether he was also a slave, but they were interrupted by someone's cry. Turning his head, Kim Joo-hyuk saw Yuria gasping for breath, catching up with him. Taking a breath, she looked at him, saying that she was shocked and speechless in the office. However, in the next second, she bowed low to the shocked boy, thanking him for what he had done. Scratching his head, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that the thanks were accepted, advising her to forget all about it. Hearing that she can now live peacefully, Yuria shook and her eyes filled with tears. Despite the girl's tears, the self-satisfied boy turned around and headed home. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk was sitting in the Valhalla Cafe with Lilia, who, while tasting the food, said that the Great Palace of Valhalla was in China. The boy carefully listened to the teacher, who told him the information he needed while tasting the ice cream. The woman explained that Valhalla is a labyrinth that belongs to the White Lotus Association. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately asked if this was the academy that participated in the competition, to which he received an affirmative answer. Staring into his glass, the boy thought with annoyance that he would have to deal with the academy, as it was forbidden to enter the labyrinths without permission. As he sipped his drink, he mentally resented why he had to ask for permission when there had been something like this before. The boy even thought that he could destroy the labyrinth, but he wanted nothing to do with the White Lotus. Turning his gaze to Lilia, he asked her how he could get into the labyrinth. Leaning her head, the woman thought about it, assuming that this would require being their student. She started to say something else but abruptly stopped, covering her mouth with her hand. When the boy asked if she was all right, Lilia looked ahead in fear. Pointing a finger at the interlocutor, the woman replied that it was a little selfish of him to listen without telling anything in return. Holding up 3 fingers, the woman with a big smile asked him to tell about 3 things, and then she would tell something else. However, seeing that he was getting up, she waved her hand, trying to stop him. Hearing that she was ready to tell him everything just like that, Kim Joo-hyuk stopped. When he took his seat, Lilia let out a weary breath, leaning on the table. Lowering her voice to a whisper, the woman said that world competitions would soon be held in that palace. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if the teachers already knew, to which Lilia replied that no one knew about it yet. When asked how she found out about it, the woman proudly smiled, assuring that she had a source. She gleefully confirmed his assumption that it would be something like an inter-school competition. However, if only China, the USA, and Korea took part in the Korean competition, every school takes part in the world competition. Looking down, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that the competitions differed only in scale, which was starting to piss him off little by little. He thought about the fact that he had to wait a long time because the world competition would not be held until the 2nd semester. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if he could enter the maze early, causing her to look up in interest. After thinking about it, Lilia answered that it should be clarified with the association that owns the labyrinth. However, she had no idea where to go to get legal permission. Raising her finger up, the woman asked if the boy wanted to help her with something. Lilia, with a smile, offered the student to come with her to the World Society of Monster Research, clarifying that it was only for 1 day. In a while, both were already standing in front of the wrought iron gates of the Society's building in Tottenham, in the north of London. Responding to the boy's anger, Lilia reminded him with a smile that they were only here for 1 day, so she offered to relax. Hearing that the woman had extended their tour until Monday, Kim Joo-hyuk noticed that she was abusing her authority as a teacher. Looking at the gate, he wondered what their plans were. In some time, the boy was already standing in the laboratory, holding a sword in his hands, and in front of him stood a huge wild boar. From the other side of the protective glass, he was watched by scientists who recorded the results of the study. With a loud squeal, the Cabanura rushed at the opponent, showing long fangs. Bringing his sword forward, Kim Joo-hyuk concentrated as he prepared to defend himself. In a moment, the blade entered the animal, causing it to dissolve in blue light. Hearing the order to get ready, the boy asked through clenched teeth how many more monsters there would be. Within an hour, he was flopping on the bed, wearily wondering why she always made him work overtime. He looked up at the woman who was holding a cup of coffee and smiling contentedly. Kim Joo-hyuk noticed that as soon as they entered, everyone started to behave in a nasty way, attacking Lily. The woman silently leaned against the cup, taking a large sip. Exhaling, she replied that everyone here was loyal to the past Monster Hunter manual that had kept them going for so many years. Hearing that her work shattered everything they believed in, the boy asked why a hunter had to have a sword anyway, after hearing about the tradition. However, Kim Joo-hyuk still didn't understand why they would warm to her if they were already so sure of their rightness. Lilia replied that unfortunately, they belonged to conservatives who are afraid of change. Kim Joo-hyuk, raising one eyebrow, wondered why she would publish her work in front of them anyway. Taking another sip, the woman replied that a report without public recognition was empty, and all that mattered was the perfect monster hunting strategy. After that, Kim Joo-hyuk noticed that he helped Lilia enough, so now he needs her help. Looking at him with a smile, Lilia informed him that coming here was the right decision, as the head of the White Lotus was also here. Lilia added that she was a fairly frequent guest at the association, so he was unlikely to have remained without her attention. Getting up from the sofa, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that no one is left out, offering to find the head before it was too late. Suddenly, they turned their heads in unison, hearing a loud knock on the door. A voice came from behind the door, asking if they could speak to Kim Joo-hyuk. Hearing a woman's voice, Kim Joo-hyuk guessed who it could be, so he allowed the guest to enter. Seeing her, he got up from the couch, looking intently at the woman. Smiling, she introduced herself, to which the boy responded in kind, simultaneously asking how he could help her. Seo Leong bowed, asking him if he could take care of one person. Upon hearing the woman's suggestion, Kim Joo-hyuk and Lydia cursed in a daze, glaring at her. Realizing that the conversation was getting serious, Lilia said that she would leave him alone among the guests. When the teacher left, Kim Joo-hyuk turned to the guest, asking her to explain what exactly she wanted from him. The woman explained that in addition to the White Lotus Association, she belonged to the Sol family, which was the first to stand up after the Age of Destruction. She added that they have established an academy and trained many talented contractors. However, there was one genius in their family who turned out to be a real natural disaster. At the age of 13, the girl surpassed many experienced contractors and dealt with members of her guild. The boy listened attentively as the woman told him that even the head of the family could not compare to her. So the girl decided that she had nothing more to learn from them and closed herself in the training hall of the Sol family. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if it was her he was supposed to deal with, to which he heard an affirmative answer. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy replied that he had nothing to do with it, but still dared to ask. And the question was why she chose him for this job. Pointing a finger at her, the boy noticed that judging by her aura, she could deal with it on her own. The woman smiled as she noticed that even her aura concealment magic was unable to help her hide it. She added that firstly, the fighting style is based exclusively on physical strength, and secondly, the girl was 17 years old. So Leong said that if the girl was defeated by a peer, it would destroy all her pride. She also added that since she was asking for a favor, if he didn't come here in person, she would write him a letter. Rubbing his neck nonchalantly, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he was working for nothing, to which Solon assured him that the head of the White Lotus would not ask for a favor without offering a decent reward. Hearing that she wanted to offer money, the boy raised his hand, stopping her and assuring her that she was not interested in money. However, he added that there is a place where he would really like to go. Hearing this, Seo Leong looked at him in confusion. After some time, they were standing in front of the gates of the White Lotus Academy, which Kim Joo-hyuk had not expected at all. To this, the head of the academy replied that since he is free until Monday, she values someone else's time. Looking at the gate, the boy assured the woman, answering her question, that he just needed to get inside. Opening them, Seo Leong said that her family runs this maze, so there shouldn't be any problems. In a moment, Kim Joo-hyuk was already walking across the courtyard, completely ignoring the shocked looks of the students. As they entered the middle, Kim Joo-hyuk turned towards Seo Ryan, saying that he was very interested in something. He specified that despite the fact that the girl's fate did not concern her personally, she wanted him to deal with her. Seo Leong replied that many sparred with her just to see her potential. At the same time, both students and teachers. And that is why she wanted to implant this child now, once and for all. Then she personally and the entire Sol family will be able to lead the White Lotus to new heights. Scratching his head, Kim Joo-hyuk agreed, thinking that the White Lotus was in good hands. The woman stopped in a room with a glowing blue seal in the middle of the floor, which was supposed to transport the boy to a secret training room. Standing in the middle of the sign, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if he stood up correctly. At the last moment, The boy looked at So Leung, remembering that he hadn't even asked the girl's name. In the next moment, he found himself in front of a girl with white hair, who was looking at him with stern eyes the color of ice, asking who he was. She wondered if Seol's family had hired him to chase her out of the gym. Smiling, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that her character is far from sugary. The boy raised his fist, attacking Yonglan with a smile. However, she calmly put out her hand, catching his fist right in front of her face. Seeing this, Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise, trying to understand what had happened. Focusing energy in her palm, the girl hit the attacker in the chest. Looking at him, she wondered if he really underestimated her that much. However, Kim Joo-hyuk only looked up at her, asking with a smile if she would mind getting to know each other. Seeing this, Yonglan looked at her opponent in a daze, not understanding why he was still standing. In the next moment, he sharply grabbed her by the wrist. With a predatory expression on his face, Kim Joo-hyuk brought his fist up to strike again. With a loud hiss, Yonglan put out her other hand, blocking the attack. However, she immediately took it, grabbing the bruised place. Furiously looking at him, the girl angrily asked who he was. To this, Kim Joo-hyuk replied with a smile that he was just a 17-year-old high school student who underestimated her. After these words, she jumped up, planning to attack with her foot. However, the guy quickly moved away, because of which she hit the floor with her heel. Unwilling to give up, Yonglan reached out to grab her opponent. However, it flew by when he turned away with a smile. In impotent rage, Yonglan clicked loudly, gritting her teeth in annoyance that didn't even touch him. After assessing the situation, the girl realized that she should retreat and counterattack. However, Kim Joo-hyuk noticed her opponent's maneuver and blocked her way, asking with a smile where she was going. Bringing his fist in, the boy hit his rival in the stomach, causing her to fly back. Looking at her, he thought that she realized that she would not be able to avoid the blow, so she shifted her center of gravity. Holding her stomach, Yonglan raised an angry look at the boy. Kim Joo-hyuk realized her abilities when he allowed himself to be hit. He noticed that even his former students could not do such a thing. Yonglan froze, surprised that a 17-year-old high school boy was actually opposing her, as they were on the same level. However, in the next moment, a predatory smile bloomed on her face when she admitted that he was much stronger than his former rivals. Taking a fighting position, the girl thought that she wanted to smack him properly. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her opponent, thinking that she was still on her feet and ready to continue fighting. Seo Lung watched their fight sitting in front of the big screen. A guard's voice came from behind, coughing, drawing her attention to him. He delicately asked if everything would be okay with the boy. The man added that he doubted that students from other schools would be able to oppose White Lotus graduates. He admitted that he was not easy, but he wasn't sure that it was enough to stand up to Yonglan. When the guard reminded her of how she herself had lost to the girl, Seo Lung clutched the fan tightly in her hand. The man said that he understood that this happened because the woman did not use magical power. Placing the fan to her lips, So Leon interrupted him, admitting that she had indeed lost to Yonglan. However, she added that even if she used magic, the result would remain the same. The woman reported that the difference in the level of magic seed was small then, and it had not become weaker over the years of Yonglan. However, after hearing all this, the guard asked why the student would risk his life if he could not defeat her. However, Seo Leung replied that the boy still had extraordinary abilities as he had performed well in inter-school competitions. Looking at the screen, the head of the White Lotus said that he would not surrender to Yonglan just like that, and her goal did not depend on her victory. At this time, Yonglan herself, unleashing her claws, once again attacked Kim Joo-hyuk. Dodging her claws, the boy crouched down, carefully watching her actions. Immediately after that, he saw the girl's knee right in front of him, which she raised to strike. Feeling how the blow came to his face, the girl smiled triumphantly, but the triumph was short-lived. In the next second, she clutched her knee, crying out loudly in pain. Kim Joo-hyuk sat smiling as she asked if he had a rock instead of a head. He explained that out of surprise, he simply hit her knee with his forehead. Yonglan listened to his explanation, rubbing her bruised knees and thinking about how he blocked her every attack. But what pissed her off the most was that she couldn't find his weak point. Looking at him, the girl wondered how he could be stronger than her. When asked if he wanted to humiliate her without using magic, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if she preferred such battles. At this, Yonglan menacingly advised him to stop, as she would now start fighting in earnest. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at his opponent with a smile, realizing that she would use magic now, but he noticed that she was cute when she was angry. With a predatory smile, the boy said that now was the time to trample her pride. Watching his energy circulate, Yonglan prepared to attack. She also gave a predatory smile, realizing that she was able to see the opponent's aura. Realizing that now she did not need any tricks, the girl suddenly rushed in his direction, planning to end the fight with one blow. The next second, her fist was flying at Kim Joo-hyuk's face. Feeling a hand touching that nose, Yonglan thought for a moment with joy that she was able to hit it. However, in the next moment, she saw that the opponent leaned back, avoiding the blow. Looking up at her, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled, thanking her for playing with him. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he punched Yonglan, thus ending their duel. She coughed loudly, calling him a monster, after which she fell unconscious at the boy's feet. Seo Lung, along with the bodyguard, watched this on the screen with their mouths wide open. Kim Joo-hyuk entered the room and announced that he had defeated her in a fair fight. At the same time, he was dragging Yonglan's unconscious body in his hand. The boy added that he dragged her out of the training hall. Seo Leong gazed at the unconscious girl in admiration, admiring the fact that he had actually done this. The woman asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was okay, but he couldn't say anything about Yonglan. The head of the White Lotus asked the boy if it was difficult for him, to which Kim Joo-hyuk replied that she proved to be a difficult opponent, but he remained a little disappointed. The boy let go of the girl, whose body hit the ground with a thud. This made Yonglan come to her senses. In rubbing her head, she asked what the hell was going on around her. Looking up, she saw Seo Leong and a guard watching her closely above her. At this, she clenched her teeth tightly, growling the name of the White Lotus head through them. She, in turn, asked whether she liked the air outside. Exhaling, the woman turned to Kim Joo-hyuk, saying that she remembered their agreement. With a gentle smile, Seo Leong informed him that he could enter the maze right now, if that was okay with him. The boy smiled that they were leaving immediately, after which he and So Ling went outside, leaving an angry Yonglan in the room. The guard approached the girl, offering to call a doctor if she was injured. However, she didn't even look at him, instead asking what the name of the boy who defeated her was. Upon hearing her opponent's name, Yonglan smiled widely, summing up that he was one of the strongest people in the world. In her mind, she swore to herself that she would definitely take revenge with him. And at this time, somewhere in the dungeon, sat a demon whose eyes lit up with a bloody light when he heard about the strongest. Once outside the gate, Kim Joo-hyuk looked around, wondering if this was a maze. He was standing in front of an arch, at the end of which was a tall rose window, and under the walls of the corridor stood the armor of the knights. The boy remembered how So Leong had explained to him that the Al-Hala Palace was a continuous labyrinth, which was located at the base of the supporting structures of the castle. And if he does not run into live armor, then he will have no problems with passing the labyrinth. The question that Kim Joo-hyuk was interested in was the time allotted to him, to which he heard the answer that it was about 5 hours, but he could come tomorrow. Kneading his shoulder, he thought that he had 5 legs, so he had to start. Looking at the living armor that came at him, the boy thought that to begin with, he should not run into them. Kim Joo-hyuk pulled out a wooden sword, aiming at the first opponent who was already attacking him. In the next moment, the armor flew into 2 halves, chopped by the boy. After a while, Kim Joo-hyuk let out a tired breath, closing his eyes. Looking at the wreckage of his rivals, the boy thought that everything was over. Looking at the next door, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that the others were completely empty, so it was possible that he was close. Having gone around about 20 doors, he could not find the office he needed, which was mentioned in the notice. Suddenly, he heard Bars's voice, advising him to look to the right, assuming that this was the office he was looking for. After listening to the constellation, the boy slowly opened the door, peering inside. Seeing the furnished office, Kim Joo-hyuk thought he was on the right track. However, he couldn't be 100% sure that it belonged to Alfreda, because it could have belonged to anyone. However, Barsh said that the cabinet belonged to him, after which the boy drew attention to the signature under the painting. When asked how he was able to read the encrypted record, Constellation replied that perhaps this ability was part of his lost memories. Walking up to the table, Kim Joo-hyuk said that he had to search the place and find the secret room. Breaking the table with one blow, the boy thought that it would take a long time to search every little thing. Over a period of time, all the furniture made in the Empire style was torn to pieces. Suddenly, the boy froze, looking at the find with interest. He saw a small metal hatch on the floor, wondering if it was the entrance to the room. Grabbing the handle, the boy realized that the hatch led to the basement. However, when he went down, he realized that he could not see anything, and also above where the stairs lead. Descending, the boy was surprised to see a table in the basement, at which sat a woman in a witch's costume. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her what this place was and who she was. The red-haired girl, folding her hands in front of her face, smiled and invited the guest to sit down, promising to answer all his questions. Looking up at him, she replied that she was a guide. Seeing his confused look, the redhead said that it was a nickname she had taken for herself. Leaning her chin on her hands, the girl said that her real name was taken away from her. Upon hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately remembered the figure he saw in his dream that said his name was now his. To his guess that she was the same, the girl replied that he guessed correctly, adding that at first she thought it was delusional. However, the boy still did not understand what was meant by taking the name. Closing her eyes, the redhead explained that names have a certain power, and a creature's life is built on the basis of a name. The name itself decided whether you would be good or bad, as well as what hobbies and talents you would have. It could give incredible power, and he stole similar names. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered what happens to a person when their name is stolen. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, the redhead explained that such people become constellations. Hearing that the nameless were becoming constellations, Kim Joo-hyuk jumped up in his chair in surprise. Smiling, the girl added that he might be an exception since he had been reincarnated. Looking closely at the red-haired woman's face, the boy thought that she knew everything. Just like Barsh. With a smile on her face, the girl wondered why he still didn't trust her if she allowed him to reincarnate and sent notifications. However, seeing the shock on the guest's face, she immediately admitted that she herself learned about everything from notifications. Placing his hand on the back of the chair, Kim Joo-hyuk resolutely began to demand that the girl tell him who had tried to steal his name. The redhead explained that the creature was called the Master of the Labyrinth, and his purpose was to move the Tower of Destruction to himself in the labyrinth for the sake of powerful names. The girl explained that he is one of those whose actions correspond to his name. However, Kim Joo-hyuk still could not understand how the Master of the Labyrinth could take the Tower of Destruction to himself. A guess immediately crossed his mind, which made him snarl at the redhead. Ta waved her head, confirming her and expressing the hope that she would get to him sooner. Kim Joo-hyuk realized that the whole planet he lived on was a big maze. He looked at the girl, wondering if she really expected him to believe the whole story. After hearing the explanation that she would not lie to him, he clarified whether he moved the tower to himself in the labyrinth in order to take possession of other people's names. The redhead said that it's easy to accumulate karma when there's a crisis, whether it's defeating monsters or saving a village. Kim Joo-hyuk frowned when he heard that not every nameless can become a constellation. It all depends on karma. The thought crossed his mind that his students could become constellations because they had enough karma. Rocking in his chair, the boy asked if the Master of the Labyrinth was so all-seeing, to which I received a negative answer. The redhead explained that his regeneration had become an unaccounted variable for the owner. So that meant that only he could have a chance to beat that one at his own game. To this, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he could not only predict the reincarnation, but also arrange their meeting. Hearing this, the red-haired woman vehemently denied that it was not the Master of the Labyrinth who had led them. Hearing this, the boy looked carefully at the girl, asking who did it. At this, the red-haired woman closed her eyes and, lowering her head, said that she did not know this. However, she assumed that since he was reborn with his help and came here, then he could be related to him. The boy frowned. Summoning a pink light between her hands, the redhead said that they couldn't let the opportunity pass. Kim Joo-hyuk stared intently at the ring his girlfriend handed him in a moment, asking her what it was. She explained that it would play a crucial role in their revenge, but they didn't have much time left. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk asked if she could tell him everything now, to which she replied that she was still being chased by the Master of the Maze. Having heard that now that the conditions have been met, they will be able to meet more often, the boy yawned uncertainly. Before snapping her fingers, the redhead warned that they would meet in a few days, while asking her not to lose the ring. A light pink glow appeared on the tips of her fingers. Immediately after that, he found himself outside the palace, thinking that such a farewell looked very rude. However, he now had information about the main culprit who had taken everything from him, including his name. At the mention of the Master of the Labyrinth, an expression of rage and hatred appeared on Kim Joo-hyuk's face. Looking at the ring, the boy thought that he had no idea what the redhead had given him, but this thing could make him stronger. Now, in his opinion, it was time to get the rest of the storage stones. Heading for the exit, the boy thought that they would be able to return him to his previous level. At this time, Khan Nibal was sitting in his office, looking at the screen of his tablet. There he watches a news report that says a Valhalla student has taken down 3 assassins. From how hard the man pressed the screen, it left with wide cracks. The next second, cursing, Hannibal threw the tablet on the floor, which shattered it into small fragments. He knew that it was Kim Joo-hyuk who defeated Choi Jin-jung, who had already signed a previous contract with the Constellation, and even when Ventric ordered his murder, the leader sent 3 assassins at once for nothing, so that there would be no problems. Collapsing onto the couch, Hannibal felt as if everything had been taken from him. Suddenly, hearing someone's voice, he raised his eyes to look at the visitor. In front of him sat the leader of the privileged race, Georg, who noticed that he looked very bad. Hannibal noted wearily, ordering him to knock on the door before entering. However, he added that if he hadn't come in, he would have gotten even more angry, asking if it was because of Kim Joo-hyuk. He tiredly raised his head, looked at the interlocutor, and agreed. Georg laughed, remembering that they had lost a very valuable figure because of this boy. Hannibal asked if he was referring to Dicer, to which he was told that he had not reported on the matter as the order was personal. In addition, Georg noticed that he not only did not cope with her, but also told everything to a high school student. Race leader Privilege explained that as an informant for the Ventric family, he had to stop the leak, so he sent him to the prison tower. Having received an order for the 3 killers who were caught, Georg assured that he would be able to deal with them if it was his order. Scratching his beard, Hannibal timidly asked what to do with Kim Joo-hyuk. Georg replied that for the time being he would advise him to leave the boy alone, which greatly surprised the interlocutor. The reason for this advice was that Kim Joo-hyuk had now become a target for the first cult. After hearing about them, Hannibal was frightened and asked if he had really been handed over to those reckless bastards. To this, George replied that although they were not saints, they had principles that had not even been heard of in the first cult. The man added that no one could tell what was controlling them, recalling how the cult members had once dealt with Logan's squad. To this, Hannibal replied that he had heard of that as well, glad that it was no longer their job. Both men understood that if they interfered, they would also become targets of the first cult. Hannibal concluded that all they had left was to wait, then laughed wildly. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk, on his way home, found himself surrounded by people dressed in long robes, their faces hidden under hoods. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked them who they were. Observing the silent men, the boy asked if they knew what was on the territory of the Valhalla dormitory. Since they still didn't say a word, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if they were stupid or fearless. One of the guests reminisced, recalling how he received a similar task. He remembered standing in front of the head of the Ventric family, reporting that they were ready for the task. At this, Adelia noted with a smile that they could have prepared faster. The man apologized for this, adding that since it was about Kim Joo-hyuk, they should have prepared thoroughly. When asked if they had found contractors who could create a subspace, the answer was that they had found a few capable ones. Adelia was quite satisfied with the information that all participants were selected by the Ventric family, so there should be no leak to the press. The girl sternly asked the man if he cared about what she asked. To this, the man replied that they had managed to create a storage stone that contained a bottomless amount of magic. Adelia ordered Deacon to remain in the contact group so that he could lead the elimination team. Looking at the head of the Ventric family, the man clarified whether they were going to create a new constellation. Having received consent, he wondered if it was really necessary. Throwing her head back, Adelia wondered if he thought she was scared of some high school boy. Seeing the angry head, the man passionately began to assure that he did not mean that at all. However, the girl assured him that their actions were only a precaution. Deacon raised his head when the head said that a constellation that had been silent for a long time had contacted her. This made her very wary, so if their plan worked, she would like to talk to him. Now standing in front of Kim Joo-hyuk, Deacon wondered why the silent constellation suddenly spoke up. With a shout, the man ordered the contact group to prepare for space warping. Everyone immediately sat down, resting their hands on the ground and causing light patterns on it. Kim Joo-hyuk, still keeping his hands in his pockets, silently observed their actions. Trying to understand what was happening, the boy looked around. Turning to face Deacon, he said it was a good idea, so they wouldn't become laughingstocks. Smiling, he asked how long they had been preparing and whose idea it was in principle. Hearing that he suspected the head of the Ventric family, Deacon looked at the boy in shock. To his question, he found out the guy replied that the answer was obvious. Taking off his backpack, Kim Joo-hyuk added that, of all his enemies, 2 use black magic and only 1 does not. One of the subordinates approached, whispering that he should call the liquidation team, since the boy had already guessed everything. The deacon frowned, and behind him appeared people with various weapons in their hands. Having taken up combat stances, they froze, waiting for the commander's orders. Looking at all this, Kim Joo-hyuk's face did not twitch a single muscle. However, in a second, smiling, the boy noticed that they had gathered a whole crowd to deal with an ordinary high school student. The deacon, holding out his sword, replied that it did not matter, as they were merely following the orders of their head. Rubbing his shoulders, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled, concluding that she has no shame either. Hearing this, an enraged deacon growled, ordering his subordinates to deal with the insolent boy. Hearing the commander's command, the squad grabbed their weapons and rushed at the boy. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled widely, anticipating an interesting battle. He put up a shield that sent the attackers flying in different directions. Deacon frowned at this as he raised his sword to attack. Dodging his blade, the boy decided to embarrass the squad leader. Drawing his sword, he smiled, asking if he had been taught how to use his saber. He didn't even notice how two soldiers jumped up and attacked him from behind. However, the next moment, hearing a noise behind him, Kim Joo-hyuk jumped sharply, avoiding the attack. The attackers looked at the empty place where their target had just stood. The next second, he raised his leg, knocking them off their feet. Looking at one of the men, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled as he pinned him with his leg. Deacon didn't give up, frowning and bringing his sword up to stab the boy from behind. However, he, keeping a calm face, turned his head, letting the sword pass by him. Seeing this, the man thought for the first time about who he was. Dodging another sword strike, Kim Joo-hyuk crouched down, leaning on the wooden sword. Raising his own weapon, the boy exhaled that the attackers had already tired him out. The deacon looked doomed as the hilt of a wooden sword flew into his chest. With a predatory scowl on his face, Kim Joo-hyuk jabbed at the other end of the stick, attacking the leader. From the blow, the confidant of the head of the family, Ventric, flew back, spreading his arms to the sides. As he coughed up blood, the man thought about the fact that he had prepared so much, and it was all in vain. His last thought was that he had failed to live up to the head's trust, for which he mentally asked for her forgiveness. In the next moment, he fell to the ground, resting his head on it. Seeing the guest heading towards him, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled cheekily, wondering if the head of the Ventric family had decided to go out into the world. Adelia's face turned from determination to anger as she walked towards him. At one point she stopped, looking down at Deacon's body. The girl thought that including Deacon, the liquidation team was superior in strength even to experienced contractors. Drawing her sword, Adelia told Kim Joo-hyuk that not everyone gets to see their family heirloom before they die, so he can be proud. However, smiling, he replied, "How should she know what pride is, since she is already proud of her knife?" Hearing these words, the angry head of the Ventric family rushed at the opponent, bringing his sword to attack. Near Deacon, who was lying unconscious, was a large blue-purple stone, which was called a hoarding stone. Suddenly, its color changed very sharply to yellow-hot, while emitting a warm light. Something similar happened with the accumulation stones that were in the rest of the squad members. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at Adelia in surprise, as she looked around trying to figure out what was going on with the stones. Her sword glowed with the light coming from the stones. Trying to cover her face with her hand, the girl looked down at her blade, and a terrible thought came into her head. In a moment, the light of the sword began to transform into a portal. With one eyebrow raised, Kim Joo-hyuk silently observed what was happening around him. Everyone who held stones in their hands froze, staring at their light. Adelia, who could not move, thought that the process of sanctification had begun involuntarily. Looking around, the girl realized that except for her, all the other members of the group were frozen both physically and mentally. However, she was more interested in why Kim Joo-hyuk, who was currently examining her sword, was okay. Suddenly, the boy noticed how a golden notice appeared in front of him, in which he was called a teacher. Seeing this, he was not a little surprised, not understanding what was happening. A haze suddenly formed near Adelia, which began to form a human silhouette. In a moment, a short figure was standing in front of him, whose face was hidden behind a long-beaked mask. When she removed her mask, it became clear that she was a young girl with sky-blue eyes and light yellow hair. Kim Joo-hyuk froze, completely oblivious to everything that was going on around him. He stared at the girl without blinking, his mouth open. She looked at him with wide eyes in which respect and adoration were bursting. An image of the same girl flashed into my memory, but with big bruises under her eyes and a collar. She bared her teeth, glaring at the stranger. Being Kim Hyun-oh, he smiled, trying to tease her. Crouching down across from her, he looked into her eyes, assuming that they were full of hatred for the whole world. The girl answered him that he could not pretend to understand her, since he had no idea who she was or how she lived. However, the boy replied that although he does not know everything, he does know something. Hearing that he was once also a slave, the girl froze in shock, lashing out at him. He explained that as a child he couldn't fight back, so he was kidnapped by a slave trader and then lived as a slave due to the restrictions placed on him. After he asked if she wanted to be free, the girl frowned, wondering if he had just said that he too had been a slave. After hearing an affirmative answer, she tugged at the collar on which there were magical signs, explaining that because of them, she could not become free. Sitting down on the ground, she advised him to get out, as the slave trader would soon appear. Smiling, the boy explained that the peculiarity of the limitation is its removal either with the death of the master, which does not always work, or by his own desire. Hearing him say that she was unlucky, the girl realized that the slave trader was no longer alive. In response to a disappointed question that she would not be able to stand freely, the boy scratched his ear. Looking at her again, he asked with a smile what she would say if he could arrange it for her. In the next moment, he reached out and grasped the runes on his collar. The boy explained that by using the magical components of the restriction, he could reconstruct and dissolve them. The girl watched her savior's actions with wide-open eyes. Kim Hyun-oh himself hoped that one day he would be able to finish off all the slave traders in the world. In the meantime, cracks of various sizes ran along the wide plane of the metal. In a moment, the collar shattered into pieces that fell into the hands of the surprised girl. But with tears in her eyes, she felt her neck, not believing her eyes. Standing up, the boy said that now everything depends on her. He asked what she was going to do now that she got her long-awaited freedom. After that, he found out that she had no one, because the slave trader, whom he killed, deprived her of her home and family. Hearing how he offered her to go on a journey with him to deal with other scoundrels, she looked at her savior with admiration. After thinking for a moment, she replied that she would go with him, causing him to smile widely. From that moment on, he allowed her to call him teacher. At the same time, he forbade any informal communication with him, demanding more politeness. Hearing her ask his name by which to address him, he froze for a moment as he opened the lattice door. Hearing his name, the girl smiled, repeating it out loud and savoring each letter. Now the girl looked at him with her big eyes, and a happy smile burned on her lips from meeting the teacher. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled as he remembered the student and realized that she had become a star as he had expected. He thought to himself that he knew her better than anyone in the Ventric family, but he couldn't remember her name. Only now did he understand the meaning of what the guide said. Closing his eyes, the boy exhaled, realizing that there was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, he always called her only by her nickname. From the way he greeted her, calling her Durbatsal, the constellation smiled, stubbornly looking into the teacher's eyes. However, Adelia was extremely confused by such an appeal to the constellation of her family, as well as his reaction to it. Constellation approached the head of the family, taking the relic from her hands. Seeing this, Adelia gasped, surprised that the constellation touched the relic, pulling it out of her hands. Disciple Kim Joo-hyuk held the Ventric family blade high above her head. The only thing Adelia had the strength to do was sigh loudly. Realizing what was happening, the girl screamed shrill. In the next second, the entire squad of Ventrics fell unconscious to the ground. Returning to the teacher, the constellation asked what he would order to be done with them and whether they should be killed. However, Kim Joo-hyuk, scratching his chin, smiled and replied that he had a better idea. The next day, Kim Lee-gun froze in a daze. All he had to do was turn on the computer. On the screen in the sponsorship application section, he saw that the Ventric family had allocated 5 billion won for Kim Joo-hyuk's personal sponsorship. Having carefully looked at each column, the instructor took his head, thinking about the purpose of the payment. Lee Sang-chol approached him, asking what he thought about it. After looking at his computer, he said that there should be a reasonable explanation for this, which would clarify the amount, the time, and the recipient. Kim Lee-gun shot a questioning look at the mentor, clarifying whether Kim Joo-hyuk had any quarrels with the Ventrics. Lee Sang-chol replied that when Desera attacked him, the Ventric family paid by shutting everyone up. However, Rockdale was no longer in their family. He understood that if they didn't pay, then their reputation would suffer. But now it was a completely different case. So he couldn't find a reason why the Ventric family would charge Kim Joo-hyuk such a large amount of sponsorship. Kim Lee-gun added that they did not know if he would accept their help because he believed he was out of his mind. Taking a large gulp of coffee, Lee Sang-chol said that they should ask him personally. After some time, Kim Joo-hyuk replied, with a smile, that he accepted the sponsorship from the Ventrics. Hearing this, the instructor froze for a moment, his mouth wide open. The guy wondered why he was asking him, clarifying whether there was any reason to reject 5 billion won. When he heard that he wanted to leave, Kim Legan held out his hand trying to stop him. The man said that not only he, but also the entire academy received funding, so he can move to a higher class dormitory. To which Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he is satisfied with his room for now, but he will definitely move later. The student left, and the instructor remained sitting in the office as if struck by lightning. The thought of what could have happened to the boy was spinning in his head. After all, last time he refused handouts, but now he happily accepts them. But since the academies also allocated funding, he didn't care. Kim Joo-hyuk walked down the corridor of the academy with a slight smile on his face. He remembered the constellation of the Ventric family, which turned out to be his student. When she wanted to kill all of his attackers, he asked instead to bring them back to consciousness, having a better idea. In a moment, Adelia was sitting on her lap in front of him, shaking her a little. He crouched across from her, calling out, causing her to look up at him in fright. Pointing a finger at the constellation, the boy smiled, announcing that she had warmed to someone else's nose, and asked what he should do now. Hearing the constellation say that she founded the Ventric family to serve him, Kim Joo-hyuk turned to face the student. Adelia timidly raised her voice, apologizing to the constellation and asking about their family credo of all for one. Constellation looked at the head of the family, answering that, of course, everything is for the teacher, and being surprised that this babbling only silenced him. At this, Adelia was surprised that her teacher was the person sitting in front of her, to which she received the answer that she recognized him by his aura, while the boy closed his eyes and smiled at the talkativeness of the student. Kim Joo-hyuk entered the dialogue, assuring that there are enough inquiries about him, but the head of the family should worry about himself. The boy thought that it would not be enough to kill them for the way they interfered with him. However, they had power to be reckoned with. And although the personal control of the Ventric family will be a big sticking point in the fifth point, such an advantage was definitely worth taking advantage of. Turning to Adelia, he asked if she was managing well, to which the girl replied that she has been performing the duties of the head of the family for 4 years, despite the fact that she is only the vice head. Constellation and his teacher listened intently to her report, as she informed them that during this time, they had regained their strength and become the most prestigious family in Britain. Hearing Kim Joo-hyuk tell her to keep up the good work, Adelia froze with her mouth wide open. However, he added that they should support his activities with all their might, without asking why. Pointing a finger at his student, he added that she knows full well the consequences of messing up. Suziria assured that the teacher may not worry, and she will personally make sure that nothing like this happens again. Suddenly, the girl sighed, seeing the elements of the portal around her. Seeing this, Kim Joo-hyuk rose to his feet, asking the student where she was going. She explained that the materialization of the constellation requires a large amount of magical energy, which can be obtained from many storage stones. Looking at one of these stones, which was almost purple, the boy understood why they needed so many of them. Hearing that the student would have to rest for a while, he sadly thought that even the constellations are not perfect. Taking off her mask again, the constellation said that it was a small price to pay for the opportunity to see her teacher's reincarnation, and smiled. At this, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled, ordering the student to go rest. Putting on the mask, the girl added that it seems she is not the only student of his who has become a constellation. Already disappearing in the portal, the constellation announced that they would definitely meet him. The boy sadly watched as his student in the constellation of the Ventric family disappeared in the portal. Now walking through the corridors of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk thought about which of his students could become a constellation. He had assumptions, but in fact, each of them could become a constellation. The boy thought about the fact that he had already met 2 constellations in person. They then met Barsh thanks to the notification window. But the meeting with Durbasal was a complete coincidence. However, there were many constellations in the world now, and it was foolish to seek a meeting with each one. Thinking about the boss of the Tower of Destruction, Kim Joo-hyuk realized that he hadn't heard from him in a while. He immediately raised his voice, explaining that he was putting his thoughts in order. Hearing that his memories were interrupted when he entered the secret room, the boy asked if he did not remember what happened next. Barsh, putting his hand to his chin, explained that the subspace he was in had stopped functioning, but his memories had returned to him. To jokes about the tiger, Barsh replied that he would not underestimate his past. Hearing that he researched the concept of a name that the boy should know, Kim Joo-hyuk tensed. Barsh explained that the master of the labyrinth was the one who gave him the name Barsh. Kim Joo-hyuk entered the office. As he sat down, Yoo Soyeon turned to face him. He pondered the fact that the master of the labyrinth had not only stolen his name, but was also Barsh's father. He intervened, adding that he not only gave him a name, but also made him the boss of the Tower of Destruction. After hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if such a power affects a person's personality. He added that he had just gained power, renounced his own identity, but had no idea how the master of the labyrinth gives and takes names. The boy thought that since they lived in his labyrinth, he could do anything. At this, the Tower of Destruction boss asked with interest, causing Kim Joo-hyuk to angrily ask why he was never useful. Returning to the dormitory, the boy remembered the redhead's words that they would have the opportunity to counterattack. He understood that the only thing they had to do was to wait for the right moment. The next day, he saw the red-haired woman's interested look in front of him again. Surprised to find himself in a secret room in Alhala Castle, Kim Joo-hyuk stared at the girl in surprise. Looking down, he saw himself standing in the middle of the room, holding a lunch tray. The redhead pointed a finger at him, wondering what it was. Kim Joo-hyuk angrily explained that it was a tray while asking why they had to meet at lunch. However, after she apologized in fright, he calmed down and calmly sat down at the table. The redhead smiled, asking if he had brought the ring. He looked at her sternly, handing over the artifact. Looking at him, the girl said with a smile that now they would try to use him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked how they were supposed to use it since it was not like the ones he had used before. The redhead explained with a smile that everything is very simple, namely that he must wear the ring and destroy the labyrinth. Hearing this, the boy asked alarmedly what kind of maze she was referring to. He added that now there are practically no natural labyrinths left, and those created artificially have their owners. To this, the red-haired woman replied that, of course, he could not destroy someone else's labyrinth. However, supporting her head in her hands, she added that very soon the master would create a new maze, asking to be reminded of what it was called in his language. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that it was called a disaster because after the spawning of the maze, the monsters burst out of it. He remembered how before his reincarnation, monsters were everywhere, so there was simply no safe place for humans. The guy asked where the labyrinth was and how big it would be. The redhead replied that she didn't know the extent of it, but she knew that the breakthrough would happen in Korea in about 3 months. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised that the breakthrough should happen in his own country. At her apology that the information was stingy, since she was looking for it in secret from the master of the labyrinth, the boy only gave a short chirp. To his question about what the labyrinths inside the labyrinth are, the girl replied that the owner creates them on purpose. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if he was planning to give and take names again. The redhead replied that the master felt as if the time had come for the Tower of Destruction to appear, for which he was adapting the human essence. The guy looked at his companion, clarifying whether he would be forced to wear the ring and solve all the problems of humanity in one fell swoop. Not finding anything to answer, the redhead asked him how he used to deal with labyrinths. The guy said that it is very difficult to destroy the boss of the maze, so he always immediately went to destroy the stones of the dungeon, and without power the maze disappears. Hearing from the redhead that this usually effective method would not help now, he asked in surprise why. The girl pointed her finger at him, ordering him to wear the ring and defeat the boss. At this, the boy asked if there was at least one adequate reason for this, other than to please her. To this, the red-haired woman explained that the master's power has limits and that he draws it from human names. To put it simply, mazes were created using names such as her, his, and others. If you disassemble the labyrinth as a structure, then its core will be the boss, which must be destroyed. After hearing that by wearing the ring and defeating the boss, he would find the name left behind by the master of the maze. Kim Joo-hyuk took a close look at the artifact. The girl added that this would be the starting point of their counterattack. Shifting his gaze to the interlocutor, the boy clarified whether the owner had absorbed more than 1 or 2 names. In his opinion, it should not have mattered if he had more than 100 names in stock. To this, the red-haired woman replied that he did not care, since his goal was to prepare people for the changes taking place on Earth. Lowering her voice, the girl added that the purpose of their mission was not only to kill the boss, but also to clear the entire labyrinth. Realizing that his brainchild has been trampled even before adaptation, he will take action and can send several names to form a disaster around the world. And this can be a worthy moment to absorb the names that will become their driving force. Looking at the redhead, Kim Joo-hyuk realized that the name was something like a catalyst of strength for the master of the labyrinth. However, he was more interested in how they differed from him. The girl chuckled as she said she didn't think he cared about such things. However, he only explained that he needed an adequate incentive to do something. But she said that absorbing the names scattered by the owner would not harm anyone. Hearing that if he took the name from his master, he would either become a saint or lose the opportunity to be reborn, Kim Joo-hyuk frowned. However, if he uses the power of the absorbed names when the restrictions are lifted, then their owners can be freed. The redhead added that he might not follow her plan, but he would still know whose name he had absorbed. Putting the ring on his finger, Kim Joo-hyuk asked with a smile if they just had to wait for the maze to open. The girl replied that she would inform him of the date and time very soon, but for now he needed to assemble a good team. To his surprise that he needed a team, the redhead explained that after the maze disappeared, the monsters would disappear with it, but some might get out. She snapped her fingers again, sending a pink flash of light between them. In an instant, the outline of the room he was sitting in disappeared, and there was a great light around him. He came to his senses at the distribution line when the cook asked him if he would pick something for himself. Walking home from the academy, Kim Joo-hyuk was angry at the guide, who disappeared again with a snap of his fingers. In his memory flashed a memory where the redhead told him to find a team. However, he traveled with his students even before the reincarnation. Thinking about the fact that he should recruit new students, he reached the dormitory when he noticed a familiar silhouette in front of him. Young Lan stood in front of him with her arms crossed while smiling impudently. The guy looking at her sternly asked what she was doing here. She replied that after her defeat she thought for a long time, trying to understand why she lost. Raising a finger, the girl added that she lost to him because someone was stronger, to which Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised that it somehow slowly dawned on her. However, when he heard her say that they were very similar, he grimaced skeptically, not understanding what she was talking about. Younglin added that he, like her, was a person who had never lost, which was quite rare among adults. Scratching his neck, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that if she thought he was like her, then she was very wrong, as he himself considered himself to be very diligent. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said that she had drawn such a conclusion at first, but then something else came to her. Remembering the final blow, she concluded that it was not easy. It was as if she had been hit by years of training and many years of experience. At first it made her angry, but then she thought about it and realized that she just lacked experience. Looking at her fist, Younglin smiled and said that if she fought him again, she would have the necessary experience. Pointing her finger at the boy, the girl began to demand that he fight with her, adding that this time the victory would be hers. However, Kim Joo-hyuk turned his back on her, advising her to enter the Kid Talent contest as he was running out of time. However, Younglan grabbed his shoulder, reminding him that she had come all the way from China to fight him. However, Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he didn't care and that she would rather take up martial arts. However, seeing her disappointment, I was surprised. Looking down at her feet, Younglan explained that she studied hard until she turned 6, but after that she trained on her own. The boy gaped at her in shock when she said that he had defeated her in the lunar year, before she took control of the contractors. Younglan guessed that they were not wildly enthusiastic about her, since she was the first to be self-taught. Since she was often excluded from family training, the girl asked to find her sparring partners so that she would not lose her skills. And they, at one time, managed to poison adult contractors on her, which Younglan remembered, looking down at her feet. The girl explained that this is how she managed to stuff her hand. Fortunately, there were not so many of them. Frowning, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that Younglan's story was the same as Seo Leong's, but in a slightly different light. He saw that the girl had talent. However, the problem was that she could not do anything except fight. When asked by him why she had been locked up for so long, Younglan replied that she was forced to do so to some extent. Looking down at her hand, the girl added that she was just sick of ruining everything for everyone since she was stronger than her clan members. Pointing a finger at him, she happily added that she finally found someone stronger than her, but Kim Joo-hyuk didn't see the good in that. Younglan explained that normal battles could make her stronger and she wouldn't have to endure being taught by her family. Hearing that no one was going to fight with her, the girl tightly grabbed his shoulder and cried like a little child. Looking at her, Kim Joo-hyuk thought that it all looked very strange. As the girl cried, he wondered what was the point of bringing her back if she was an exile who had been locked up in the White Lotus Palace. Of course, the boy did not know what had happened there, but he was surprised that she did not deal with family quarrels in the first place. After thinking for a moment more, he waved his hand, releasing her grip from his shoulder. Hearing that he would fight her, Younglan's eyes lit up. However, Kim Joo-hyuk added that it is not very safe in the middle of the academy. Hearing someone enter the hall, Choi Erin and Yoo Soyeon turned their heads and opened their mouths in surprise. Oh Se-hyuk did the same, not letting go of the kettlebell he was training with at that moment. Glancing at Young-lan, Kim Joo-hyuk warned that he would change his clothes and come back, so he asked her to wait here. Hearing that someone approached him, the boy screamed that he would not be left alone for a moment. Choi Erin looked at him with wide eyes, asking who came with him, to which he explained that it was a girl from the White Lotus. After hearing that she had flown in from China to fight him, Choi Erin looked at the guest with interest. At this time, Younglan stood silently, smiling contentedly, anticipating the upcoming battle. However, Choi Erin was more worried that she came specifically for Kim Joo-hyuk. Seeing how she was looking at her, Younglan frowned and approached her, asking if she wanted to fight her, to which she heard a negative answer. Yoo Soyeon, who was looking at this picture, thought that they could very well be related because their hair color was similar. In a few minutes, Kim Joo-hyuk and Younglan were already standing in the middle of the hall, ready to fight. Closing his eyes, the boy thought with irritation that a lot of spectators had gathered around their fight, which he had agreed to hold face-to-face. Snarling at his students, he heard Choi Erin looking after his guest, Yoo So-yeon with her for company, and Oh Se-hyuk telling him to ignore him. While he dealt with the students, Younglan warmed up with a happy smile on her face, saying that she was looking forward to their battle. Hearing that she had gotten stronger since their last meeting, Kim Joo-hyuk began to warm up and also smiled, offering to fight with full force. Suddenly, an image of a red-haired woman appeared in the boy's head, advising him to prepare a good team. Kim Joo-hyuk thought about it, and when he heard that Younglan wanted to become stronger, he offered her to become his student. At the same time, a broad smile shone on his face. Hearing such a suggestion, Younglan looked at him in confusion and asked if he was aware that she wanted to become stronger to defeat him. Gathering energy in his fist, the boy replied that he offered her to get such power by becoming his student. Getting into a fighting stance, the girl replied that she couldn't stand teachers, so he could forget about her loss. Seeing her elbow attack, Kim Joo-hyuk put up a block. Smiling, the boy noticed that she really got stronger. At the same time, a wound from the blow remained on his palm. When she heard his praise, Younglan gave a predatory smile despite how he blocked her strike. However, summoning her magical energy, she added that he would not succeed this time. Choi Erin closed her eyes and Yoo Soyeon covered her face with her hand, asking, not understanding what was happening and how the monster could be warmed in the White Lotus. Oh Se-hyuk explained that her mana concentration was much higher than Kim Joo-hyuk's at the inter-school competition. Young Lan's face took on a ferocious expression as she lunged at her opponent. As she attacked him, she expected to finish him off, even if he could block her strike. However, at some point she noticed that Kim Joo-hyuk was standing in the same position as her. Noticing her facial expression, the boy replied that he also likes to sort out his problems on his own. Rivals attacked each other with predatory smiles on their faces. In the next moment, they clenched their fists, trying to overwhelm each other. Looking at their hands, Younglan thought that despite using all the mana she had, she was being pushed back. Looking at his calm smile, the girl remembered that he was not so strong before, but she had to defeat him. After hearing the words that he takes a blow only once, she turned on her opponent in fear. Jumping up, Kim Joo-hyuk warned that from the second blow, he would block the attacks and strike back. Younglan crossed her arms in front of her, trying to protect herself from the coming blow. Kim Joo-hyuk at this time moved his hand back to attack. Feeling the force of his blow, Younglan realized that she had lost this battle as well. In the next second, she collapsed at the feet of the winner, losing consciousness. Looking at the winning girl, Kim Joo-hyuk announced with a smile that he had another student. After a few minutes, the boy calmly noticed that she had regained consciousness when she sat down on the floor, inhaling loudly. Feeling her stomach, Younglan cursed at her own loss. To this, the boy replied that she had a lot of strength because she came to her senses now, and not in a few days, which she counted as a compliment. With a smile, Kim Joo-hyuk suggested they stop talking and get down to business. Younglan winked at him, replying that she was going to suggest a fight without magic, but realized that the result would not change. Standing up and putting her hands on her sides, she replied with a smile that she would become his student, as she had promised. Pointing her finger at herself, the girl asked if she was his first student. At this, Kim Joo-hyuk, still squatting, looked up at her, denying the statement. Putting her hands on her sides, Younglan exclaimed in surprise that he already had students in his middle school. One of the girls in the gym caught the attention of the White Lotus student. Choi Aaron stepped forward, announcing that since she had started studying before her, she was officially considered his first student. Looking at the girl's smile at him, Kim Joo-hyuk embarrassedly thought that she was not the first either, but he did not speak about it. Hearing the white-haired woman meow in her direction, Yonglan angrily asked her if she was asking for trouble. However, Choi Aaron completely calmly agreed to this, asking why she was so excited while meowing once more. At this, the newcomer introduced herself, noting that the white-haired girl could keep her nicknames to herself, to which she advised her not to get upset. Kim Joo-hyuk, putting his fingers to his chin, watched with interest the altercation of his two female students. He thought that looking at the two of them, he involuntarily began to remember the past. The boy smiled, remembering how before his reincarnation, he felt the same warm feelings for his students as he does now. Hearing the teacher also meow, telling her to stop, Yunlan turned to him with a clenched fist. Approaching Choi Aaron, the boy confirmed that she had indeed started her studies earlier than her, so she shouldn't be rude to her sunbae. And he advised a group mate to be more polite with her Kahai. Choi Aaron looked at him with wide eyes as he called her Sunbae and accepted her as his first student. At the white-haired woman's words that she would be able to restrain herself, as befits Songbei, Yonglan clenched her fists tightly and shook with rage. With his hands folded across our chests, Kim Joo-hyuk concluded that they had given each other a good massage today, so now they can rest. When Yonglan asked where she should sleep, the boy looked at her in surprise. Upon hearing his surprised question about whether she had found a place to spend the night, she replied that she had not thought about it, as she had only come to fight. The girl added that Seo Leong told a lot about him, so if it wasn't for the head, she wouldn't have learned anything about Valhalla. Grabbing his head, he was surprised that she immediately rushed here, but then he remembered who he was talking to, and everything fell into place. Hearing that he was given a room where she could live, Yonglan smiled, but Choi Aaron's face showed surprise. In a moment, the students were fighting again, at which the boy, shoving his hands in his pockets, growled and asked if he should wait for them to calm down. Already in the evening, Kim Joo-hyuk was walking on the road home, thinking about the fact that the girls had been munching on the whole practice, because of which a lot of time had been wasted. Summing up, the boy thought that he already had several students. Yoo Soyeon trained endurance while Oh Se-hyuk trained on his own, so only two people could help him stop the disaster. Suddenly, the phone vibrated in his hands, and he looked in surprise at the screen where Adelia Ventrick's name was written. The guy picked up the phone, answering the phone, and the head's voice was heard on the other end. Sitting in her office, the girl said that she would like to report on the execution of his assignments. Hearing that he checked the donations and scholarship funds this morning, Adelia let out a loud breath. When she asked how else she could be of service to him, the guy asked to announce the recruitment of experienced contractors. Hearing that in 3 months there will be a great disaster, the head of the Ventrick family screamed loudly. He did not explain where he got such information, adding that there will be big changes in the country. From these words, Adelia understood that disaster would happen in Korea. At her words that she would contact the contractors from the Venturgan side and the Korean guilds, he asked to keep it all a secret. In response to Adelia's request to praise her in front of the patron constellation, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if she was still ignoring her by pretending to be asleep. Clicking on the golden notification window, the girl replied that she tried to contact her, but nothing worked. Kim Joo-hyuk remembered how his student mentioned taking a short break after using a large concentration of magic, which one day obviously wasn't enough. Heading to the dormitory, the boy promised the head of the Ventrick family that he would talk to the constellation. The next day after class, he was training on the treadmill again. Choi Aaron, trying to keep up with the teacher, did the same. But for Yonglan, such training was a novelty, so she ran along the track, sticking out her tongue from fatigue. Finally, Kim Joo-hyuk turned off the machine, exhaling tiredly as sweat poured down his face. Hearing strange sounds, he turned his head in the direction of his student. Novenka was lying on the ground, breathing loudly and asking if she was dying. Seeing the mentor, the girl sat down on the floor, barking at him that she almost died. Choi Aaron and Kim Joo-hyuk were calmly wiping themselves with towels. Hearing him state that she had done better than he expected, Younglan replied that she held out because her honor was at stake. Looking at the student, the boy thought with a smile that she was doing well with endurance, but it would be better to slow down. Hearing him being called, Kim Joo-hyuk looked up at the entrance. A woman who looked like So Ling was walking towards him, wondering if Yonglan sometimes visited them. The woman's face showed no emotion, but her eyes showed cold determination. Looking at her, Choi Arin tried to understand who she was and why she looked so much like Yonglan. Suddenly, the woman looked down with blue eyes and her gaze flashed with a severity. She asked Yonglan, who was sitting on the floor, why she had come such a long way without telling her mother. Yonglan's face contorted into a grimace of fury as she clenched her teeth tightly at the woman's words. Kim Joo-hyuk watched this picture, surprised that Seo Ryong was not the girl's guardian. The woman turned her head in his direction, wondering if he might not be the same Kim Joo-hyuk her daughter had come here for. The woman with a smile introduced herself as Seo Leonghua, the head of the Seoul family who was watching over Yonglan. She explained that Seo Leong, who was the head of the White Lotus, is her younger sister. Looking down at her daughter, she added that she promised to let her know when Yonglan left the palace, but sent the girl here instead. Yonglan, on the other hand, continued to grind her teeth at her mother without saying a word. Seo Leonghua promised to deal with it later, ordering her to follow her. Yonglan couldn't stand it, bursting into a tirade about how she always had to sneeze on her, and now she didn't need her herself, so mother could get away. At the same time, the girl reprimanded her to stop calling her daughter, as it was offensive to her. To this, the woman sternly replied that the constellations ordered her to leave her, asking if her daughter was not aware of this. However, she fiercely replied that she learned about it from the maid sooner than from her, so her remorse was not in the topic. After these words, Seo Leonghua added that this time the constellations were interested in her. Hearing these words, Yonglan froze in surprise. Wiping the smile off her face, the woman added that now she had a chance to prove herself, so she should stop shaming her mother. The girl looked scared at her mother, realizing that she was constantly reaching for her to turn back. At this, Seo Leonghua calmly confirmed the assumption of her daughter, who was already shaking decently with rage. Hearing words from her to get out, the woman's face took on a stern expression. Yonglan added that Kim Joo-hyuk's students are training here, so she has nothing to do here. In addition, the girl warned her mother that whether it was Valhalla, Salt, or the White Lotus, she would not listen to her, which caused a semblance of a smile on the woman's face. Closing her eyes and lowering her head, she quietly asked if her daughter knew why she had come here alone, without guards. Looking determinedly at the girl, Seo Leonghua immediately explained that she wanted to do her job cleanly. Immediately after that, she thrust her hand, which had a blue light coming from it, forward, attacking her daughter. However, Yonglan bent over, trying to keep her balance and withstand the blow. Continuing to keep her arms crossed, she asked her mother what she was making. To this, Seo Leonghua replied that she was not going to be delicate. After saying these words, Yonglan growled that it made no sense as she had no plans to restrain herself either. Immediately after that, she rushed at her mother, intending to attack her. In the course of the attack, the girl reminded her mother that the last time they fought, she defeated her, at the same time asking if she remembered it. Yonglan jumped up, swinging her fist and attacking her mother from above. However, in the next moment, Seo Leonghua caught her fist in her hand, stopping the attack, noting that she had indeed become stronger. The girl growled that she had been training hard so that her mother would finally stop considering her an empty space. To this, the woman replied that in that case she should return to Seoul and train there as she should. In the next moment, she waved her hand, pushing her daughter aside. Already in the flight, Yonglan was thinking, and could not understand what had happened and why her mother had become so strong. Regrouping at the last moment, she was able to land on her feet, barely keeping her balance. Defending herself against her strike, Seo Leonghua crossed her arms in front of her face, putting up a block. When her daughter left, the woman noticed that her movements had become somewhat barbaric. However, she jumped up, swinging her leg and telling her mother to shut up. Watching this, Choi Arin quietly called out to Kim Joo-hyuk, asking him if they should call the instructor, to which he gave a short chuckle. The boy turned to face her, briefly describing the situation and wondering what she thought the instructor's reaction would be. However, after looking at Yonglan's mother, he concluded that he did not like her at all. Choi Arin agreed, outraged that she had the audacity to call herself a mother after abandoning her child on the street. The girl carefully looked at the new student of her classmate with wide-open eyes. Seeing her wild expression, she assumed that she was very uncomfortable around the woman. At this time, Seo Leonghua bent down, dodging her daughter's fist, warning her to stop the riot that made no sense. At her words that she could hurt her, the girl snapped that she could do it too. A moment later, the head of the Seoul clan placed a hand on her stomach where the kick landed. A triumphant smile bloomed on Yonglan's face as she realized that she had kicked her opponent hard enough. Suddenly, the girl lowered her eyes and screamed loudly. Her leg, which she had just struck, was covered in a thick layer of ice. She crumpled to the floor, and Seo Langhua was already standing over her, asking if this was the first time she had seen something like this. The woman explained that it was the power of their constellation, the king of the snow depths, and she could also have similar powers upon her return by making a contract. Standing on one leg, Yonglan only silently bared her tightly clenched teeth. The girl noticed that since her mother had become stronger since their last meeting, it was now clear where her strength came from. To this, Seo Lunghua replied that there was nothing humiliating about it. As in their world, being patronized was considered an advantage. At the woman's advice to face the truth, the girl growled furiously. Looking at her daughter sternly, Seo Lunghua asked her if she would return to their family. Young Lan remained silent, angrily staring at her mother's outstretched hand. The next moment, she screamed that she was not going to come back for anything in the world. The woman closed her eyes and exhaled heavily, calling her daughter an immature child. Sharply coming close to her, she sternly warned her not to even think of returning safe and sound. At the same time, Young Lan thought that her leg was frozen and that she could not do anything because of it. With words that she would freeze and shatter her right arm, Seo Lunghua actually reached out for her daughter's hand to force her to swear allegiance to the constellation. However, at the last moment, Kim Ju-hyuk stood between them and stopped the woman with one sharp movement, while maintaining a calm expression on his face.